Are we live yet?
Yeah, we're live.
Oh my god.
Hey everybody, welcome. It's time for some Roll4It DnD. It's Wednesday, the middle of the week, that hump day.
Hump day?
Hump day!
That sounds like
Is it hump
Sunday.
day everywhere, or is that just an American thing?
I think Wales have it.
What?
Yeah, but they're in the ocean. We don't worry about that. Hey!
Does that give anyone inspiration?
I don't know. It wasn't super inspiring.
Yeah, it gives
Oh,
GM
welcome
inspiration. Fuck.
You didn't use the voice either.
I think Wales have it.
That does sound like something James Bard would say. It's definitely...
Lawyer extraordinaire.
Lawyer extraordinaire.
Liar
Yeah.
extraordinaire, maybe.
That too. He's really, really good at spinning a yarn.
Coloring it today.
And also making people want to punch him, weirdly enough.
I do
think
that
that's
in real
more the
life. That's
harmonicas.
just me. That's not the character.
Oh,
okay, so
no.
that can't
No.
be. Say it ain't so. Yeah, we're here playing some D&D today. In the previous episode, the team had gotten themselves into a little bit of trouble by running down holes without really thinking about the consequences.
The consequences
following-
of
I
a
was
catch a
following a
necromancer.
I'm
We
pretty
expected
sure...
the consequences to be we'd be in a stone cave. We're not
No,
in
see-
a stone cave.
The
what did
consequences
we learn?
are...
I
the
want to
consequences
point
are
out that
leveling our
both-
characters or getting new characters. Either way.
Both I and the dwarf went to check on the body. The other two ran off down the hole, and I'm just running after a Davy because I'm kind of obliged to keep him safe.
Hey, we had a conversation. We were like, right, we're
Nice,
gonna chase him.
nice.
You called stay here and then follow, and you were like, yeah. We're like, wah.
Well,
I just followed because I would be all alone otherwise. Scary.
Well, just
Anything
think of it
could
like
get
this. I
jump
could
out
have
and murder
cut-
me.
I could have stabbed the living tunnel before you got into it.
You could have
Yeah.
had those black pearls by now.
we talked about this. I wasn't sure what to do as a GM if you had stabbed the wall like 3 minutes earlier, because then I'd be forced to split the party. And then we just have a dwarf twiddling his thumbs and looking in the unemployment line, just being like, what do I do now? All by
You
his
get a shovel.
lonesome.
I'd
You got him a
just
shovel.
be assisting in the investigation by the guard.
Yeah, we've got the two squishiest
Taking the
people.
pearls as evidence.
We'd come back up like in about a year's time, because it's going to easily take us that long to fight whatever this
Yeah.
giant tunnel breathing thing is. And you'd be like, yeah, I've gone native. I'm blacksmith now.
You
I've got
look
a
like
wife.
Tom Hanks
Okay.
at Castaway.
And living my own life.
Yep.
You have like garbage shoes from the side of the highway, like duct taped around your feet. You'd be
I have a
throwing
decent
spears.
leg.
There I
beard.
was, envisioning him being some
Clams.
skilled craftsman with a family, and you're like, yeah, you'd be a bag hobo. I was like, what? It's hot.
Are you
Totally
dissing
the plan.
hobos, Abak?
Why does my life have to go worse after you leave me?
Yeah, I think this is this opportunity to turn straight, to clean up his act.
One act.
Come back up, you'll actually have a pristine beard, well groomed, even with some braids
Yeah,
in the beard.
down to my feet. It'll be great.
Yep, braids tucked into your belt. That's how respectable you'll be.
Well, hasn't he been underground for like at least 3 or 4 minutes now? Shouldn't his beard be like, about 2 feet long by that time?
That's true. Yeah, his dwarfishness, his genes
I
should
don't
be
know.
coming.
I'm
But
not
he's not
sure
in
if
mine,
this
he's in a
cave
fleshy
would
thing.
count.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah.
But there, you assume that there's mine on the outside of the fleshy thing, though. Like maybe.
I'm not
Like, maybe
assuming
he can
anything.
feel it
We
through
went
the fleshy
underground
thing.
and we ended up in something gullet. I'm not assuming anything.
Who said
When
it was
you
the
Don't know
said-
what's going
This
on.
could go far
Right.
worse than that.
You said
It
it
could
went
be an all kind.
You didn't actually explain. Yeah, this is actually throat air. I'm worried we're in the intestines.
Yeah.
It's island fart. You're just bathing in it
gone
right now.
into
You're
the
gonna come out and you're just
center
gonna.
of
Don't
whatever
light a
giant
match.
circle this island is.
Yeah, nobody light a match. The whole island.
Wait,
is
no,
going,
run away and light a
Campaign over.
match, and we'll kill all the things.
Are you saying we are now the hostile fauna of this intestine?
Yeah, this island needs antibiotics badly.
Apparently
Would
so.
get
You guys have
attacked
just messed
by
everything
No, no.
bacteria,
The antibiotics are the
white blood
critters
cells.
that we're killing right now.
You are a 2-week-old chicken sandwich in the stomach of this organism, and it's just not going well.
Oh dear.
This is so bad. So bad.
But yeah, before we get started, you guys can support us if you want to through the Patreon. Patreon.com/Roll4It. We got all kinds of rewards and stuff like that. It's super cool, so you should absolutely check it out. It's how we earn a living doing this. Help the
Well,
dreams
that's
stay
true.
alive. Yeah. So anyways, check that on out. And aside from that, EE, who were you going to shout out at the beginning? I think you had somebody.
Oh yeah, so the totally awesome music that you can hear currently playing actually is from Pillars of Eternity. Thanks very much to Obsidian and their amazing composer. We now have ability to play music from their games, including Pillars of Eternity and Tyranny. So if you hear like super awesome background music that doesn't include a cart going around every 5 minutes, that is probably because Obsidian were kind enough to be like, yeah,
You
sure,
know what? I
use our
can't
music.
actually remember a cart
Wait a
ever
minute.
trying to assassinate me in Pillars of Eternity. You're right. There's probably no music in that game.
They
that has
should
a
put that
cart
in as a sub-quest, as a nod to us, honestly.
It just
Can't
adds a
you-
cart to every single backing track.
cart
Can't-
DLC.
can't-
Yeah.
Can't we
you
give,
like it type in a command like /cart and a cart just runs you over.
Can't we give our Patreon supporters that ability to do that in chat? They can just type /cart anytime they want to hear a cart roll by.
Clap, clip, clop,
That's
clip,
the new
clop,
thing we
clip,
do for
clop,
tips, right?
clip, clop.
If we get more than like $500 in tips, we will get run over by a cart, and that deals like 1d10 bludgeoning damage, right, or something?
I don't like this. No. I was liking the idea that just every time a tip comes through, it plays the cart sound effect, but then he has to go all, yeah, and then you get killed by the cart.
Well, to be
something
fair,
nice.
I don't think this plan was really well thought out because I think Dax would probably be the first to go.
No,
With the way
I'm
that he
short enough. I
attracts the
just
ire
duck.
of
I'd go
everyone.
under the cart.
What if they
Yeah,
get
you
you
just
with the
gotta
wheel,
dodge.
though?
What if the horses see a little goblin and just think that you're some sort of small ankle-biting creature and just wha-pow.
War
I thought
horses
you were
are
going to
pretty
say
good.
a large apple. Like, I'm green, so...
I was going to make a
Apple has
druid,
legs.
and Warhorse was what his transformation was going to be. It was pretty awesome. It was actually surprisingly good. You get a free attack if you move towards somebody as a bonus action. So you can like move, attack, and then bonus action stomp them out. It's pretty good. It's not bad compared to all the
Giant
other ones.
Badger gives you multi-attack, though.
Giant badger.
Mm-hmm. They get multi-attack.
Never heard of one of those.
Badger, mushroom.
I'm not sure they can do mushroom. I'm not sure that counts as a beast. They can do snake. They can do a snake. So definitely consider the fact that, Obsidian being so great to us, it's really good. If you're interested in sort of RPG games, then Pillars of Eternity and Tyranny are pretty badass.
100% on that. 120%. Pillars of Eternity is amazing. Absolutely amazing. And although I haven't played it, I've watched a couple of people playing Tyranny. I broke my rule about a game that I might play in the future, and I watched other people playing it. Oh my god, it looked good.
Radavac.
There are some characters in there, by their presence alone, I wanted to play the game. Oh my goodness.
That's because everybody in that game is evil as shit, and that's just every character you ever make
Kills
has
in
like the
Shadow is
pretense
big.
of being a nice guy, but
That's all I'm
deep
saying.
down,
Kills in Shadow
Do you
is
want to
kinda
big.
just
kill
wanna
the
pick at the
villagers
wall
or
of evil.
enslave all the villagers?
Kills
yeah.
in Shadow wants to kill them.
Also, an FYI about the Patreon, we are just shy of the cosplay goal. We didn't reach it last month, so we're just shy of that. So bear that in mind if you want to support us on Patreon, then cosplay is the next tier.
You've had a stay of execution.
my cosplay includes the use of this poncho that's over the chair behind me. Its name is Ponchovy. I can't wait to wear it on stream, so maybe we
I can
should do that.
cosplay with a bit of toilet paper. Does that
I
work?
was going to say.
Yeah, there you go.
Keep
It's your
wrapping
bonnet.
yourself in toilet paper.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Oh, goodness.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
So, what I need from everybody as we're starting out is an initiative roll, although
Oh.
it looks like we've already got initiative up. Is that from previous or that from now?
Previous.
I don't
seeing
see anything up.
in the
Yeah.
initiative tracker, so I'm assuming it's from previous.
We're not on the
Okay,
same
let
map, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think we're on the same map.
That's true. We're not on the same map, so let me pull you all to me. was
Oh,
the
I
first-
like it. There's blood.
This was the first map that I ever designed, and so what I didn't know is that in Roll20, you want to put everything in the top left, and I put it in the bottom right, so I can't make the map smaller that the actual PNG is set on top of, but all the ones after this, I learned my lesson, so don't lose the map. You can lose the map. You can definitely lose the map. Just let me know if
Okay.
you need me to pull you back over.
I've got an
Because I
initiative
can
of
do that.
17.
Nice.
I mean, I only rolled a 14, so it's above average, but not massively so.
I may have lost the map when someone rolled a dice and it suddenly grabbed my attention and moved it away. There we go. I found myself now.
I got 7 for initiative.
I mean, you are a dwarf, so... Wait, why did my initiative change to 0?
Because it didn't add you to the tracker, and I'm adding you manually.
It should have. I clicked my initiative button. Let me just check my macros.
But did you click on the character? Because you
Yeah, no,
you're
I had,
supposed to do that
I had
first.
the character selected. Maybe I just screwed up my macro.
What a terrible roll. I rolled a
No,
4.
it's got the add tracker on as well. I'll have to look at that later.
I rolled a 4.
Oh no! You still got 13.
I know. I can have pretty. The lowest I can get for initiative is 10. The lowest possible I can get for initiative is 10.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's actually not bad. Yeah,
Not bad at all. Not bad at all.
What did you roll to get a 7?
I rolled 6. My
You're
initiative
an
thing
initiative of
is
1?
1 apparently.
Yeah, you don't have
What
like.
determines
plus
it?
1.
Maybe it's wrong. What determines it? Maybe I filled it in wrong.
It's your dex. You've got a dex modifier of 1, don't you? Because you're mostly strength, con, and intelligence. Yeah. And in fairness, it's
Right.
surprising that all your modifiers are positive.
Holy shit, Avak, you have a dex modifier of 9?
Yeah, how?
No, I've got a dex modifier of 9, but I have a feat, which gives me a permanent +5 to my
Gotcha.
initiative.
That's still impressive.
He's got
I
really
have
good
the
initiative.
feat. Where is it?
So, can you remind us what's going on, Splat? Where did we leave off in this intestinal gullet thing?
So you're inside of a cave right now, which is slowly becoming biological. Everything was going fine until our dear friend Nasan decided to stab the wall in a little experiment, a little bit of scientific exploration, which caused it to cave in behind you with the parts that were not quite attached to the rest of the biological structure, traveling down, 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 down for probably 15, 20 minutes. You guys are pretty deep down in here now. You found a door at the end of a hallway, and there's a hole off to the right that leads down to somewhere else. However, Dax basically busted the door open, was just like, wah! Trying to find a necromancer, and there are some strange clicking monsters inside this room that are pale-skinned, skin drawn back across their heads, elongated, mouths that go all the way back, layers of teeth that hang down like little needles. One of them tried to come through the door and hunt Dax, so they blasted it in the face. So it's pretty dead right now. In fact, I'll show you on the map where that is. Boom! Look, I even added a little dead guy. GMing go!
Yay!
Oh, wow. How big are these tiles?
Tiles are 5 feet.
Okay. By the way, I have casted Bless, so Bless is currently up, and everyone gets a D4 to attack or saving throws. And saving throws, it should be.
Is that constant or is it used up?
It's
like
constant.
Initiative.
While I concentrate on it, and it lasts for... I'll look it up on my spell thing. But I think it's like
You
10
stay
minutes or
behind
something.
me, Dax. I like having you alive.
Yes, that is my
Yeah.
current plan. My plan is to just be like, bye!
I knew, but I was trying to give you an opportunity to say, "Oh yeah, you told me to stay." But I was going to jump out there and be the hero, but
I mean,
Nasan asked me
I
to
have
stay
said that I'm
back,
holding an
so-
action to like ram the door if anything comes through. That's what I like ended the last session on.
How? Actually, that's right. Adavi and Dax Fizzlespark should be in different positions because me and Mormon showed up last.
No, feel free to move your guys to wherever you want them to be. Inside like this
If,
little
you know,
hallway.
if that is the layout,
You
I
don't
would have let Noson like get in front of me because you are a better fighter than me.
We only just arrived, and if you're stood poised to slam the door, then you need to be by the door. I assume.
Well, if you've had a chance to move to there, I would have gladly like given way because you are a frontline fighter, and I'm now
I literally
concentrating
do
on.
not know what's going on here yet. So me
By all
and
means.
Mormon just showed up. It's like,
I think the way it worked out was I last in. So
yeah,
I'd be
you were
like,
behind me.
Yeah, you
basically.
were last in. Those were just there as placeholders so I could
I'd
exit
go
the
in.
turn
I'd
and
go
make
in the
sure
square
everything was
below,
working.
but I'm scared I'll lose my character forever.
Here, let me open up the hallway.
Hold
for you.
Alt and then drag it just a little bit down so that we're both kind of in the square. But
There you go.
Ah, how wonderful! Look at this
Now you have line
GMing
of
pro.
sight. Yep, I'm trying to figure out how the dynamic lighting works so I can give you guys
Probably
shadows and
facing-
like.
Oh,
They've got,
that
they've
is
got
always
some
more
good
complicated.
tutorials on YouTube about that.
I've seen,
Yeah.
seen people use this to great effect. Okay.
All right. So with your initiative, what do you want to do? The door in front of you is cracked slightly open. I've given you a pretty generous line of sight. It's reasonably generous considering the door is only cracked. I could give it to Dax because he looked inside the room before, but I don't think I think he communicated there's a couple of things inside of there.
I said I
But aside-
saw 3 things. One of them came forward, we killed it, and I said to everyone in safe approach, I said there's at least 2 other things in there. We
There you
killed
go.
one of them. Like that's what I've said effectively.
Dax, it's your
right.
turn. What are you doing, buddy?
Okay, I need to concentrate on this spell. You should all fight better while I've got it up. Is that a free action to say that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Then I want to move past the door. It's cracked open a little bit so I can get a line of sight as I move past the door so I can scan the internals of the room.
Okay.
And if I see something when I'm moving past the door to scan the internals through the crack, I would like to cast Let's go for vicious mockery, and then I'll back away.
Okay. So to get this straight, you wanted to move up to the door and make a perception check.
Sure. Yeah.
So I think the perception check is actually an action, unless you've got a feat that makes it free.
Well, can I like just move and see what's through the door, or do I actually have to like move up and like get a proper look?
Oh, you would actually have to open the door to see more. I've given you the line of sight that you can have standing in front of the door, basically, and leaving it cracked.
Okay, in which case, can I hold my action and my move? I don't know if you can hold move. It's up to you.
You can't hold move.
Yeah, you can't hold your move, but you can hold an action.
In which case, I will move up so that I'm at the corner on the other side from a Davi, so I can just about see around the corner.
Okay.
Just a little bit over to the side, so I can just about see around the corner. I'll peer around the corner. And my action is, as soon as the door opens and I see a hostile, like, I'm just going to unleash a vicious mockery.
Okay.
And then I'm going to take my bonus action to hide.
Cool.
So
you go ahead and make me a stealth check.
I was hidden last episode. I hid, and I haven't been revealed. So am I still hidden from that?
That's fine. Yeah,
Okay.
you can just stay hidden from that.
So that was a 19 last time.
Didn't you attack from that though?
Yes,
yeah,
I did.
You did. You
Yeah, I
blasted
did. I
something that
did.
came through the
'cause-
door, so I need a
yeah.
reroll.
Okay, I will roll stealth. 25!
Ooh, not
Natural
bad at all.
20.
You disappear. You are one with the foldy gooey bits of the walls.
Can
you
I
were
like
swimming through that shit like a
I'm
goldfish.
sure that's a good thing.
Can I like dig my hands in and just scale to the top of the roof and then hang from it,
I'm not
looking
sure you wanna
down?
do this. I've seen a lot of weird films, and generally when walls are alive, you don't really want to be hugging them.
Is that what you want to do?
Ends badly.
Yeah, totally.
You just hear a sh.
Oh god.
it'll be gone.
Yeah.
So when your hand
I
makes
got-
contact with the fleshy bits of the wall, your mind is invaded by just flashing images, just things that are completely foreign. Nothing seems to be like of this world that you're seeing as these images flash through your mind.
I know where we
as-
are, everyone. We're on the event horizon. I know where we are.
Do you see?
You see small visions of creatures that are
Fucks them.
bipedal, walking in places that you don't understand, touching objects and devices that make no sense. It's very, very strange. I'm going to need you to make a wisdom save to maintain your bless spell, please. Or which would it be, I guess? Would it be charisma?
No, it'd be it would be constitution.
Okay,
Concentration
then.
checks are always constitution checks, not saves, I believe.
Give me a save, a con save,
Saves.
please.
Okay, con save. 13.
Okay, not bad. You maintain the bless spell.
Okay.
It's still very, very unnerving, though. You don't like it at all.
In which case, I will hide, but not pressing into the wall quite as deep. I'll like avoid touching my flesh. Just be like,
Okay. The second that you're not touching it with your flesh anymore, the visions abate. They stop like slamming into your mind like forcible photography, essentially. And is that all you want to do with your turn?
can I redirect the vicious mockery to the flesh around me?
You can if you want.
I'm gonna keep that option for later. For now, I'm gonna keep the. Yeah, I might vicious mockery it later. It did annoy me. It you know, but for now, I'm cool.
All right, that puts us on Adavi's turn. Adavi, what do you want to do?
No, son. Mormont, there's something in that door. We just killed something behind that door. I don't know if you can see it through the crack. I don't know what the hell's going on here. Dax, what did you get us into? I'm going to.
We're in combat, so you got to be
yeah, I
measured
know.
about the things you say. Okay.
I'm going to hold on to my action. I want to hold for Ray of Frost in case anything comes through here.
Okay.
But I'm staying behind this wall for sure.
Okay. Sounds good. That puts us on Nusson. What do you want to do?
Well, given what they've just said and that they have effectively taken flanking positions, I am going to move up to the door. It's open a crack, did you say?
Yes.
Yes.
There's a crack?
From the left
I'm gonna
side,
move-
it's cracked slightly inwards.
Up to the door, not through the door. And I'm going to roll perception to see if I can make out what's going on inside.
Sure.
There we go. Bump.
Does anybody have a light source right now?
24.
There's some light sources on the ground because I dropped paper, but I'm not holding
do.
any.
I'm holding a torch
Okay.
this whole time. I came running
you're
down
holding a
here with
torch. Okay. If you've got a torch, you've got a 24 on your perception roll. I think, do torches do dim light, though? I think torches do dim light, do they not?
I think they probably something like bright light up to something, dim light up to something.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's bright light up to 20 feet. We're good. All right, so with that perception check, you are able, and only you, I'm going to trust the rest of you not to metagame here.
I know nothing.
Peering inside the room, you see two creatures that are slowly creeping towards the door, making the clicking noises that you heard previously from the one that came through. Just a subtle...
Okay.
They're moving slightly. One on the right has a bow that appears to have been fashioned from some kind of crude amalgam of iron and some other substance, although you can't really tell what it is. It's something that is foreign to you. And he's aiming at the door right now. You can't see the one that's on the left, so just ignore him. He's absolutely outside your line of sight. To the left, you see a pile of bodies on the tables. There appear to be objects that have been sorted into various categories and have been moved around.
The
one
bodies
that's in
are on
front
the tables, did you say?
The bodies are to the left of the door. Can you see the map right now?
Yeah. You mentioned something about the bodies on the tables and they're on the floor on the map. So I was just
the
clarifying.
bodies are on the left, laying on the floor, where they appear to have been rifled through. The clothes are very disheveled, and it looks like somebody's been searching through them. And then there are a series of objects on a number of tables to the right that have all been sorted out by their functionality and type. All the way to the right-hand side of the room, you see a cask, a very, very large cask, and several smaller barrels.
Okay. I can see two enemies in there. One's armed with a bow, the other a sword. What do I see of the enemies? Like with that perception, do I actually see them in any descriptive way, or is it just I can see vague shapes?
Sure. You can see that inside the room and directly in front of you, you see that the body directly in front of you is the dead body of a pale creature with an elongated head, with its mouth drawn back very, very far with needle-like fangs laying, but he's been smashed into by magic that was cast in the last episode.
Mm-hmm.
He's laying contorted on the floor and is bleeding out slowly. As he bleeds out, you notice that he seems to deflate a little bit. The creature was armed with the same equipment that everything else was armed with, some light leather armor and like a cudgel. And you can see that the creatures that are in the room behind him are of the same type. They have the same description.
Other than the sort of like the massive like Cheshire grin sort of thing you were describing there with a long jaw, is there any other details of the face? Like what does their visage? What is their visage? What do they look like?
There are no eyes on this creature's face. You can't see anything.
Okay.
It's just like a forehead. At the center of the forehead, there is a slit, but it appears to be pressed shut. Aside from that, their nose is not present, instead leaving only two holes like you would see in a skull, although that does appear to be wrapped in a thin layer of flesh, and so that appears to just be part of their physiology.
Okay. I'm clearly a little bit perturbed by what I'm looking at as I murmur back, and that's reflected in my voice. I've never seen anything like it. They don't appear to have eyes. And with the last bit of my turn, and this is possibly a dangerous thing, they're facing me. You said they were looking at me, but I'm assuming you mean they're facing in the direction the front of their face is pointing my way.
Oh yeah, they definitely know that something's inside that room because they just watched their compatriot get
torch
directly
into the crack. Mm-hmm. There shouldn't be any way that they could miss this if they could see it.
Sure.
But I'm doing so quietly.
The moment that the torch actually comes in front of the crack, it's making little pops and fizzles and cracks from the burning material on top of the stick. You hear the sound of an arrow clatter off the side of the door, almost directly hitting the flame of the torch.
But not me.
No, it didn't hit you, but it basically almost passed through the flame of the torch. Like, it was like right there and hit the door jamb.
Okay, well, with what's left of my movement, I'm literally hopping back. I'm not sure if they could see it or they could hear it. They were shooting at a torch. They weren't shooting at me. I should have been visible.
You said they had no eyes.
Not everything that sees needs eyes.
I haven't prepared a silence spell, so...
Is that
we're
all
still
you
in
to do with
combat
your turn,
time, I'm
Hassan?
imagining.
Yeah, we're in combat time, so...
Okay. So literally, that was... All my turn was just telling them what I saw and then hopping back.
Okay. Mormond, what's up with you? What do you want to do?
I will slowly creep forward alongside Nosson if there's room, and slowly
5 feet, so
draw the great sword.
Okay, so you draw your great
Keeping
sword.
a very close eye on the door.
Sure. Did you want a ready attack in case anything goes through?
Yeah.
Okay. And so that's what you're going to do with your turn. That puts us on someone's turn. You hear the sound. Go ahead and give me... Actually, no, I'll just assume that you can perceive this so that it moves faster. The entire... I don't understand how you would not be able to perceive this. You feel the structure shake slightly. There is a shudder that runs through all the fleshy bits. You're not standing on them right now because, strangely enough, the floor is one of the few things that hasn't been taken over. Here and there, you can see veins coming down and extending from the walls that slightly probe into the floor. But for the most part, it's been left normal. Like, this is just a stone floor like you would see in any other mine or any other cave. But everything seems to shudder and shake for a moment.
I don't like this.
Bother.
I don't like this.
It's okay.
All right.
I look very unsettled by all this.
We're not looking at you. We're looking at the door.
Nobody sees that I look very unsettled by this.
Everybody in the hallway that's actually watching the door, you see a shadow move in front of the door,
Is it
crossing
enough to-
from the left to
Is
the
it
right.
enough to get an attack on it, or...
It was very, very quick, and it's just through the crack of the door. So if you're going to make an attack, it would be a disadvantage.
That's cool, because it's not an attack that needs to do an attack roll to target. I just need to
Is
be
that
able
a
to see
shadow
someone.
fell over the door rather than you saw something move past the door? I mean, it depends. Can you attack a shadow?
Well, yeah, was it a silhouette, or was it a shadow?
It was a shape. It goes...
Oh,
Just
well,
like
it's a
through
shape.
really,
I can
really
still target
quickly.
it with Vicious Mockery.
Target a shape.
Yeah. And that's not an attack roll. That's a saving throw. Because I just need to be able to make contact effectively because it's a psychic attack.
Okay.
I'll...
Can you make me a... I need a way to judge if you're fast enough, because it was very, very, like, it was a brief, momentary second. So if you
some
could give
sort
me
of
a
plain
dexterity
dex.
check.
Yeah. Plain dex.
Or actually, we could do it as a sleight of hand check if you wanted to do it that way, because that would be how fast you could do the incantation and whip it off real fast.
Whip it off.
Whip it off.
7.
No.
Unfortunately, you weren't quick enough. So you invoke the spell, but nothing really seems to happen. The mockery doesn't land.
What did you say? Because you still mocked him.
Oh, I'm gonna like cut my hands together, and did you say that they were like hunting by like sound or something earlier?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It appears to be the case.
I'm gonna try and throw my voice as a mockery and be like, "Oi, mate, I'm over here."
Okay.
Roll ventriloquism.
Well, it
Roll
didn't work
scatter on
anyway.
where the voice
so...
lands.
Grenade rules. You threw your
And
voice.
with that,
It scattered 3 meters northwest.
2 enemies blast through the door.
Damn it, Dax!
Does that mean I can make my held attack now?
You can. Go ahead.
Yes. I want to attack the dude on the right-hand side.
Okay.
Get frosted.
Oh, now like proper combat. I need proper combat sounds.
14.
Your Ray of Frost. This took you by surprise, and so staggering backwards, like kind of preparing yourself, like, you unleash the spell, but it goes a little bit wide, and it ends up frosting a strip of the wall alongside the guy on the right. The
Damn
wall
it.
recoils slightly inwards and shudders sideways. How much damage did that deal? Go ahead and roll an attack damage for me.
The wall.
2.
Okay, so 2 damage was done. The wall shudders slightly, but it seems like it was more of just like like when somebody pokes you with a cold finger, like in your fleshy bit at the small of your back, like, It wasn't like a I'm in pain thing. It was more of like a don't do that, stop.
We give it brain freeze.
You gave it
Oh,
a slight
man.
case of brain freeze.
That'd be hard. Imagine using Ray of Frost on a creature that is mostly brain. The brain freeze would be, wow. I think it would have to have a vulnerability to that kind of damage.
Nos uses ice cream.
Yeah, just slather the brain in ice cream.
Coming through the
No
door,
way.
the first person they see, as the frost beam crosses their leg, essentially, they see Mormond and they see Nasan. The one on the right is going to go
They
ahead
see
and he's
us?
going to attack Mormond.
I had a held attack, so can I use that first, or
Yes, use your held attack first, please, for me.
Who are you attacking?
the nearest one, the one on the right?
Okay.
They're attacking by sight now, or are they attacking by sound?
There's still, it appears to be some amalgamation of both sight, smell and sound.
Okay.
It's a very predatory kind of. You see them come through, and you take a swipe at him.
Oh,
but for some...
D4 from Bless. D4 from Bless.
Ah,
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Oh, the same applied to Adavi's attack roll.
Oh god damn
That's
it!
true.
Now
So
it's a
Davi-
10, not a 9.
It's a 10.
Good
It doesn't
dice.
matter.
Very
You
good
take a
dice.
swipe, and strangely enough, the creature turns its head slightly and appears to recognize the whistling of the blade as it goes through the air and whips out its shield and stops the attack dead.
Out of
Damn.
character, I turn to Bentham. We're buggered. I've seen this in various anime. Once there's a swordsman who can just dodge blows by the sound of your blade going through the air, you've already lost the battle. May as well just give
That's a
up.
good point.
Yeah, I'd like to
Will
mention
do.
that they still have their mouths open, and while you can't hear any perceptible sound, every little bit you get like a slight, like they're still broadcasting in some way, basically, and like, yeah, it's very almost imperceptible, but it seems like they've got very, very low-level sounds that they can hear that they're tracking right now. Oh my god, he got all distorted and weird. How did that happen? No, there we go. And so the attack, after the sword slams into his shield, he stabs quickly over the top of the shield and makes contact with Mormond. And he deals, let's see here. Uh, 5 damage slams into your character as the blade hits your armor dead in the chest. The one on the left is going to go ahead and make an attack roll against Noson.
Are these hidden rolls?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
Noson, what's your armor class?
17.
Okay. Somewhat taken aback, the creature moves slightly to the side and, feigning with its shield forward, throws its blade over the top with a coming down chop and actually catches you for... 3 damage. 3 damage. As the blade kind of strikes you. You're trained enough in the art of combat and kind of the motion of things where you slide sideways and it's a grazing blow. But it was still a blow that landed. And aside from that, we're back to the top of the order. Dax, what do you want to do?
I really want to keep Bless up, so not getting hit would be great. Assuming he's in combat range with me. Yeah.
Hasn't seen you, though.
But
Your
at the
hide
same
is that
time,
good.
I feel bad for Mormon not being able to hit anything recently.
Yeah.
So I'm going, as a bonus action, to inspire Mormon. This is
Okay.
my last inspiration of the day. And,
Moment.
You got
Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the body hit the floor.
And with that, all of these creatures immediately turn and
Yes.
attack. The,
Which is why-
the bard who's making all the noise.
which is why,
And
as my
slay him,
action,
actually.
I'm going to disengage. And I am going to head. Can I head behind Mormond and Nozon? I am small.
Yes, I'll allow it. That's
Okay.
fine.
Yeah, I'll
I'm
head
imagining
behind them.
that like you hide behind and you like you climb onto my back and I just did my air like floor.
Yeah, like as I run past you, I go Flah! Cool. I don't have anything really left. That's my action and my bonus action and my moves. So I've got a free action, and I'll just be like,
Guys, I didn't think they saw me. I think I'm okay.
you're cool.
All right, Davi, you're up.
Well, we got to hit some of these days. One of these days. I'm going to move a little bit back to the corner here.
Yeah.
And I'm going to attack guy on the right again.
Okay, since technically your last attack was a hit, but we already dedicated to RP, give yourself advantage, please.
Okay. How
Does
does
he
that
get a
work?
D4 in addition to that because of Bless?
He does.
Yes.
So you roll twice and you take the higher result. And remember to add your +4 or your +1d4 for Bless.
I don't think he needs
Okay,
it.
so 20.
I'll save you
27.
some time because you got a 23. You let this thing go. Go ahead and roll for damage. And this is target the one on the right?
The one on the right, yeah. 4 damage.
Okay. So you've dealt 4 damage. Regalvanizing yourself, you step backwards and point a finger at the one that you previously missed and continue to just drag the beam to the left. You maintain the cast the whole time, and it strafes across his chest. The creature streaks. Or I'm sorry, he doesn't streak. He doesn't run by naked. He shrieks in pain and stumbles backwards while clicking and clattering
Now I want to see someone streak in pain, just for the amusement of the sight.
I'm in so much pain right now. Ah!
So how does the effect work from Ray of Frost? Because it's supposed to slow them down as well, right?
Yes, it's -10. Or is it -5?
I have the app for you. Want me to look it up?
I've got it.
Okay.
So their speed is reduced
Speed
by
is
10.
reduced by 10. Yeah. At the start of my next turn.
Yeah, if they end up moving, they'll have their speed reduced by 10, which is actually a pretty big nerf to a character's speed. If you'd had the time for them to advance on you, hitting them with Ray of Frost a couple times could definitely split up a group nicely. Is that it for your turn?
That's all I can do, yep.
Nasan, what are you doing?
Are we actually in contact with them right now?
Yes,
the
because...
way everything. Okay, could you move the creatures to where they would be in terms of contact? Because basically, I'm trying to envision, because we were at the back end of that wall, literally where I put the thing, but they're at the top end. Is it that their weapons have that 5-foot reach, or?
No, I just treat it as adjacency. So technically, because you guys are inside this square, technically you're like in the center, and adjacency would cause you to be in combat. It's just that to make things easier.
Okay. No,
And
that's
to make
fine.
it look a little bit more cinematic,
In
I'll allow you
D&D,
guys to spread
weapons
out.
have 5-foot reach because it's assumed that you occupy the entire 5-foot square when you're jumping back and forth and lunging.
Cool.
That or you've put on some weight.
All right then. Well, I'm going to. What are they armed with? Because I can't see. Are they both armed with swords?
Yes.
Same weapons. Okay.
Both of them appear to be armed with some kind of makeshift wooden shield, and then they're both wielding black blades, which appear to have been forged very poorly from some kind of slag iron or some kind of black metal.
Okay. The Ray of Frost hit the one on the right. Is that correct?
It did indeed.
Then I will attack that same one.
Okay.
And here we go. Oh, actually, that should have been advantage, but it doesn't matter anyway.
There you go. So you've got a 23 on your attack roll. Why was it going to be with advantage?
Sorry, what I meant to say is I'll get sneak attack on it. And I was just reading my text. It's because an ally is within 5 feet, but the first part of that is if advantage or ally in 5 feet. I was just tripping over my words.
Cool. So go ahead and roll me some damage.
Roll the damage there. 8 piercing plus the sneak attack.
Okay. That is a killing blow. Drop that hammer for me.
Okay, well, given the small amount of area that we have, it's actually fairly impressive, but probably a little bit unnerving for Mormon, because to use the sun wheel, Noson has to basically incorporate Mormon into the movement. So he just feels this whoosh of air as the sun wheel just basically clips over his head, possibly a little bit too close, maybe even given a slight clang on. He's wearing a helmet, isn't he, or has he just got hair?
You give me a small haircut.
I give you a small haircut. Wafts of strands of hair just kind of drifting in the wake as it just slices across. But given that this creature couldn't really see it coming, might have been able to hear it, but couldn't quite react, it manages just to cut across the clavicle and the throat.
Okay, you
and
hear a
following that
gurgle.
immediately, I'm going to let me just double check that this can be used. Martial arts, blah blah blah. Can make an additional unarmed attack as a bonus action. So
Okay.
with that going through and using the momentum on that, I turn around and I make an unarmed attack on the other one in the same turn.
Go for it.
1d4?
That's a 9.
Okay. While you are maintaining the momentum,
1d4 from Bless?
Oh yeah, 1d4 as well. Actually, I'll roll that. Gonna need a good one of this.
Ooh!
Oh,
That is good.
ooh, but it's still not.
still not enough.
Wah, wah, wah. The creature, actually hearing the gurgles of its friend as the blade passes through, seems to sense and just kind of moves his leg out of the way as the second blade comes through and it whisks past him. Which puts us on Mormon's
The blade
turn.
being
Mormon.
my pointed hand. I was going for shot.
Oh, you're
If it
going for a
connected,
chop.
So
He was just like,
died.
oh, shit, no.
I want Nos to get to that level where you're such a good monk that when you do like a karate chop, you actually do like like slicing damage. You like slice them with the back of your hand.
My weapon is now a piercing weapon. My hands.
It's got little blades along the edge of it. Is the Mormon in response to being hit by the one on the right? He's like, "Oh, you son of a!" And it goes to swing for him, and then Nosso just murders him brutally. I'm like, and I go for the other one.
I'm just saying, if you whiff this, you've got a D6 and a D4 to add. Add the D4 as well, because you can do that normally.
So I could just always do that.
While I'm concentrating, yes. I'm keeping a track of how many rounds I've got this up for, by the way.
Okay. That's a hit. Go ahead and roll me damage.
Get him, Mormon!
I got what the damage button is.
Get him, Mormon!
Just click Greatsword.
You click on the weapon. That's it.
Yeah.
On the thing you rolled in the window. 12.
Ooh. 12 slashing damage. So as the creature moves to dodge the karate chop that's been thrown out by Noson, he lowers his shoulder downwards in order to get out of the way. So he's kind of looking at the floor right now with his front shoulder downturned. That's a killing blow. Drop that hammer for me.
Well, seeing as he's slightly lower down, I'll be going for a sort of head chop, and I'll just sort of slice in, oh crap, I forgot my mic was
Into
there.
my microphone.
Slice in.
Totally dislocating the microphone.
If he was wearing a headset, it'd be cut in half. It goes through between the shoulder and the neck and just sort of embeds itself around where the spine is.
No, don't
Okay.
get it. You don't have to yank it out, just like you did with the table.
Yeah, go ahead and make me a strength check. No, I'm just messing with you.
He pulls the sword out with ease from the corpse, and it slumps to the ground.
You don't determine with ease, I determine. Roll strength. No, you're fine. The creature now more or less bisected by the massive blade and also being hit by the quite muscular Mormon Stoneweaver, kind of like splits into a slight V and just falls backwards without uttering another sound. However,
in a moment of badassery, an arrow comes straight between the peeling apart creature.
I regret to inform you
Oh no, really?
that line of sight being broken now. He was holding an action by the door with his bow.
Of course he was.
Yep.
Maybe it clangs off the great sword. Come on.
He fires an arrow at Mormon Stoneweaver. However,
Oh god.
having just seen one of his compatriots, I don't know what relationships these creatures have with each other,
Sure, the goggles
just get
scream-
cut in half. He appears to be quite addled, and it strikes the opposite side of the wall, not even getting close to the intended target. It being his turn again now that Mormon is done, he moves behind this table right here and ducks down slightly and fires a shot at Mormon one more time because he saw him cut a guy in half. That's made him slightly worried and been like, maybe I should focus on that guy. Maybe.
I told you, not all things that don't have eyes can't see.
And he has actually rolled a hit. Good lord, their dice are on today. An arrow zips through and strikes you for 6. Right square in the chest, going through your beard.
I'm just being all proud of myself.
Chest.
And then just
chest.
and
Wait,
I
does
just
this
look down
chest
at
hair
this.
have its own beard?
That's true. You should get
It's like
bonus armor
plaited.
class for that manly dwarvish chest hair. It just like goes around the arrow and starts pulling it out. She's like, no.
Like,
But
Mormon
the
isn't
dwarvish
actually
ancients
wearing like
know.
chainmail. He's not actually wearing heavy armor.
Muscular arms
It's
that pull it out.
it's like plaited like hair all around his body.
He's just he braided his chest hair, and he's just got like a
Basically,
nice
Mormon is
cornrows
dwarf's
all
version
over
of
his chest of
Bayonetta.
armor.
That's what he's trying to describe right now.
That's why dwarves don't shave, because the hair is so tough. You need like so many razor blades that they just give up and they just plait it into armor.
No, you need a lumberjack's
actually
axe.
trying
It's
to
dangerous. Like, it's really dangerous going to the barber in the dwarf lands because you got to lay down like on a block, and then they just got to axe, and they gotta go after it. And you just got to trust. That's why nobody shaves or goes to the barber in dwarf culture.
Except Mormon.
It's a big risk.
Damn it, I'm young by dwarf standards.
Dax, what do you want to do?
I can see that guy, right? Because he's directly in line of sight.
Yeah, you can see him in between Mormon and
Okay.
Hassan.
In which case, I'm going to save my last spell slot. I need it for heals, so instead I'm going to use a cantrip.
Okay.
And I'm going to go... This dolphin's on fire! And I'm going to just cast Sacred Flame.
How's a dolphin on fire? They're in water.
Well,
That
he's like
dolphin
a
has
dolphin
really
thing,
flammable.
right?
What is that, a
Maybe
sodium
it's
dolphin?
swimming in oil.
He has to make a DC 14 check, or he takes 2 radiant damage.
Okay. He makes the check. The fire goes out, and it appears to strike the table in front of him, scattering some of the things that are actually on the table down to the floor.
Okay, in which case, I would like to use my move to move forwards past Nosson and Mormond, pick up one of the little bits of paper that's on the ground, walk over to the ladder that goes downwards.
Okay.
And I would like to drop the paper down there and watch what happens during the preceding, 6 seconds of turn.
Okay. You drop the paper and it starts to just flutter downwards side by side.
How many
side
arrows?
by side.
How many arrows shoot up through the hole?
None so far. Nothing seems to happen. It's utterly silent as the paper flutters its way down.
At least it damn, this is our.
I do have a bonus action left, so just in case, I'm going to hide.
In the hole?
No, I'm not going to go into the hole. That's a little bit too
Please
risky.
hide in the hole.
No, because someone will come along and stamp on my hands, and then it'll go badly for me. 18 stuff.
Okay, sounds good. You attempt to hide, kind of leaning in behind the ladder, which is upraised out of the hole. On watching the paper, it's gone down about 15 feet right now and still hasn't hit the bottom. That puts us on a Davi. What you want to do?
I'm going to gingerly step through this, half-torn thing and put myself at the corner so I can attack Mr. Bowman back there.
By the way, there's still
if you wanted to stay where you were and fire a spell at him, I'd allow it.
Nah, it's too far
an
around the
enemy
corner.
icon that's standing. It's kind of underneath the dead enemy, just where a Davy stood.
Yeah.
It's definitely dead.
I'll move him inside the door. There we go. He fell backwards after being split in half.
Oh, is it just on my map? Because there's literally one that's still stood.
I see it as well.
Oh, yeah, I see it. There's one standing right in front of the
definitely
Davy. Yeah.
He's
Oh, no, they
dead.
killed the one on the left. That one's dead. I apologize. That was all me being a bad
It's fine.
GM.
Not a bad
Being an
GM.
awesome
You're being a
GM.
bad GM for not putting
Being an
in
amazing
your
GM.
specially made dead
know.
corpse things in
Do
the
we all
right
get
place on
advantage?
Well, I didn't
Uh,
make
real
them. I'm
time.
just using I'm using the free clip art that comes with Roll
You're
20.
even
so-
rotating them.
Yeah, it's easy. It's not like I'm doing anything anyways. I'm just letting you guys talk about what you're doing, so I'm going to make everything pretty.
I like this GM. This GM's awesome.
Okay,
Davy, what are you doing?
Well, I'm gonna yell at Mr. Arrowman back there. You're the only one left. And then I'm gonna hit him with poison spray.
Okay. What's the range on poison spray?
40 feet.
Okay, sounds
It's
good.
normally 20 feet, but I have, what is it called? Spell sniper, double range on ranged spells.
Cool. Go for it.
Oh,
1d4. Not that it'll make a difference.
I totally missed. I'm not as badass as I thought I would.
You whip your hand out from around the corner. You're like, huzzah! And a bunch of poison spray comes out of the sleeve of your robe. Unfortunately, you weren't really sure about the positioning of the guy inside the room, so you're kind of just like, ah! Just spraying it in random directions like a super soaker. and it
Yeah,
doesn't manage to
that's how it
stick.
works, right?
Anything else you want to do?
I'm gonna yell huzzah a few more times. That's about it.
I
Echoes
respond
through the
with,
hallway.
Huzzah! Huh? Why? What?
Nasan, what do you want to do?
Could you refresh my memory on movement rules, specifically ones that involve moving fast, more than your normal movement?
Moving more than your normal, I think you can take a dash action, which let me get my action list up here.
Dash is an action which allows you to move double your base move.
Yeah. And so you won't be able to do anything else if you do that.
Okay.
However, if you wanted to move and throw one of your wheels or do something like that, that would also be a possibility. I allow for improvisation with items and stuff like that if you wanted to get creative.
Okay. Readying a weapon is an action, isn't it?
It's readying a weapon
Yes.
is a free action.
I think
But
it's
you
a
can
free
only do
one, but
one.
if you do it gratuitously, yeah, you only get the one.
Yeah. 'Cause there's
And dropping a
feats that I do
weapon
too.
is also a free action.
Oh.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Well then, given that, I am going to, at this point, let my sun wheel slide to the floor, kind of catching it with my foot, dexterously. I've clearly done this a few times before, as I pull my short bow out, knock an arrow, and try and shoot at him.
Okay. Give me an attack roll.
Is he behind cover?
Yeah, that's
He
what
is. Slight.
It's disadvantage.
Not a
is it?
lot.
Or-
No, he
It's
gets
like
plus
half
2 to AC.
covered.
Okay.
1d4.
That would give me 21.
And it's a good thing you did, because that is a hit, my friend. Roll me some damage.
Okay. 7 piercing damage.
7. That, let me make sure. Oh no, I got rid of my stat block. Damn it.
So many
See,
things
this-
you
I
keep
opened
around
up
as a
so many-
GM. Yeah.
I know, there's so many things that it's like you accidentally close one. That, my friend, is a killing blow. Drop the hammer for me.
Fantastic. What? They're just basically wearing crude leather armor, is that right? Okay. Well, it hasn't got any eyes for me to shoot in, but it has got that little depression right in its brow. So we're standing on almost on one foot. My other foot is just kind of, my weight is on my heel, but my toe is kind of pointed upwards, with the sun wheel just kind of cradled in the crook, just over my ankle. I loose this arrow and smack it straight in the middle of that dimple.
It makes no sound. It falls to the floor silently with a thud.
Fantastic. It made no sound, but it fell with a thud.
It fell with a thud. I mean, it didn't vocalize a sound.
Okay.
It didn't vocalize a sound. It went, and then it just falls over silently.
Fantastic. I like this.
All right, and with that, combat is ended.
I shoulder my bow and I pick up my sun wheel,
But I was so worried about this combat.
as if this is.
Well,
like
I mean,
an
to be
everyday
fair, this
occurrence.
didn't go so great for Mormon. What HP are you sitting at right now?
I'm on 3.
Yeah, he's fine.
Yeah, so Mormon had a bit of a rough day.
He's fine.
He's currently
I
got
can-
arrows sticking out of him.
I'm guessing I could use second wind out of combat to help fix some of this.
Absolutely.
All right, that's what I'll do. So I recover 1d10 plus my fighter level HP.
Okay.
I'm watching the little bit of paper flutter.
I gain
So 6.
6.
You're up at 9 now.
There we go. Now slightly less dead.
Okay.
With
So what do you want to do?
Bow slung back over and my sun wheel in hand and held ready. I creep forward into the doorway and actually properly look around, as well as to any potential exits from the room.
Okay, give me a perception check.
Yeah, what the hell do we see in here?
Well, at this point, you would see all of the things that I mentioned previously.
Yeah, everybody can give me perception checks if they want, except for Dax.
I'm still looking down the hole.
Yeah, he's looking down the hole. So give me a perception check for the hole, though.
Oh, yeah.
I got a 20 for perception.
Ooh!
I can see
What do you
things.
see with your dwarvish eyes, Mormon?
They're taking the
Do I
Hobbit's
see
wives and
gold?
go-
Is there riches in there?
So for Nasan and Adavi, you get very basic information, although Nasan, you had a really, really good check before. So Nasan, aside from the information that you've seen previously, you just noticed that there are 4 exits to the room. 2 on the left, 1 on the right, and 1 straight ahead. Aside from that, Mormond, you see that inside the room there are several dead bodies kind of left to the left, and they've been gone through. It's clear that someone has rifled through these bodies. The clothing is pulled up and kind of just in odd positions. Like, if you ever see pictures from, like, Napoleonic combat, the soldiers always look like they're dead on the ground, but they always look like their clothes are pulled up and kind of just all over the place. It's kind of like that. On the tables, you see a number of items that appear to be sorted by type. Aside from the dead bodies laying on the floor, you see a large keg and several smaller casks off to the right-hand side of the room that have slightly begun, they're wooden, but they've slightly begun to darken as though damp. In front of the door straight ahead, which is a massive reinforced steel door with a large lock since you critted. It's got a massive lock on the front of it. There is blood running into that room, like a large amount of blood, some of it coagulated and some of it fresh. The hallway across down there, somehow you see this from a distance, but you can see that there are runes just carved and etched into the walls as though done with primitive tools. It looks like somebody has basically hatcheted them into the walls along both sides, here and here.
What do I see on the tables?
On the tables, you can see
Give us
that the back...
money.
the back left table appears to have a collection of coinage, and also, even though it's been upset, the coins have now been knocked onto the floor. It does appear as though there are several stones laying on the table.
You can't keep a dwarf away from coins and stones. You just can't.
I
have
stopped
gem
looking
nose.
down the hole.
Yeah, you didn't really see anything down the hole anyways. It was a pretty pathetic perception check.
I'd walk into the room and go, guys, I looked down the hole. Goes on a long way. It's dark. Not sure what else. Ooh, look.
Yeah, aside
stuff.
from the paper has landed, it's about 40 feet down as far as you can
it
tell.
goes down about 40 feet. Not sure what's down there. Oh, where do these dead bodies come
Mormon,
from?
You see a table in the back right, which appears to have clothing that's been sorted out and gone through. It's laying around all over the place in two separate little baskety things. On the front part right here, you see a table that's covered in what appears to be work tools, some of them very, very finely crafted. If you wanted to get a closer look, you could go up and make me a history check if you would like. And then the table to the front right here, this table is covered in all kinds of random bits and bobs and paper and small pamphlets or anything else that's basically a readable material is stacked up on the table.
All right, I'm going to roll and see what these tools are.
Okay.
Oh.
Unfortunately, all you can tell is that they are blacksmithing tools. Alternatively, Mormond, you taking a look at the table, see that the set of tools is actually immaculately crafted and of dwarvish make. They appear to have been inscribed with the face of a wolfhound almost along the sides, and they've got intricate ivory and gold lettering, filigree, running down the side. And it's the name, let's see here. Well, I'll give you the game in just, I'm sorry, I'll give you the name in just a second. I got to find the note sheet that has
While that's going on,
I'm
I'm going to stoop and inspect the bodies of the creatures that we killed. These are curious things, and they seem, well, they're literally nothing like anything I've seen before. So I'm going to spend some time looking over them. I mean, I'm fairly certain the one that is split in half is dead. Mm-hmm. And generally speaking, the one that's deflating is probably dead as well. And generally just looking over them, trying to work out, is this one actually dead? Is this one dead? What are they? Are they
Make me a medicine check, please.
Dying in ways that I'm not familiar with? Things of that nature. 8. Is Blast still running?
It is.
It doesn't work. It only works on saving throws and attack rolls. Not.
There you go.
That's fine.
You don't really determine much aside from the fact that they are all very much dead. Although you do notice, because you have so much time to just go through them, that the ones that have spilt their blood, they're bleeding out right now. All of them, actually. They appear to deflate slightly, and the flesh hangs off of their bones as the blood runs out of them. And this happens very, very rapidly in almost an unnatural way.
I would actually, especially on the ones right here, because it's not particularly damaged, but that depression in the brow has got my attention. So I'm going to reach over, and the first idea is maybe this is an eye, but a closed eye, and I'm going to try and peel it open.
Sure. Upon peeling it open, you were absolutely correct. Inside is kind of a milked over large eye that's about the size of a cue ball from a pool table. It doesn't appear to be able to see, however. From what you can tell with that medicine check, it doesn't appear to be a functioning eye. It's just there. It is connected in all the ways that you would expect an eye to be, and you even presume that they might be able to move it inside of its little sheath, which is made of thick, kind of centimeter-thick flesh that covers it and protects it, but it doesn't appear to be functional for all the amount of movement and physiology that appears to be connected, musculature and whatnot.
The others just hear me as I'm poring over them, expecting the head, just kind of mumbling to myself, but it's clear that I'm no closer to understanding what these creatures are, but they fascinate and frighten me.
Sure. Mormond, the name or the emblemage on there that you would recognize as a dwarf is Halsgard.
Halsgard.
HJALLSGARD.
I'm going to pester these 3 people that seem to be just having a party over here on the floor. Can I join their party? Are they having some nice Kool-Aid and little snack sandwiches, or what are they doing over here?
Going through the bodies, you find that 2 of them appear to be farm folk. They're dressed in the traditional garb that you've seen people wearing all over the place inside of
Do we
Woodley.
recognize them as people that we've already met?
You do not. They are not people that you have met. The third body is the body of who appears to be a town guard. He's still got his chainmail intact. It appears as though something has grabbed him from behind and snapped his neck. It's at a very, very odd angle. You don't need a medicine check to know that a neck is not supposed to bend that way unless you're an owl.
I'll mention to everyone that I think we've got some farmers here and what looks like a town guard, but what did this to his neck? Oh my goodness.
Looking
Somebody
up
just
from where
wrenched
I
him
am,
around.
I don't have much of a sight of it, but I'm not sure. Is there any identification on him?
There is. There's a small emblem that reads Corson. A little brass emblem that's up along his left shoulder in the shape of a small shield, slightly indented inwards. Not from an impact or anything, but it was crafted that way.
While they're discussing this, I go over to the table with the coins and the gems on it.
Sure.
When I came in, I was initially going for the table with the coins, but then I stopped when I noticed the tools, and I've picked one up and I'm looking at it.
Yeah, I was like,
Okay.
I don't know where to... I guess I'll go to the table that no one's at. Like, I can't go to the reading one because I'm not that intelligent, so...
But as I'm looking at it, I'm just going, this is dwarven make. I recognize the markings.
Well, we are in a
And
cave, I mentioned.
And as I carry on looking, I go, Hellsguard, so everyone else can hear it.
Yeah, dwarvish-wise, you would know that that's the name of a lower-class family from Graustein. I would assume that most dwarves would understand the structure of their culture, and they just have like an encyclopedic knowledge of all these families and how they're related. That's just how it all functions. You would know that the Hallsguard, they lived in the hills, and aside from being otherwise unremarkable as a dwarf family, several out there were remarkable smiths, and in fact, one of them had crafted tools for your father previously, for your masonry work.
As I'm looking at them, it's well made. And what sort of tools are they that I'm seeing? What for?
General blacksmithing tools, so the things that are on the table right there.
Tongs, hammers.
Yeah, so you've got
bolting
tongs, you've got hammers, you've got crucible tongs, things of that nature. A small little crucible, I don't even know what that would be called, a little crucible reservoir, essentially, that's been made out of very, very delicate metal that appears as though it probably couldn't take the heat of molted material, but in fact, it hasn't taken any damage from it. In fact, it's covered with beautiful filigree that all seems to incorporate the shapes of wolfhounds and things of that nature.
I'll carefully place back down the piece that I was examining, nodding in approval.
As for Dax, on the table, your errant spell unfortunately knocked over a whole bunch of stuff, and so you find about 50 silver coins laying on the ground. Feel free to convert those to gold if it's easier for you to remember. You also find...
Okay.
Yeah, 5 gold, sorry. You find a large piece of amber that's actually fairly pure. There's not a lot of bubbles inside of it, and it's roughly the size of like a fist. It's a very, very large piece of amber, quite beautiful. You also find a blue glass gem that has a spider inside of it that's been left in kind of an attack position. You know how spiders put their legs up before they strike? It's inside the glass bead, which is a semicircle or a semisphere, and there's a spider inside of there holding that position. And then finally, you also find a large red stone, and you don't know the type, but it's roughly the size of, I would say probably about the size of a grape.
I was hoping for a pearl, but okay, I'll put these down. So immediately I get the coins.
There's also a wedge and 2 gold coins laying on the ground along with the other stuff you found.
So 7 gold and a wedge is 10 gold, so that's 17 gold.
Yep.
Okay. In which case I split the gold up amongst us like immediately before I forget. 4 gold each.
Sure.
And there's 1 left. If everyone's okay, I'll put the 1 in with the miscellaneous stones, and once we like sell them off or whatever, we can split the proceeds with that 1. If that's cool with people. I'm just doing this out of character because it's a lot quicker.
Dax is talking about that, Narson is nodding. He doesn't seem too concerned about the splitting of the money. But now that he's had a look at the bodies, now that I've had a look at the bodies, I look up And I actually pay attention to the room. I'm looking at the ceiling, I'm looking at the walls, I'm looking at the archways around the doors.
Mm-hmm.
Is this room corrupted in the same way as the hall leading to it?
It is, although whatever the problem is that's traveling along the walls, it appears to be relegated to the ceiling sporadically, which is only about 7 feet above your head. It's actually designed in a lot of ways like a mine. Mormon would feel very, very comfortable here because it's got very low roofs. And it looks like it was excavated incredibly quickly. And in fact, in some places, it looks like the biological material has been the thing that has split the hallway and then pushed it open ever so slightly. But the roofs stay very, very low.
Whoa.
So, Dwarf, do you have any insight on this? Well, I'd say I turn around and kind of prod the wall gingerly this time, not actually trying to cut it, but clearly indicating the wall with my sun wheel.
So indicating the fleshy wall.
Yes.
It looks
and
like
it's not really thick flesh. What I want to
eating
stress
at
here
the walls.
is you've got a stone wall, and there are patches of flesh that creep along it, but there are still blank spaces where there's still stones sticking through. Sometimes it's just an errant vein that runs through, and sometimes it looks almost like a tentacled muscle almost that's embedded itself in the wall.
Oh, yeah, it talked to me earlier.
It what?
I cut
I
myself
was just
off
going to
as
answer.
Dax.
No, so I'm like, excuse me?
Well, when we were fighting earlier, and, I was doing what I do best, hiding, I kind of touched the wall, and it showed me things. Like, I saw these images, and there were, like, people walking around in weird bipedal ways with weird devices and stuff. It was strange. And it also didn't feel nice. It was a bit confusing. I almost lost control of my spell.
Whatever it is, I've never heard of anything like it.
I mean, I'll go touch the wall again if you want. My bless spell's kind of finished. Only lasts a minute.
Perhaps that would be wise, but don't put yourself at risk.
I'm not sure how that isn't putting yourself at risk if you say the wall actually showed you images.
If it looks like I'm taking damage or something, just push me away from the wall.
I stand and I start moving towards where Dax is.
Oh, before we do that, anyone got an idea what these are?
And I would like to proffer people to have a look at the 3 stones I picked up, one of which looks like plain amber, the other one of which is the blue gem with a spider in it, and one of which is a large red stone.
Get any arcana checks? Anything?
I'll walk up and take them off him and have
Hand
a
him
close
over,
look
little
at him.
man.
Yeah, the ones that Mormon takes. Mormon, did you just want to identify them? You're a master of mining, stonework, and so on and so forth. So I won't even make you check for it. I'll just assume that in your background as a dwarf and having that knowledge as a mountain dwarf, you would just know what things
Racist.
are.
Yeah, I'll just identify that one's amber, one's sapphire. I think it was.
Oh, it's glass with a spider inside of it.
Glass.
And the third one was a large garnet.
I will change those in the list to glass with spider, perfect amber, and garnet.
I take the glass and I say, I wonder what this is for, other than looking beautiful.
I would like to arcana check it.
Sure.
Likewise.
Does it look like it's a real spider in there and everything?
It's definitely a real spider.
14.
Dax,
Aw.
14 as well.
Dax and Nasan, you would know that this object is utterly mundane. Mormon appears to be off his A game right now.
This is my thing as well.
I was about to say, you've still
my
got the
things.
inspiration, but it's only going to last 10 minutes, so it's still got 8 minutes left, but there's no point on 5.
I've seen nothing. To be perfectly honest, it looks just like jewelry, and if this is simply glass, possibly not worth much. I looked at the others. Should this not be of any great value, then for personal reasons, I would quite like to keep it.
Does anybody have nature as a skill?
No. I've got survival, not nature.
No one has nature. Okay.
I'm looking at it and I go, it's quite impressive that they've managed to catch the spider in that moment like that. I wonder
That's
how
what
they
I'm
did
thinking. Yeah.
Indeed.
Maybe it's worth something because of that. I don't know. I don't mind.
Well,
Definitely not
once.
something you could make every day.
If it is, of course, then we will do what we can with it. But should it appear to be of little value, then I'd rather keep it than for the sake of a few silvers. Or if it's a gold or two, I'll buy it myself if that's all right.
Sure.
Quite a curious gem.
I don't even know how it happened, but I found my way over to the kegs and the casks and stuff, and I'm looking at them.
I don't even know.
Sure.
I don't know. It just sort of happened.
The one
Let's
on the
do
right has
spider,
been
and then
tapped,
kegs.
whereas the two on the left are pristine.
And I'm going to twist the tap a little bit. What comes out?
Sure, give me a perception check.
It is a kind of liquid.
It is.
It
wet.
is a kind of liquid.
Thick red liquid comes out.
Thick red liquid. All
I
right.
turn
well,
around and
then
without
fine.
perception checking at all, I go, is that blood?
Would you like to make a perception check to get a little more information?
I will then perception check afterwards.
Sure.
The
And
mention
then
of
go, is
blood,
it wine?
I actually look up as well.
Wine
Oh.
isn't this thick.
It is thick, but it hasn't coagulated, and even though it fills the air with that common copper kind of iron smell that blood normally has, there's something slightly off about the smell of it.
It's like blood, but not blood. I mean,
Regardless, I wouldn't immediately fill a goblet with that, Adavi.
did any of you
Definitely
see
not.
anything weird with blood with the necromancer? Maybe it's his. Did he do anything with blood?
Maybe it's from the walls.
No, the walls bleed black.
Oh, Mormon, you look a little bit hurt.
Yeah, a bit.
Do we want to take like a short rest or something just to, catch our wind? I mean, I'm almost out of spells
To be
today.
perfectly
but-
honest, little one, I'd rather not rest here. In fact, I think we've tarried here over long.
Well, we
If-
can go back up the tunnel we took. It's still open, right?
It was a cave-in.
I look
There
straight
was a
at
what?
and then I shake my head.
Why did you do that, Mormont?
I didn't do it. It just happened.
Well, what
there is
happened?
a tunnel still open, but I don't know where it leads. It was one of the forks we took.
What do you mean? You don't? Why? You've literally walked through a tunnel that looks like it's the inside of someone's throat, and you're surprised that it wasn't stable. I look at the others with a hint of, "Come on now, this is a bit of a silly line of questioning."
Oh well, I'm going to touch the wall. Okay?
Knock yourself
I
out.
guess.
You touch the wall again, and
And
once
you get
more,
knocked up.
once
goes,
more, your
"Damn
mind
it."
is flooded with images of strange places and odd cultures and peoples you've never seen before and alien creatures. And if you want to give me a perception check, I might be able to give you more.
Nine.
Okay. And what's worse than that is as you hold your hand against it, you start to see your own memories flash and start to appear, but it's not as if they're your memories. It's almost as if the wall is remembering them now.
I'm going to ask the wall very kindly, with my hand still on it and my eyes closed.
Wall? Can you show us where we are?
Did you say that out loud, or do you think it?
I think it really hard while also saying it out loud.
Okay. The wall does not respond. It feels as though this is like a transference of some kind. Like it's almost like you're speaking to water flowing through a pipe, almost.
I furrow my brow quizzically at Dax while he's addressing the wall.
Worth a try.
I say it
But
again in Goblin.
Seeing that he doesn't appear to be in any immediate danger, I actually look down to the pamphlets and papers that are right in front of me, and I begin looking with an eye to look for identification or plans or notes.
Good idea. Maybe the wall is ID.
Give me an investigation check, I suppose. Everybody that wants to work on that.
As
I'll go take a look.
No fact. Doesn't speak
Nasan, as you're going through, you're cycling through the papers, and you just move too quickly, and you give yourself a nasty paper cut, and it just distracts you completely from your ability to go through the pile.
You paper cut your throat. You take 10d6 damage.
That's a pretty miserable investigation check. Adavi, as you go through, you find several things that stand apart from the rest. The rest appear to be, I mean, a lot of it's just loose paper, and you get the feeling that maybe they've been snatching people while they're going off to the bathroom in the forest or something like that, because a lot of it's just blank paper with no function whatsoever, or just random objects. However, amongst some of the random little things that you're going through, there are some of them look a bit like a journal, perhaps, but underneath those, you find 2 scraps of paper that you think almost instantly will be useful. They appear to be magical inscriptions of some kind.
Oh, can I tell what they are?
Arcana, please.
Come on, something better than a 3. There we go, 21.
Nice.
Going through quickly, you actually recognize this really, really quickly, having casted magic and understood magic your whole life. The one that you first take out is an inscribed bit of paper that appears to be... You study it for a moment. It appears to be a magic missile scroll. Although there are things that have been added to it that lead you to believe that perhaps it's not just a simple magic missile scroll. It might have had some extra alterations or embellishments added to it. The second bit of paper is a scroll of Dispel Magic.
Okay, I'm gonna tell Dax that we found some magic scrolls here. Ask him, would you like a magic missile spell?
Sure.
I'll give him the magic missile spell.
What level is the spell? Basic magic missile of level 1, but I don't know what this is.
Based on his Arcana check, I will tell you that it casts at a 3rd level.
I will translate this so that it sounds both competent but also in character.
I don't think I have the spell slot to be able to cast this, which means that it'll be a bit dicey. I mean, maybe, do you want to trade for, I don't know what the other one is, but this one's pretty...
To clarify, with his Arcana check, Adavi, you would know that these are single-use items. They're not meant for inscribing or anything like that into a spell book. You simply would just read the incantations that are on them, and the spell comes out the backside of the scroll.
So it doesn't take up a spell slot, you're saying?
No, it's a consumable item. Kind of a backup spell for mages.
If they work like normal spell scrolls, then if you have one that is above a spell slot you have, then you aren't as like au fait with how powerful it is, so you have to make a roll. And it's something like you roll a d20 plus your intelligence, and it has to be over the level of the spell scroll.
Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and hand wave that one. Since you got somebody who's like...
I don't say that,
you got
I
somebody
go,
who's
cool.
like, his Arcana roll was good enough to where I would figure he would like describe, and I'm not going to worry about that.
Okay, well you can just rule that the spell itself is like a level 1 spell, but it's been boosted. And it's just used
that's
spell
what I meant by the embellishment.
Okay,
thing
cool.
is that...
Because if it's level 3, then that's... Yeah, so I'm instead of saying that, I go...
thank you very much.
Yeah, I would call it basically a reinforced magic missile almost, or like a... Whoever inscribed this spent extra time on it to make it act as though it was higher level, but it's still...
I fold it up, and I put it inside... Like, let me check. I've got enough... how big is the scroll? Like, is it a big scroll, or...?
It's about the size of, like, a page out of, like, an encyclopedia book. It's not huge, but it's a reasonably large page.
Can I fit it in there?
Depends how many times you want to fold it, I mean.
Not enough that it'll damage the scroll.
Nah, it's pretty durable. It's made out of good parchment.
Yeah, I'll stuff it in there, then. So if, like, someone, like, takes my weapons off me, I've still got a harmonica, and I can be like, haha.
Yeah, no one's ever going to smash your harmonica.
Magic missile.
Except for everyone in the party.
Yeah. I also, I take my hand off the wall. I've just realized I've been leaving my hand on the wall.
So
It's,
pocketing the...
it was looking at my memories.
It was what?
Yeah.
How long was it looking at your memories? What did it see?
Oh, just, my childhood, my loving family. That time I won the award for best spelling goblin in Graustein. You know, standard stuff.
And with this, I just turn and walk away and go look at some of the doors.
Yeah.
Well, that's all been going on. I've literally tuned out. About the moment Dax started talking, I stopped listening at that point. Like, when Dax starts to sound like he's weaving a yarn, brain goes boop. I've gone over to the body of the archer, and I'm basically looking at what salvageable gear it has.
Sure. You find around 12 arrows that have all been put into a quiver that's made out of a strange substance. Aside from that, the bow is laying there on the ground. It hasn't been damaged in any way.
What type of bow does it look to be?
It's a short bow as far as you can tell. It's been crafted. It's actually been forged, which is very, very odd because you don't think you've ever seen anything like that before. But it's been forged in a way where it's obviously been hammered. There are rough edges all over it. And the string, as you look at it, appears to be made out of something, but you'll need perception checks to get any further.
As I walk past, I look at the bow and go,
Might be of use sometime to me. I mean, I can use a bow.
Critical.
That's a
20.
nice roll.
Looking through the bowstring, you find that it's made of woven blonde hair.
Oh, the hair. Does it look like the hair of an animal, like fur, or the hair
It's
of a...
human. It's
of course
human.
it is. Of course it
You
is.
critically succeeded. You also find that the quiver appears to be made of flesh, like leather that does not look like it came from a pig.
Okay,
It may have come from a pig-like thing, but not a pig.
As I step towards Noson looking at the bow and go,
Oh, I actually could do with a bow.
I assume like your expression changes and I go,
Okay, maybe not.
My expression, my brow furrows, but I actually don't seem particularly put off by this.
of course it's you.
Okay.
Noson has led a storied life.
In which case, I'll be like,
Oh, you know, I could do with a bow at some point, I guess.
I actually, given my perception, I test out the cord, the bowstring. I just pluck on it, test the tension. Does it seem like a good bowstring? Does it
seems
have
to be
any
functioning
properties
as well?
that seem superior to what I've got?
But the moment your hand touches the metal part to inspect it, you pick up the metal section of the bow, the shaft as it were, or the haft, or whatever you call it on a bow. You pick that up. You get a tremendous feeling of unease, almost nauseous, sick to your stomach, almost. As though there's a nastiness in this weapon embedded somewhere.
You okay,
It doesn't
Nelson?
seem particularly magical, but it off-puts you.
I seem a little bit uneasy. Like there's a sort of queasy look that passes across my expression, especially behind my eyes, but then gets suppressed as if someone is forcing back seasickness. I shake my head. Yes, I'm fine though. I don't think you want this, but
Oh, okay. Maybe
I don't
the
think
next one.
anyone wants.
Is it
these weapons.
cursed?
You sure you don't want to sell it, Dax? I bet it would catch a nice bit of
no-
gold.
No, he won't be selling it. I wouldn't feel right passing this on. This doesn't seem magical to me, but this
Mind if I...
it's made of human hair.
Oh.
If you're curious, I'm not I wouldn't be surprised if this thing is haunted. I just drop it down and stand
Well,
back up.
I could actually tell if things have got certain properties and stuff, although often
By all
curses are...
means,
Sadly, I need a pearl that's worth like 100 gold, and of course, I don't have a pearl that's worth 100 gold. Which is kind of lame.
then you can't do it then.
No. But if we find a pearl, we can have a look.
And I continue walking
Didn't
towards
the,
her.
Would a
didn't the
black
lady
girl
in the
do?
crypt have some
One of my
pearls?
elders used to have he hated people like you, Dex. You either
A lot
can
of
do a thing or
people
you
do.
can't. If you can't do it, then you can't do it. There are no ifs or buts.
Clearly there are ifs or buts.
You know who I'm talking about, Adavi. Mind you, he didn't like you either.
I just laugh at that. Meanwhile, I'm going to head up towards this big door up here. You said it was looking really weird, like it had some blood seeping under the door somewhere.
Yes. There is a lot of blood in front of the door and drag marks along the bases of the walls. so down along like foot level, and then on top of that, it appears as though the dirt has been shifted in the direction towards the door.
Does it look like bodies have been dragged into that door?
Yeah, that's my passive way of saying that bodies have definitely been drugged this way.
Okay. I'm going to relay that to the group, that it looks like bodies have been dragged through this door. We should probably check it out.
You notice that the sound that you're making appears to be getting sucked towards the runes in the walls. Like, it feels as though, rather than reverberating properly, you still make noise and people can still hear you, but it feels like when it makes contact with the walls, it doesn't bounce back and forth like sound waves normally do. It feels like the runes that have been chiseled into the walls are absorbing that sound, almost.
I'm standing up from this body. I'm looking around, seeing the others moving to the doors. I see a Darby moving towards the runes. Cast at a glance, but ultimately I move past him and I head to this door.
Okay.
And I would like to make a perception check without opening the door, basically leaning up against it, listening, that sort of thing.
Can I do the same to my door?
Which door are you doing?
The one I'm up against next to the barrels.
Sure.
This one at the top is a big heavy metal door, isn't it?
It is.
I'm going to walk up and say, let's have a look at this. And see if it's openable or it's locked or whatever.
Okay.
I rolled an 18 on perception.
I got 15.
All right. So Nasan, you hear nothing, just silence behind the door, with the occasional sound of maybe dropping water coming from a ceiling and impacting the floor. But aside from that, you don't hear anything on the opposite side. Although with a check like that, slightly off to your left, the door that's like 15 feet off to the left, you think you hear a slight shout for a moment, or some kind of voice.
The one off to my left, that
yes,
is
the one at the bottom left of the room. This one.
I seem to... momentarily, I seem as if I'm about to push this door open, and then I stop. I turn my head, and then I wander off towards that door.
Okay, my door?
Your door. You hear the sound of torches burning. And other than that, nothing.
Can I open it a crack and have a look?
Mm-hmm.
Stealthy open.
Okay.
Roll stealth.
Yeah, roll stealth.
Really stealthy.
You are as stealthy as a grenade.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how stealthy you are when a door has been fastened improperly and just has not been ever oiled. And so it creaks loudly as the door opens. Looking inside, you see a hallway with two torches burning.
I look very agonizingly upset towards Dax and the now open door. What do we see down the hallway?
You see two torches. You're at the door with Dax?
No. I just look toward him as he makes all this noise with his door.
Dax looks down a hallway that's only about, 20 feet long. There's two torches burning on the opposite sides, however, of a fork that goes off to the right.
What's off to the right?
Peeking off to the right, you see a box with a door that appears to be made out of rough-hewn wood. It's about 6 feet tall. It looks like it's a door of some kind that goes into somewhere else.
Guys, I found a wardrobe. It could go to Narnia.
With the creaking of the door, I wince for a moment, but it's out of frustration. And looking back, seeing Dax move off and the others turning to her, I don't quite call out, but I speak, but it's at a measured volume. Clearly, I'm trying not to make too much noise. Davi, moment. I think I heard someone shouting down behind this door. It sounded distant.
At this, I turn back around to him and make my way over.
I nod towards Nasan, but I head towards Dax. I'm actually going to try to grab onto Dax and not let him head down this hallway too far.
As I approach, I say, do you think it's a person?
Well, it didn't sound like an insect, if that's what you mean. It wasn't a series of clicks. It sounded like someone was calling out. I'm going to creak this door open just a sliver and see what's beyond it.
Dax, come on back. Let's not split up.
I was just looking what's down here. I've got a closed door and a...
Let's come back.
Why, have you found something?
And I come back.
Have you found
opening up the door, Nasan, you just see a hallway that leads in and then curves slightly to the left.
Okay.
Now that you've opened the door, you do hear the sound of mumbling or talking of some kind.
Can I tell the language?
Make me a flat intelligence check, please.
Okay. $14.
Not bad. It's Hellenian. You don't know what he's saying, but it's definitely in the guttural consonant-filled
The
language.
same sort of accent that the Hellenians before.
Exactly.
I'm not familiar with the language, but I would swear for all the world, whoever's making that sound, Hellenian, perhaps? Dax, come here. And I start stepping down. I creep forward.
I would like to stealth forward so that I can be next to Noson.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would like to roll the stealth as well. I'm actively trying not to be too obvious.
Okay, 14 and 12.
Yes, Noson? What's that
Can you hear
sound?
that? Is that Hellenian? You were speaking with some Hellenians earlier.
I mean, they spoke common, so...
Do I recognize it as Hellenian? Because I was speaking to them earlier, like the other day.
Yeah, if you want to make the same check that Nasan gave me, the intelligence check.
Oh. Intelligence. Oh, flight intelligence. There we go.
Yes, that's definitely Hellenian. I don't know anything
You know
more
that they're
than that,
speaking
though.
Hellenian, but yeah, exactly.
I was going to say Hellenian anyway, regardless.
Yeah, I know. But inside, you know that you're actually right.
Okay.
I'm going to roll an insight on.
Wow.
25.
Ooh, you blast that one wide open. You know that he's being sincere and that he actually recognized it as Hellenian. He's not trying to bullshit you.
Okay.
He didn't follow up his comment with a stupid grin.
I don't actually speak Hellenian.
No, but it's the accent. They speak in a certain way.
Wait, that necromancer we saw earlier.
Was the necromancer we saw earlier like humanoid shape, just human, or was he like big?
He was a average-sized human being, and his robes hung on him as though he was of a lighter build.
Wow, that dude we saw earlier didn't seem to be like at least native Hellenian. He wasn't like a sea giant or anything. Doesn't necessarily mean that this guy isn't, but...
Doesn't sound like chanting. It sounds like talking. Moment, Adavi. I'm going to head down this corridor. You're welcome to stay, though. It would probably be best if we don't split up.
I definitely
follow.
in favor of
I
us
say
not splitting
quietly.
up.
Not,
With that,
do you mind if I follow you? I can see in the dark.
by all means.
So I can lead you in the dark without having
I just
to
creep around.
Hold a torch or something. Are you holding a torch?
Yeah, I am holding a torch, yeah.
Do you mind if I get up 20 paces ahead of you so I'm not in the torch?
I'm not going to...
directly?
I mean this in no disrespect, Dax. We are a small creature in the darkness. The Hellenians that we saw were hunters, and if by some providence they've entered this place from a different direction and are hunting quarry, and you're stalking them in the dark, I'd much sooner let them know we're here.
Okay, I go on with Nos.
And with that, I'm just going to keep creeping forward.
I draw my sword and... Well, actually, I probably never put it away. I'm still holding my sword, and I follow them.
Sure.
I saw them
As you
extended.
creep around the corner, and you look down a hallway to the right, we're going into storyline mode right here because this side of the map wasn't fully developed. As you creep down around the corner, do you want to peer around?
Mm-hmm.
You see a hallway which runs down. And are you holding a torch? Who's holding a torch?
I'm holding a torch.
You're holding a torch. Looking in, you see what appears to be a jail cell with a massive man sitting up against the wall who looks up quickly when he sees the torch. Who's there?
Do I
Let me
recognize
out
him?
or I swear.
Hold.
It'll be your death. Come and get me. Come inside.
Do I recognize him or recognize the voice from the guys that we spoke to at the pub?
You do not recognize the voice.
Okay.
Hold, whoever you are, we have just come upon this place. I hear you're shouting from another room, and I step out to where he can see me, torch held high.
I step out and wave.
He begins to shift from the floor, and you can tell that this jail is not for him. He is much too large for it. It is a cramped space for this man. He stands roughly on the upper side of 7 feet to a low 8 feet tall. This is a large man. For a Hellenian, he's kind of average sized, but there's fear in his eyes when he stands up, although he seems to be trying to repress it. You must leave this place. Run! Go!
Who were you talking to before?
I'm rolling an insight on this fella, just to kind of gauge his emotional state right now. 21.
He is sincere. He appears to...
Like, how frightened does he appear? Because there's, like, grades of fear.
Yeah, you know that Hellenians don't really show fear. They are an adventurous people who tend to look at it and that they see it as an opportunity for a saga or a great story, and that's what they all live for, is chasing down that tail. This man appears to have had enough of the story. He wants to get back to town and drink ale, essentially. This is not what he signed up for.
I'd like to skip this chapter.
Seeing this, I hold up my hand to him. There are people with me. Moment, Adavi, make sure nothing comes up from that room. And then I start stepping forward.
Who were you talking to before?
My captors. I find it eases the mind to speak at them as though they hear me at all times. He seems to be shouting at the walls.
I'll go back into the main room just to watch for anything coming through any other doors.
What does his cell look like? Like, has it got the flashy walls, or is it just like a cell?
Inside the cell, there are some small fleshy protrusions which appear to have crept along faults and cracks in the walls, but this room seems somewhat lessened, as though maybe perhaps it was built more recently, or cleaved more recently, or faulted more recently, and whatever the flesh is hasn't fully had time to creep on in.
Okay. Well,
Also of note is that the cell doesn't seem to be like, this man is large. It seems as though if he really wanted to put his weight into it, he probably could have escaped. If he had wanted to.
Well, why are you here?
I'm already moving forward to inspect the lock on the door of the cell.
He shrugs. There's no escaping now.
What do you mean? How were you captured? Who did capture you?
I was hunting in the evening. I find it is easier to hunt. One of them crept up and slashed one of my legs. He motions downwards to his leg.
One of what? Just our interest.
Flashy things, no eyes,
bastards.
weird depression in the brow. One of those.
Those little gray bastards. A little horde of them overtook me. Dragged me down a hole that opened up nearby where I was hunting.
Well, as I'm saying this, I'm looking at the lock, and I'm out of a fold in my robes. I produce a small set of, fairly well maintained lockpicks.
Yeah, sure.
And while I'm looking
at
the lock, I'm just kind of murmuring entering into the conversation. Well, their throng is 4 less at the moment, and I try to pick the lock.
He snorts as you say that. It doesn't matter. I've been here for some time. Shortly the night we arrived, I was taken on my first hunt. It pops open easily. Like, this lock is really no challenge for you, which is a quick turn to the left and snap, and
you are on your rolls,
and it just pops right off.
I know. 25 on the inside, 21 on the second inside, and 21 on the thieves' tools. My God. I'm using up all my good luck, though. We're going to get
that wisdom score.
All ones. I will die squealing like a pig.
The door, which was under pressure from the lock, when it goes ting and kind of pops off, the lock detaches from the 2 halves. It slides open with just a creak.
Wow,
he starts to stand to his feet.
Did they teach you that in the Abbey?
No, they didn't. And I quickly pocket the tools, getting up, and I kind of give Dax a little bit of a sheepish grin.
Dax is giving you a kind of admiring smile, like that was really quick.
Hands moving with practiced ease. So I stand up and I guess I look up at the Hellenian.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what's he wearing?
As of right now, he's wearing the traditional garb. He appears to have been stripped of all of his equipment. He doesn't have like any items or weapons or anything like that. Instead, he's wearing a typical Hellenian cloth kind of kilt almost that goes all the way down to the knee, although it folds at the center very, very differently than a kilt does. Like one side overlays the other and kind of tucks in, and it's got kind of like a J-shaped fold in the front that goes down to about the knee. It's purple cloth that's been rung around the edges with kind of a turquoise color in various Hellenian designs.
One moment to confer with my compatriot, if you do not mind, Mr. What's your name?
Asher.
Asher.
And I turn to Nos, go to like put my arm around his shoulder and realize that I'm like at waist level. So like put it around the back of his knee and go,
we take him with us and arm him? We've got weapons in our room.
Well, I have no intention of leaving him or anyone else here at the mercy of those creatures.
They go down the hallway when they take my things and also when they take the other prisoners.
The hallway we came from?
No, the other direction. They go to the right. That is where they took my things.
Well, for the moment, we've got some crappy weapons that they dropped. If you want to use those, we can go look for your things, I guess.
I look to the man, and it's clear in my face. There's no attempt to hide this expression. It's like, that's a bad idea.
He sniffs and he goes, I've no desire, Luke. He kicks the door of the cell, made from the same metal as their little weapons.
was the shield, you said they had wooden shields, were they made of metal?
No, it was like an old rotted wood, almost as though it was taken from roots.
Well, they had some shields, if you can use a shield. Those were made of those irons.
When he
rather
mentioned... Oh, go ahead, sorry.
He pushes past you, Nassan, and out the door and goes, I'd rather reclaim my... I will go to the right and see where they have taken the others who shared this cell with me.
Hold. We'll go together. Stand better chance at finishing them off that way. But it's clear that I'm now interested in the cell itself after something he said. And I reach out, hesitant at first, but then I grasp one of the bars.
Yeah. You're filled with the same uneasy feeling that you got when you lifted up the bow. Something deep down inside of you appears to be tweaked, and this is wrong. Just kind of triggers in your head.
Swallow heavily, and turn my head and then just spit.
Are you okay now, son? You look like you're coming down with something.
As if like my mouth had just been filled with saliva. It's like, there is a sickness in this metal, and it touches my mind every time I just step away. I can see why you didn't push your way out. I had been wondering.
The complex rumbles once more underfoot. A small shudder.
Adavi? Can you do
Adavi,
that, like,
moment.
detect magic-y thing?
Well, it depends if we've refreshed any of our stuff since last time.
Detect magic's a ritual, right?
We've also got a scroll for it.
Well, that's dispel magic.
That's dispel magic.
Oh, sorry.
But if detect magic's a ritual, you can cast it as a ritual without using a spell slot, I believe.
Yeah, I don't know how that works.
Let me look at ritual casting real
Take
fast.
10 minutes.
It is a ritual, yeah.
You basically spend 10 minutes meditating on the spell, and then cast it without using a spell slot. So it's something you can do if you've got time to spend doing it, rather than in the moment.
It's why like the ritual spells are actually useful, because instead of going, oh, I use one of my 3 spells a day to do this one thing at this one time that might not have been useful, you can be like, look, I'll just spend 10 minutes out of combat in an unimportant situation and use it.
Oh, then by all means. Hell yeah.
If we want to spend 10 minutes here, we can have a look at the metal and see if it's magical or something, but I don't know about spending 10 minutes.
Hellenian Asher shakes his head, his long black hair kind of matted behind him. He's been laying on a wet surface essentially for the last couple days. The earth underneath is just kind of nasty, and it's not dry in any sense. We're pretty deep down into the earth at this point where water starts to eke into everything. He shakes his head, slight mud caked on him. We should go. I want to gather that I can tell you this without any magics. No finger wiggling necessary. It's made of something unnatural. When they take the other prisoners away, I expected screams, some kind of lamentation. Nothing. You ever heard a prisoner dragged away in silence? Not a single word spoken? What happened to them?
We'll find out.
There
were belongings, clothing, a few bodies back there. Maybe some of them were your companions back in the room we just came from, down the hall. Perhaps you should check there first. Identify them if you can. They didn't look alien to me, but I make no assumptions.
He crouches down slightly when you say that, and you note that his head is basically, he has to kind of lean over. That, and you get that feeling that's why he wasn't standing in the cell or anything like that. With his head slightly leaned to the side, he gets down into a low crouch, and that way. He points the opposite direction, so to the left, the way that you came from. Down that way?
Yes.
I'll return. And he creeps away as silently as an 8-foot man who probably weighs upwards of 300 pounds can creep.
Doom.
So,
Doom.
when I had looked down the other way before we came down here, there was a weird, wardrobe? Like a big chest with a door that was about 6 foot tall in a room?
Did you open it?
No, I didn't want to disturb anything.
Wise.
Just in
We'll
case
have a
his
look.
horse was rusty.
I'm gonna roll perception, just for sounds. I'm trying to listen.
Sure.
16. Can
You hear his
anything?
footsteps carry off into the distance,
Mhm.
and you hear them stop, and you assume that means that he's reached his destination. And other than that, you don't really hear much else.
I'm looking, by the way, if sorcerers get ritual casting, because apparently they may not.
Listening for around. I look down to Dex.
They probably don't, as far as I can tell. I
Okay.
think bards, clerics, druids, and wizards do.
Yeah, sorcerers don't appear to have it.
Okay. So unfortunately, I can only do that a couple times a day.
Those creatures moved with some purpose, Dex. I recommend that we stick together wherever we go. But
Agreed.
we should see wherever
My
his
offensive
companions
punch
left.
is a bit limited now. I've only got one last resort of power, and I'd rather save that for a heal in case someone gets injured.
Of course.
Nelson, you hear the
limited.
footsteps coming back your way.
Okay. I look up expectantly.
He comes around the corner, still crouched over, kind of using his arm to move around the wall, because he's much too large for this space. This is not an environment that was built for this man. He comes back and says, with a concerned look on his brow, "No companions of mine."
No.
Do you recognize them at all?
Farmers from the look of them. Probably snatched the same way I was, but they never saw my cell.
No.
By the way, did I get a look at their faces?
You did.
Cool. Because just FYI, I will be remembering that so that if we go back and we try and say we found some bodies, etc., I can then minor illusion of face and be like, this is what they look like, just so we can try and
Okay.
identify them later.
Sure.
Well, if we're going to move on, we'd best do it now. You said they went this way, and I point to the direction he'd indicated.
A scowl crosses his face. Yes. He actually takes off in that direction pretty quickly for a man that's crouched.
I follow.
Okay. As you
Holding
come
the
around, do the
torch
rest of you
aloft.
follow?
Yes.
Coming around the corner, you see two of the random creatures, the fleshy creatures who have just come around a corner and now being face to face with an 8-foot-tall sea giant, are backpedaling and recoiling.
I charge one with my
He
rapier.
reaches out. Oh, it's too late. He's already
Okay.
grabbed one by the throat and slammed it into the other one, fully detaching its esophagus, which is still in his hand by the time the other one crashes into the wall. The one that leans into the wall from the weight of the body that was thrown at him, the sea giant quickly raises a foot and crushes his head against the wall with a sickening squelch.
I'm
Well,
gonna write a
that
song about that.
Was unpleasant.
He turns, "I don't like these creatures."
I vote
I
Ashley
was
takes
already
point.
with my sword, and I just put it down and leaning on.
He reaches the end of the
just, like,
hallway
towards me.
and looks to the right,
Yeah, what
and
are
he
we
motions
seeing
with
as
two
we're
fingers.
going down this hall? Are there more cells there, or is his the only cell?
It's the only cell. It's just an empty area. Although, once again, you notice how this area seems to have been opened up recently. Mormon, you would know it was not done by a pick or an axe or any sort of tool. It appears as though afterwards someone has come along and smoothed the dirt and stone slightly, but judging from the shape and the way that it zigzags back and forth, it appears as though it's just been opened up as a crack in the earth.
And does this area also have the flesh along the walls and the ceiling?
It does. Not along the ceiling quite so much, but along the walls, there are strands of kind of muscled, pulsating flesh. All of them anchored with spikes that kind of dig in almost, or protrusion like thumbs, or kind of like fleshy bits that dig into the walls.
I'm
Like
gonna do
they're
my
probing.
best to keep my roundness away from the walls.
Like,
As we walk, I'm saying this was not made in the normal way.
What do you mean the
It's
normal way?
almost as if it's almost as if the rock just opened this way, but it's simultaneously too ordered and not ordered enough to be either natural or entirely man-made.
So it's dwarvish.
No,
Mormon,
we'd make this much more straight and well made.
give me a perception check regarding the muscled tentacle bits that are along the walls.
What check was it?
It's a taste
Perception.
check. You want to perceive it with your sense of taste.
Then you will remember
Yeah,
all the
it's a
taste
perception
it's ever
taste
had.
check.
You roll muscled tentacles.
Oh, you've
And-
never tasted anything like this.
Yeah, this is
Um,
amazing.
Aside from the information you've already gleaned, you start looking at the anchor points where the flesh is digging into the wall, and you note that any place where the flesh is making contact with the wall, there appears to be a thick, oily mixture of mud and something else underneath it. Every now and again, the tentacle dives into it almost, and if you look very closely, you can see small fingers that attach to that material, and also seem to be open to it in a way, almost feeding from it maybe.
I suppose I go, wait, look at this, and I go over to it, and so there's this sort of like soily material that is just sort of removable.
It's like soil that's been infused with a thick liquid. Like it's got kind of oil, like when you add the oil almost to like a brownie batter or something like that. It's got kind of like that consistency almost.
Tasty.
I saw those eyebrows.
I like pat myself down for some random implement that I can just like scrape a bit off with.
I hand him a spoon.
Oh, thank you. And I just get a spoonful of this stuff, and then hold it out for people to see.
Did you take it out from underneath one of the tentacles?
I took it out from the sort of most exposed part.
Okay.
Does anyone make anything of this? I look at it myself because I guess I would
Hopefully not chicken soup.
potentially have some knowledge. Yeah, I don't think you want to eat this.
To be honest, Moment, you
maybe
know
that stuff
more
does.
of the earth than I.
I'll take
The
a good
bottom of
look
the
at it.
spoon has started to fill up with a black-red liquid.
You can keep that spoon.
Remind me not to eat at Mormon's house.
Yeah, once I've had a good look at it and I don't think there's anything more to be learned, I just drop the spoon.
Okay. It clangs to the floor. The Hellenian who's up ahead looking down a corner looks back at you, very quickly hearing the clanging noise before he moves around the corner and out of sight.
Looking at the
I
like,
pick up
does
the
it
spoon.
just soak into the ground,
It does.
or is it like a
It-
syrup?
It's
is it-
a thick, syrupy material that takes a while to actually infiltrate the
I
soil.
lower my torch to it.
Yeah. Upon lowering your torch, do you want to put it right up next to it?
Yeah.
It begins to solidify or coagulate in some way along the side where the heat is closest.
Like
it starts
the
to
stuff in
develop
the
kind
barrel?
of a. Yes. It just starts to develop kind of a crusty rind along the outside where the heat is applied.
That looks like the stuff that was kept in those barrels.
Not the reaction I was expecting, to be honest.
Why would they keep blood from the tentacle monsters soil in a barrel? I'm so confused.
Dex. Yeah. Those questions, I don't think they're going to have answers that we can give.
I suggest we don't lose our Hellenic friend.
I cast
Agreed.
Sacred Flame on the spoon.
Okay. It burns up. The material does. You hear the sound of rustling through. You hear the creaking of something opening and rustling through stuff from the direction he went.
I move on at a pace. I actually run to catch up.
Okay. Coming around a corner, you see he's inside of a stock room of some kind, which is filled with the same barrels that you saw in the previous room. Dozens of them, lined up along the walls.
Oh.
In addition, there are several chests sitting around in crates and boxes, and he appears to be peering inside of them. He looks to the side, and catching his eye, he sees a spear leaning up against the wall, and he grabs it. He tests it a few times, swinging it back and forth, mumbles something about his arm being complete again, before looking around, going through a much larger chest. He appears to be sliding
While
some
he's doing
kind of
this,
armor out of it.
I go up to like one of the barrels and I try and lift the top thing off, but I'm not really high enough, so I can't get any leverage. And instead, I go and I just follow him around. Like every time he goes past a barrel and then opens it and goes no, I just go up to the barrel and peer in and look for good stuff.
Oh, he's not opening the barrels. He's opening the crates.
Okay, the crates then.
Yeah. Inside the crates, you see collections of cloth and random bits and bobs. It's kind of the same weird collection of things you saw in the front room. It may be worth going through.
How many people have they murdered to get this much stuff? Like, at an estimate from the amount of stuff I'm seeing and the amount of barrels that also have, or crates that have equal
Investigate,
stuff.
I guess. Start putting the clues
investigation check for me,
Okay.
please.
They've murdered at least 5 people.
Yeah, 2 or 3 people, as far as you can tell.
I mean,
It seems to match up with the people in the front room. This might have all been from them.
2 or 3. The people in the front room had a very large wardrobe, but it seems like they've got all their stuff here.
How many crates are in this room? Just guesstimate.
3 or 4.
I sigh, and I look to the Hellenian. Yours? Or your companions? Do you recognize
He holds
this?
up the armor that he's been dragging out of the chest and looks at him, my items, and begins strapping on this studded leather armor that is decorated with feathers that are now slightly more crushed. It appears as though whoever packed this away didn't really take care with it, but it's decorated with kind of ceremonial leaves and feathers and stuff like that that stick off of the shoulders and from like the belt line. And
Is there any more
And he's
How
stuff?
many
starting
was your party?
I hunted by myself, but inside my cell there were 3 others. Humans,
see.
little folk. He points at Nasan, like you.
I seem to just take this at face value. They're like, yeah, I am little compared to you. Okay, well, I move around and I start investigating the crates myself. Though I'm not simply looking for clothing and that sort of thing. I'm looking for belongings, equipment, that kind of stuff.
Is there another?
To a degree.
Is there another exit from this room, the storeroom, or is it just one way in, one way out?
Just the one way in, one way out.
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
looking
I'm gonna-
for other interesting things as well, by the way.
I'm going to keep an eye on the hallway we came down, make sure nothing else is following us.
Sure.
I look around the room and say, what was the point of all this?
They obviously wanted
Go
a very
ahead.
large clothes collection.
Give me, I guess, investigation checks from everybody that's going through stuff.
Would it be investigation if I'm just looking for things rather than trying to decide why someone died?
That's true. I guess you don't have to make a check since you guys are taking time and going through things. There's a chest off to the side that's in the classical shape. Dax, as you're going through, there's clothing and things piled on top, but as you get down to the bottom, you find a pouch that's been squirreled away. Someone's wrapped it in cloth and kind of put it down in there, and it's got quite a bit of money inside of it. Sitting down, you see 6, 7 wedges.
6 or 7.
I know, this is an important number.
6 or 7.
We'll go with 7.
Okay, 70 gold worth of stuff in there. I look at the pouch, like...
5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I put the pouch somewhere for later to discuss with the group when the Hellenian isn't in, like, vocal range, if we should be sharing it with him as well. I'm not sure what the etiquette is in these situations.
Sure, sleight of hand.
I'm not trying to hide it. If someone sees, I will say.
Oh, okay.
Seeing
Upon
Dax
hearing the
doing
jingling
that, I
point,
actually
everybody
turned-
hears jingling. There you go,
Yeah.
so people
I
can
turned
react
to
how they
the
want.
Hellenian. Have you found everything you came with? What did you have any other equipment with you other than your weapon, your armor?
He motions to a pack which appears to be leaning up against the wall. My provisions, I went into the forest for a hunt, and that's where they took me. Aside from that, no, I didn't plan to be gone for more than a few hours. I brought basics with me,
Do
but
you remember the way they took you down here?
no. He motions at at Nossan's torch brought me in pitch black, like moving through the abyss.
When that jingling happened, Mormon's head snapped round to look at the source of it, and seeing Dax pocket it, he gives him a look of.
I see you and go, like it's okay, like, you know, share it later. I don't know why I'm doing that. Like, we don't have watches in this universe, so like maybe sundials or something.
You've got a sundial, a massive sundial mounted on your wrist, like Flavor Flav style. It's the only way we can tell time in D&D.
Do I notice the Hellenian notice this? Like the stuff that Dax is doing? Is he aware of it?
The Hellenian looks over at Dax, but doesn't seem intensely interested.
I can continue rifling through things. Like, I'm legitimately looking for equipment rather than wealth. Sure. And I just kind of, speaking towards the Hellenian, but not, trying to hide it. I muse, fascinates me. People's lust for money. One day they'll learn they can't eat it.
You find amongst when you're going through things, you find a spool of silk, fine white silk that appears to be embroidered with white filigree. I don't know if that's called. I guess it's just embroidery. It's got white embroidery running along the edges. It appears as though it may have been intended for some kind of special ceremony, or perhaps for some activity. Aside from that,
look at it.
Mormon, were you going through stuff? Mormund? I think we lost him.
Mormund.
Mormund! No!
Mormund has died!
Mormund drops dead.
I beckon Mormon over.
But behind him, the wall. Just like a...
I beckon Mormon over then, and I point to one of the crates nearby that I haven't had a chance to get through yet. And he's fully dropped from the core.
This is canon now. The wall. We've just been completely, dismissing it this whole time. It seemed so harmless. But then the moment we weren't looking, it just peeled open, and it's like a sandworm's mouth, just loads of razor sharp, little crispy. And just,
he's gonna tell.
Is this a good time to go to a break then? Because the cameras are everywhere now.
Yeah, let me go ahead and take a break. Just be aware that you didn't find anything else other than the silk and the wedges. There appears to be a long, well-crafted dagger in there. But I mean, other than that, there's not a whole lot else in the room. The rest of it appears to be loose clothing, random sandals, boots, things of that nature.
Okay, then there was no armor whatsoever. There was a couple of weapons and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
There was the bolt of silk, there was the wedges, and there was the
I'm loading up
embroidered
the
silk.
stream now to see what the cameras look like.
They're pretty terrible.
And this meanwhile, by the way,
I am now half of a dungeon master. I feel the power flowing through me.
Since everyone's distracted with all the opening crates and disappearing Mormon into the fleshy walls, I'm just casually in the hallway, casting dancing lights and having them go back and forth down the hall, just taking a look and see what's around.
Yeah, since Nossan is now the GM, I think you should make Dax make a perception roll.
Yeah, Dax. Perception, please. And while you're at it...
The wall has devoured your friend, Dax.
Dexterity save as well.
The perception check allows you to know that we are going on a break to fix our cameras and get our Benny back. We will see you all in about 5-8 minutes in there somewhere. Be sure to check out the Patreon if you haven't had a chance yet. Give a little thought to supporting the show if you really, really enjoy what we do here, because we love doing this for you. And we will see you when we return for the conclusion of this interesting little jaunt. All right? Bye, everybody. Okay. We'll see you on the opposite side.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
We'll be back soon.
Damn it.
That's the most pizza I've ever eaten in such a short amount of time.
It was
Oh,
pretty
bullshit.
impressive.
Bullshit.
I had four
lie.
pieces. I had four
call
pieces of pizza.
shenanigans on that claim,
I have
sir.
been a teenager before, and I bet you've been a teenager too.
That's
There
true.
are ways you can
What do you mean
stuff so
being a
much
teenager?
pizza
He
in
is a
there.
teenager. Look at that baby face.
That's true. He has regressed.
Baby face, baby face.
I like to think of it as I've turned back the hands of time a little bit,
Time isn't
just to
gonna
relive
like
my youth a little bit
Time
more.
after time.
that. No, that's bad. What if you see yourself? You're gonna cause some crazy time paradox. We're all gonna die.
You
You're
see
gonna break
yourself and
time.
he's got more facial hair than you, and you're like, oh, damn it.
No, there's actually 2 splats. Just one has a beard and one doesn't.
Yeah, it
gotta
actually
guess which
twins.
one's evil
It's like
splat.
that film with Christian Bale.
You got to do
And,
the
Hugh
investigation. You got to
Jackman.
figure it out. One of them's evil splat, and you got to kill him before he kills us all.
Okay.
Is evil splat the one with the beard? Because if he is, I'm willing to accept it.
I'm not gonna tell you. You got to guess. It's 50-50.
I'd like to use detect good and evil.
I'd like to roll insight.
Damn it. D&D blowing my plans wide open, making shit too easy.
Actually, to be fair, they changed detect good and evil in 5th edition because people go, oh, this NPC looks shady. Detect good and evil. Oh, they're the evil mastermind kill. It just detects like fiends and celestials and demons and stuff now. It doesn't detect alignment.
Yeah, it was a dumb spell before.
That was a dumb spell before, you're right.
Because you could even do like stuff with like protection from good and evil and whatnot. You could be like, oh, I protect myself and I bait them into a fight and just see if it works or not. You know, you could do all kinds of weird random stuff like that.
Well, what weird random stuff are we doing right now?
Well, you guys are inside of a storeroom at the moment and having gone through some of the things and found a Hellenian inside of a jail cell. Welcome on back, audience, by the way. You're now deciding what you want to do. Asher, the Hellenian who's been standing there, turns to you and says, I plan on killing them all and finding out what happened to my cellmates. You can come, or you can not. But either way, I'll kill many of them before I go down.
I mean,
That sounds like a plan.
apart from the going down bit, I'm not down with that.
That's always
don't
the
plan
problem
to
with
die
little
today.
folk. Over-attached to your mortality.
Do I see anything down the hallway, by the way? I'm using dancing lights to sort of look around.
You can see that, so if you're looking out to the right, the direction you came from,
Yeah.
there's also another branching path that goes off to the right that way. And going to the left, looking down the hallway, you can see a door.
Oh, by the
door.
way, Mormond is invisible to anyone in the group right now. He's currently being digested by the wall. Sorry, you missed
Yes.
that bit when you got disconnected, Bentham. But yeah, the
What?
wall just basically opened up and then ate Mormond and just went back to being a wall. And everyone was like, well, better him than us. More or less.
It was rather swift.
All right.
We've accepted it.
We had a little ceremony. It was really touching.
We went through the 7 stages. You know, there was denial. There was, but it took us about a minute.
We kind of skipped the guilt stage, though.
It seems a bit unfairly quick.
Well, to be in our defense, we haven't known you long. Okay, Dax has known you a while. That was a bit callous, Dax. You're a jerk.
I played the
I'm going
harmonica.
to spoil a little bit just to move things along.
Oh.
That door down there looks really, really familiar.
Whoa.
Yeah,
Hey, guys.
I
door
was
looks
already going to
so
say,
familiar.
based on how you've described us turning
Yeah.
and the way you've been holding your hands, I already knew I was coming around full circle.
Yeah. Absolutely. Easy enough. Easy peasy.
Well, I didn't. Mormont probably did, being familiar with caves.
You're dwarvish. You're supposed to be like, oh yeah, we're totally headed home right now. Oh yeah, that's the path
Oh,
to Albuquerque.
Yeah, Mormont
much
knows
more?
that I don't. I'm derpy, and I'm like, right again. No idea where that takes you.
Question for the GM here: Can the dancing lights? Can I use them as like a physical object? Can I bounce them off stuff?
I'll allow it.
Oh yes.
Like they bounce
then-
off,
then
but you don't feel it. It's kind of like a wispy bounce almost,
No,
like an
no.
ethereal
I'm-
bounce.
I'm having them do like non-gravitic bouncing off all of the walls, just going back in like a diamond shape to the ceiling, to the wall, to the floor.
Yeah,
to
you're
the
turning the
walls.
dungeon into a screensaver on a DVD player.
Yeah,
Just
it's
bouncing
it's
around.
just going.
Everybody's waiting for it to hit the corner perfectly.
It never
That's-
quite hits the corner.
It
no.
never quite
Never-
hits it. Never does.
No.
Every now and then he makes it look like it's about to, and then it just deviates just
He
slightly.
takes it from you. He
did.
takes it from you.
Ooh, I can
There's
see
this
you.
one-
more
guys.
and more and more aggravated.
You know, I think we've seen this door before.
Something is inlaid.
Is it Mormond?
I don't know. I can't read the rest of the
He's
writing.
inlaid in the wall because it's eating him.
Am
Oh,
I
It's
in the
becoming
wall?
more and more canon by the second. You better do something quick, Moment, to dispel it. Otherwise, you will actually be eaten by the wall.
All right. Well, I'm going to the door. You guys are slow.
I follow.
Am I actually in the wall, or is that just what you're saying because I disconnected? I'm confused.
We're teasing you. My goodness.
Well, you keep going on about it. I'm like, well, it could have happened.
It's such a big tease, though.
This is why we keep Bentham around right here.
These walls are scary.
They are scary.
The walls are scary and full of terrors.
Come
Norman
on,
doesn't know what's going on.
on.
He's used to stone.
Come on,
He's
Mormon.
sitting there
You're
not doing anything.
You're the dwarf. You tell us if
I
this
try and lead Mormond by the hand as he's obviously having a bit of an episode.
Was I really eaten by the wall? I'm sorry, I'm out of the roleplay for the
Oh god, the entire dungeon just moved.
Yeah, that was my bad.
It happens. It's
okay.
it's another tremble of the gullet monster.
Control Z fixes it. It's all good. I was so happy when I found undo on Roll20. I was like, oh my god, because it's so easy to mess up your layers and do something dumb and ruin the whole thing.
It's like, oh, there we go. I've got the background there, perfect. And no.
All right, I jiggle the door handle. Does it move?
It opens easily.
Oh yeah.
Well, that's right. You guys can't move Asher. Asher's with me. There we go.
Can
Good
we actually
old
see that
Asher.
little thing up here, or is that just a problem with the overlay?
What little thing?
I can see like some sort of fire thing and
I
bits of
have
spots
been
of blood.
politely ignoring that.
I know.
forever.
Because people in chat can see it as well. I'm just gonna check if we know that that's just a problem with the overlay.
We don't know about it, no.
Okay, cool.
What can you see? Ping it for me.
Okay, we can see a fire pit and some sort of creature and spots of blood on the floor.
Oh man.
Yeah, don't worry about
I
it.
was just
Okay.
politely not addressing it.
Well,
We've
chat
been-
was definitely
We've
gunner,
ignored
so
it pretty well. We've ignored it extremely well.
okay.
Yeah, you guys did tip me off at all. Nice job. You made that stealth roll. I have no idea. I think it was when I was messing with the light rays. I must have turned off the fog of war on accident.
I
it's fine.
point to the door ahead that's actually technically open because I opened that door to go through and have a look at the crate. Has it closed
Yeah.
or is it still open?
It's still open.
Okay.
Although all the bodies are gone, by the way.
While
They've
everyone
been
is
moved out
moving
of
on
the room.
ahead, and
Right.
it generally seems
Where did
okay.
the
Wait,
bodies go?
did you say the bodies are gone?
The bodies are gone.
Not the human bodies. The bodies of the creatures are gone.
The creature's bodies are gone.
Did they leave
No,
anything
see-
behind? Like, is there like a deflated bag of skin or something?
There's blood on the floor, and their weapons are still laying there, but the creatures are gone.
No, so you said they were dead. Are you sure?
I'm actually not with you.
Oh,
I
where
was
did you not
walking
go?
very. No, you can kind of see me. I'm way back, and I was just about to address it actually. As everyone else was moving on ahead, and I generally feel fairly confident where I am right now. I've been moving quite slowly, a very, very measured, very leisurely pace. But I've been paying very close attention to the tentacles. I've been doing things like, oh, well, not the tentacles, the fleshy parts. I've been moving my torch close, but not touching them, just seeing if they react to it. And if I've seen any places where there's like that kind of brackish, bloody sort of stuff.
Bloody discharge.
Carefully using the edge. Oh wow, edge of the
This dungeon doesn't- Nope, I'm not
very-
going to make the joke.
Shush! Look what you've done. You broke our GM. You fool.
I'm not going to do it.
One
dungeon.
there too many. But
His
using
dungeon.
The
Usually
dungeon does not feel
the-
fresh today.
like the,
Freshness
the
is in
tip
question.
of his bow, like he slings it off, scrapes it along that blood, and then just kind of traces it in front of the kind of flesh, just to see if the flesh reacts to it. Does it try to reach out for it or anything like that?
It moves away from the torch. It does not like the
Moves away from
flame,
the torch.
but it doesn't move a lot. It's barely perceptible. It just kind of leans away.
Like a
Like, because
plant
it's
moving towards the light.
Mm-hmm. Very, very
Only
slowly.
quickly, effectively. And what does it react to the blood?
Which blood did you put
Or
on it?
well, the brackish stuff that's kind of leaking behind the flesh. Like
That does not react.
doesn't
However,
react to it at all.
upon close investigation, it looks like it's been patted down. It looks like someone has taken a hand and mushed it into the wall at some spots where you can see the shape of maybe a finger.
Fascinating. Can I roll perception? And just for anything that I'm missing that Nelson
Sure.
might have just spotted something that would have drawn his attention. Don't expect too much, but 19.
Yeah, pretty much everything that we mentioned so far would have been caught under the catch-all of that. Under the catch-all of what we already described. Is there anything specific you wanted to look for with that 19?
Well, you've mentioned a few times that it does, or rather, Mormon had said to the group that this doesn't look like it was hewn with tools. And so I've been just trying to work out: does it appear that maybe this flesh ate its way through here, or some sort of large slithering creature did so, like a burrowing worm or something?
With that perception roll, you look at some of the tentacles that are embedded in the wall, and you can see that some of them fork as they dive into the stone. And from the pressure, they've opened up the slightest little crack or fault between the two parts.
Right. So it's effectively, it is breaking its way through, just like if you needed to move a boulder, you'd use wood, ram splinters of wood, then wet it. The wood would expand and the sheer force would just crack the boulder.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I carry on moving. I catch up with the team after a few minutes, because I imagine, I was taking my time doing that.
I'm sending the dancing lights down the hallway that Dax had previously explored to see if there's anything moving over there.
I have a look at the big metal door and see if it, first see how it opens and then see if there's any way to tell if it's been opened recently.
So down and in the corner, as you look around, the fenced-off box kind of cordoned area that Dax had described, it appears to be made of, very, very low-quality wood, just randomly hashed together. If you give me a perception check.
You talking to me?
Yeah, whoever's peering around the corner.
Because I'm over at the big metal door over here.
Oh, you're at the big metal door.
Oh, a 6. What about Dax?
There as well, so...
Okay.
So I'm looking to see if it's been opened in the last few minutes so that some bodies could have been dragged through it or something.
It has not been. As far as you can tell, there's no slide marks that are fresh in the soil underneath or anything like that. Dax, are you looking at the door that goes north, or are you looking at the door that goes east?
East.
Okay. As you peer around the corner, you get the smell. It stinks like shit over here.
It kind of stinks over here. It's like Mormon when he hasn't taken off his armor in a while.
I thought that
But
was
it's not-
you.
You hear me on the other end of the room? Oi!
Alright.
But it's slightly musty. It's kind of like a dusty shit smell, almost.
Dusty shit smell. That's going to be my new WAN password.
It's my punk rock band, Dusty Shit Smell.
What do you do when you're a party like this?
I go up to the big box and show it to Adavi and be like,
What do you think it is?
It's got a handle on the front of it.
It's a box with a handle, but what do you think's in it?
Does it look like it's a certain size box, like something that would be familiar?
6 foot tall is more like a...
Yeah, it's like 6 foot tall, goes up to the ceiling, basically. From the proportions, you can see that maybe it's like 3 feet wide.
It's a coffin for a very large person.
It's a coffin or it's a wardrobe?
I mean...
Does it smell worse over here?
It does. As you get closer.
I think it's a coffin. Do you want to see what's inside, Dax?
After you, Adavi.
Alrighty. Davi's feeling adventurous.
I'm going to have...
Open this box for me while I step back.
I'm going to have, vicious mockery ready.
I'm going to try to pry it open, but at the same time, I'm going to be trying to, jump back if I need to, in case something falls out of here.
Yeah. The door, you want to open it?
Yes.
It swings open easily, and you find yourself face to face with what appears to be an outhouse.
Oh. Oh.
I mock the
Alright,
outhouse.
Dax, put one of your golden
Oh, you
papers
smell
down the
like
hole.
shit.
It takes 1d4 psychic damage.
See, the problem is you shoot this shit with magic, and it goes, and it splatters everywhere, and then you
No,
gotta
it's psychic.
roll
It's
reflex.
psychic, so it doesn't, splat it.
I closed the door again.
I came around the corner at that point and was like, oh, yeah, really good find, guys.
Well, we know for a fact that those creatures have toilets.
Yes, they are not just blind,
You know what that means?
teethy things.
Insight check, please.
If they shit, we can kill it.
Or actually do investigation, please.
Oh, too late.
Okay.
Dex,
fine.
we've already
It's the
been
same
killing
stat.
them.
If it shits, we can kill it.
There's a new single.
Whoa!
Dax knows a lot about
Does that
feces.
mean his
yeah.
insight's correct?
He has worked with feces. He has built towers out of feces, his own and other people's.
It's important building material, you know? You gotta have something to burn, right? If there's no trees around.
You're interested to note that this hallway is lit up, and none of the other hallways have been. There are 2 torches in this hallway, which are lit. There's an outhouse. The other creatures have no need of light, and so you think for a minute, what would they need with an outhouse? In addition, your investigation yields that you see something taped down inside the outhouse.
Okay, I go have a look at what's taped down, and I go, it's a bit odd, and they've got torches around, but they don't need to see.
It's not taped, but something's been fastened inside the toilet part and off to the side.
Yeah, I go have a look.
Tip him
Okay.
end over end.
You lean your face down into the toilet and look off to the side, and there's definitely something. It's a little dark. There's definitely something down there off to the side, though.
I've got
fastened to the wall.
dark vision.
Yeah, so it's dim. There's
What is
something in there.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
Perception check. With
First-
disadvantage if you're going to leave the
first-
light situation.
I'm gonna get like a bit of parchment out, cast light on it,
Yeah,
put it in, and then look.
That's an
Perception
explosion.
check.
it floats down to the bottom of the toilet. You note that there's actually not a lot of material down there.
Natural one.
I mean, given the... Oh,
that
He
perception
no.
literally
check was-
falls in the toilet.
That perception
Yeah.
check was so shitty.
As you're reaching down in there and you're peering into the toilet, your foot loses its grip and you slide forward into the hole. Does anybody want
I
to react to
desperately-
grab him?
I'm gonna try to grab him. I'm gonna try to grab him.
I
Go
desperately
ahead
try and
make
grab
me a,
back.
dexterity save. Or dexterity check. Dexterity check.
Can I make a dexterity save to try and grab back as I'm sliding in?
It's a critical fail, no sir.
Okay.
Oh no!
You flick out your hand to try and grab him, but his little foot just goes whoop, like straight through.
Oh yeah,
Damn
this kind of sickly squelch. And just like this.
I will give you an acrobatics save to try and catch the edge of the toilet with your feet. As you
Okay.
go in. Acrobatics, go ahead, give it to me.
Roll a 1, roll a 1, roll a 1.
Here it comes.
If you roll a 1 on this as well, you're falling in
All
there with
the-
your mouth open.
All the death-defying checks we've made so far, and he stretches for the one where he falls into a toilet.
Oh no!
I also would like to volunteer the fact that I'm small and I fit down here better, so that would be at disadvantage, maybe.
Goodbye.
You just want to roll again.
No, I would
How
roll
deep-
lower
how
if it's
deep is
disadvantage, but I think it's
How
only
deep
fair.
is
There has to be
this?
a downside to being small.
Oh my god.
How deep is
No,
this
so it's a
shit?
6.
Well done. Well done.
Okay,
This is gonna be
I
the
take up my
part of
rapier.
history.
Take up my rapier. And you didn't say there's much material down here, right?
There's not a whole lot.
As I'm sliding down, pull up my rapier, put it in front of me, and I'm gonna like pole vault with it. So when that hits the bottom, I'm gonna try and just like bounce
Dexterity
back from
check.
Dexterity
No,
check.
You're
acrobatics. Give
falling
me an
into, you're
acrobatics.
falling into an
Acrobatics.
outhouse, not into a cave.
How?
There's only
deep
so
is
much
it?
wriggling around.
No,
to
no,
do.
fuck it, fuck everything.
That's it.
The rest of the party hears just squidge. As head first, he lands inside the outhouse.
This makes every natural one I ever rolled in Roll4It D&D pale in comparison.
How are you gonna roll a one reaching down into an outhouse? It's just like, well, what do I do here?
And just
How
go, oh,
deep-
for God's
how-
sakes.
How deep is this?
And I just turn around and I just walk back into the big room.
6 feet.
I-
If I was real mean, I'd make you take falling damage too, but I'm not.
All right, I've got
It's
nice
probably
long
soft.
arms.
Let's be honest.
I've got nice long arms. I'm gonna reach down. I'm gonna pull the edge of my robe all the way up to my shoulder, and I'm gonna reach down in there and try to find Dax down there.
Oh my God.
You reach down in to go and get him. I'm gonna let you have this one for free. You grab his foot and you start to haul him out. Do you want to grab the thing off the wall of the inside of the toilet too?
As
while
I'm
you're down
going
there?
up, I grab
I'll
the
let
thing.
Dax grab that. Yeah.
Yeah.
As he's being lifted slowly out, material
Given all
dripping
the
from his
commotion,
shoulders.
I
and his
do
head.
not think, as stoic as Narsan would try to be, he would be able to avoid coming to find out what's happened, and would probably just turn up more or less of the time just to see a dab just hoisting Dax out by an ankle.
Yeah.
And, like, he's
All
all
Nosan would think was that I had dipped him in there, and I was just gonna pull him back out and dip him in again. You know, who knows?
So I'm imagining Dax,
Yeah.
clean, basically well dressed, and he's a well kempt little goblin, all the way down to about chest level, and then it just suddenly changes for the worse. his long goblin nose, just flecks of various matter.
I grab the
Blood.
thing. What is it?
Hair matted.
It's a bag that appears to feel empty. It's drawn at the top with a small string that's been closed on it, though.
Open it. Look inside.
A voice says, Sarah. And that's it.
Close it. Open it again.
Nothing happens.
I heard that.
I'm pissed right now. I go,
No, you're
Davi.
shit, not pissed.
I just storm past, straight, meaningfully. I just bam it in your palm as I go past and go, thank you for the help. And I mean it sincerely. And I walk straight back into the room with the barrels and shit. Pull out my rapier
As you
again.
come around the corner, I start scrambling back to get out of his way.
I mean, you could prestidigitate, maybe.
I don't have prestidigitation.
Oh,
What is that?
what an oversight.
What is prestidigitation?
It means basically you clean someone up instantly. It's got level over effects, but it's amazing, and I will be picking it
I
up as my
thought you
next
had it.
cantrip.
Now this is less funny to me. I
Yep.
feel mean.
I
You had
got-
it, so it's going to be an easy
It's
cleanup.
fine. I go up to the barrel of liquid, and I go, fuck knows what this is, and I just get my rapier and I hack the spigot off the end, and just stand under it like this.
Dear God, that's basically, I fell into an open sewer. I'm covered in poop. Well, you know what? I know. The sacrificial death pit just over there where the blood has been congealing for the last 3 days. I'll take a good old healthy wash in there.
It
Right,
sounds
No
delightful.
disease in there. No.
The red
Does
fluid
no sound
flows
even-
out of it.
Does Mormon even try to stop him, or do you know? What? What's
I'm not
Mormon
going
doing?
near him, so I just let him do the
I
thing.
just,
Okay.
I walk in and I
I
see
look a
this.
little
and
concerned.
my expression has grown a little bit more serious as Are you all right, Dax? This place is playing with our minds, surely.
As the liquid flows over your head, you see the sea giant turns and goes, "Oh, good. Oh, Amalak, what did you get into?"
Don't
He
ask.
says it- He says it almost with the tone that you would use when you ask your dog when it comes home stinky. Like, what the hell did you get into? As the
You know
fluid
what it
goes
is
over
when
your
it's a
head,
dog.
Ask.
make me a Constitution save, please.
Knew this was coming. It's like,
I knew it was too, but
Let's face it, he wants to re-roll. His character has been marred by falling in poo.
11.
Yeah.
11. Okay. That's for later. What do you want to do now?
Now most of the
am-
poo's off. I go,
I am very interested in this bag that goblin has given me. Can I notice anything about it? I mean, bags don't normally speak to you, so when I heard it say Sarah, I'm like, what the hell is this? Can I check anything about it?
Arcana, please.
Come on, Arcana. Man, my rolls are terrible today. Got a 9.
Yeah, and what sucks is that there's no like fate in this game, so you can't like re-roll something just in the off chance you get like a really bad one.
yeah,
But
but,
it's like,
there
eh.
is another really good person at Arcana in the group. It's not me.
Davi, you don't really. I mean, it was magical. Whatever it is, it has a purpose. Like, who would put that there unless it had a purpose?
All right, I'll pocket it in the meantime. I'm gonna go check out this door over here. Can I tell anything about it? Do I hear anything through the door?
Perception check, please.
Guess I haven't seen the pouch yet. I'm still over here looking in confusion and
roll.
maybe slight horror at Dax.
I
My
haven't seen
rolls.
Dax, just that basically he's got a face like thunder, and I can tell words are not gonna help in this situation. So I actually pass a kind of sympathetic glance towards Mormond, and then an awkward glance towards the sea giant, kind of embarrassed, and then I turn to find out what Adavi's up to.
Yeah, I'm motioning for Nosan to come check out this door. I'm gonna tell him I'm not feeling well today. My head is foggy. Can you take a look at this door?
Surprised you're not feeling well. He only walked past me, and I don't feel well.
The sea giant follows down the hallway now. You see light coming under the door, Davi, but that's all you see.
Okay.
Adavi, do you kind of point that out?
No.
24.
Nasan,
chance.
as you get closer, you hear the crackling of torches on the opposite side of the door. You can see light coming from underneath it. But other than that, you
this
only
for
get
myself. I rolled a natural 20 on investigate. I'm going to say that I've made the connection that these creatures don't need light. Why is this place going to be lit up?
I actually said that on
I rolled. Oh, did you? Well, I just rolled a 20.
But then you fell in the outhouse.
Yeah.
But you've now verified it empirically.
Yeah.
I've
drawn all kinds of connections.
Yeah.
What other things have I connected with this? Is there anything?
I cast light on my shield and my armor and my rapier.
Is there no time limit or count limit for that?
No. It lasts an hour. It's a cantrip, so there's no limit.
Crazy.
Is it a concentration thing?
No.
Wow.
What happens if you cast light on the ground?
I can't, and the object has to fit in a certain area.
Okay.
I mentioned it's lit beyond this point. Before we go forward, I didn't get a good look at the necromancer, but he seemed human. He certainly didn't appear to be one of these creatures. And
yes, I'm probably wearing his shit.
It does feel a bit necromantic in texture.
You do smell otherworldly. It's true. You have a distinct stench of rot about you.
I am
gonna
fed up
press on.
of this
And I open the door.
motherfucking dungeon and this motherfucking shit. And I kick the door.
The door? Give me a strength check, please.
Would it be athletics? Not that it matters.
Sure, athletics is fine.
Oh, man.
If you roll a 1, I will literally wet myself.
Fuck.
Oh, it's so I
kind of
go
rebound
towards
from the door and
I
I go, "Oi, necromancer, come out here and I'll fuck you up."
And as you walk up to the door, you are irritated at this point. You put all your might into a kick, and the door just goes thump. And it kind of just goes in like very slightly.
I'm going to grab Dax and pull him behind us.
Do you really want to do that? Do you really want to grab me?
Yes.
I look back to Adavi and it's clear that there's a definite sort of mental connection. Thanks. Yeah, there's a definite like.
There's a little bit of poo on the door where he kicked it.
Yeah. I reach up above where his leg can even reach and push the door open.
Okay. It squeaks on open. And Kerpowie.
Just
that
be
is what
thankful. If you rolled a 1, he probably would have said, "Yeah, you actually break your leg."
I was gonna make you take like 1d2, just a little bit.
Okay. Well, I was walking straight through.
Yeah, I'm quick to follow.
I've
What do we
extinguished my torch at this point. It's worth noting.
Give me perception checks now that you're in the room, please. Unless somebody has a perception that's passive that's higher than 12, then we don't need to.
I do.
13.
I have 12.
Okay. Walking into the room, you don't see a whole lot, but you see a glint of silver embedded into the muddy wall straight across from the door. To the left, you see a pathway that leads somewhere. It curves. You can't really tell. And to the right, there's the faintest smell of like
No, there's not.
body odor, kind
There's
of.
so much shit smell.
Dax doesn't get it. Everybody else does.
I've chosen direction and I'm just marching down there. I'm marching so slowly. I'm not like running or anything.
As I see the silver, is
I
it
thought
still
I
like
had-
the sort of flashy wall, or is this more like these
wall
torches
is
are
more-
mounted on the walls?
This wall is more muddy, but there are still a vein here or there, but it's conspicuously abandoned by the veins.
I cast
Step
guidance on
forward.
myself.
And
Okay.
I'm not really paying too much attention to Dax. He's in one of those moods. And drawing my finger out to follow the vein of silver, assuming I'm not going to touch it if it's flashy, but
It's not a
assuming
vein
this
of
is just
silver. Do you want to
muddy.
inspect what the silver is?
Yes, in that case.
It's an ear, masterfully crafted. A silver ear has been embedded in the wall.
What the?
I take a
Moment,
closer
come
look
have
at
a look at
this.
this.
About the size of a hand. It's a large ear.
Does it have an ear canal?
It does.
I lean
Surely
in,
this
mumbling,
isn't.
what in the... Do I see anything interesting? Apart from the fact that it's a silver ear mounted in a wall.
I'm
Taking a
gonna
look
touch.
closer.
I'm gonna touch it. Does it actually feel like it's hard?
Yeah, it's a silver ear that's been embedded in
Huh.
the wall. It appears to be part of the structure, like fastened and anchored to something.
It doesn't move at
Next.
all.
You make it around the corner right now. inside the next room,
Okay.
you see rows upon rows upon rows leading up to the wall across from you of little mounds.
And corpses?
Do you want to walk closer and look?
Yes.
As you get closer,
Dax is not doing the whole safety thing at the moment. Dax is just like, fuck this.
how far into the room do you want to go?
Until I can see something.
Give me a perception check and I'll decide.
Okay.
He's got that glowing shield, remember?
He does.
And armor and rapier.
With a 13 perception, I'd say you'd probably catch on. Go ahead and move 2 squares forward.
Okay.
And you start looking around the room, and all around you, there are rows upon rows of little mounds, and the veins have slightly started to overtake them. They're connected to the mounds like fingers over the tops of them. And at the end of each mound, you see a head of one of the creatures sticking out of the ground. And there are dozens of these, dozens upon dozens upon dozens. Loads of them.
Do they look like
Whether
fully
they were-
formed creatures?
Some of them more than others. They appear to be at different stages of development. Some are smaller, some appear to be more filled out, others are larger.
Look,
Others
I've
still are moving. They're actually starting to writhe a little bit.
watched Aliens. Okay, what you do is you get a torch, and you just flame them all. Flame every single one.
No. What you do, what you do, you go up and you're like, what is this? And especially if one looks like an egg, and maybe even just kind of peeling up, and you just stare over it quizzically. That's exactly what you do. 100%.
You go to
If one
poke
of them
it.
looks like this waking up and he's opening its mouth, try and stick your head in its mouth. Channel your inner alien's idiot who served on Nostromo.
With your perception check, you now hear a ting, ting, ting coming from the right-hand side of you, Dax. Rest of the party, give me a perception check, please.
Please don't fail me at this point, because he is literally not let any of us know he's doing it.
I imagine we're aware that he's gone off round the corner on
actually
account of
had
the
a
fact
good
that he's
roll.
glowing
I had a
quite
good
significantly.
Davi, you hear the clanging as well from your right.
Guys,
Or
we've
actually,
got
from straight ahead of
company.
you if you're facing like you're on... You're really far away, man. They're not going to hear that unless you shout it.
No, I'm going to minor illusion behind me at the corner. Big glowing letters. They don't cast light around them, by the way. They glow. They can be bright, but they can't cast light. Saying, "We have company."
You see letters start to just... It's almost as if they're carved by a finger, dragging up and down the wall and glowing slightly. Mormon, you don't see it, but with the perception check that I got from Nasan and Adavi, you see it. And Adavi, you see it right about the time you hear the clanging.
Okay, I am going to head down here and leave that ear alone, I guess. What do we see over here?
You see everything that I just told
I tap
Dax, the
Mormon on
rows
the
upon
shoulder.
rows of buried bodies, or perhaps are they coming from or were they put into the ground? It's hard to tell. The veins in this room seem especially prevalent. They're all over the place, the muscled tendrils. They connect to each little mound. They're running along the ceiling. They're pulsating with a very, very slow thump. Thump,
I
like
gesture
every
back
minute
to
or
the
so.
sea giant.
What
I-
is
I
this
point.
place?
I walk towards the clang.
Okay.
It's breeding them.
I'm going to recast dancing lights and throw them into the room.
I recast guidance.
I hurry around the corner to see what's going on.
So you can either...
I'm
So
not
what-
rushing ahead. The others are stabbing into the room, but I'm walking cautiously
Dax,
forward.
as you peek around towards the clanging, you see a huge, much more, not huge, not like sea giant sized, but probably about 6.5 foot tall, muscled one of the creatures. Although this one seems, from the back of him anyways, to have more of a human gait. He's less hunched over, and he's focused on forging something in front of him. And as you peer around, his head turns slightly, and you hear,
Okay, as that happens, I'm pissed. I just take like a few steps forwards, and I go,
Oi, shit for brains.
okay.
and that's my
Hold
vicious
on.
mockery.
Yeah, that's the last action, so nothing else after this. So let me clear out the room real fast.
I am very bright right now. I am wearing, like... I'm a fluorescent light bulb.
Yeah, he had disadvantage on perception, though, because he's busy with a loud activity.
Also, he doesn't have eyes, we think.
He can smell me.
True.
Why is the outhouse moving?
What was the save on your Vicious Mockery?
I will cast it now so you can see it in chat.
It was 14, right?
Yes. Full psychic
You
damage.
invoke that towards him, and he stands there, and nothing seems to happen.
I said...
He turns around,
Shit for... Oh, okay.
and after this, I'm going to need initiative rolls. So go ahead and get those started now. Let me clear it first before you do it. So I'm going to return. There we go. So go ahead and give me your initiative rolls now. He turns slowly, and in a deep voice, he says,
20.
Oh, such a terrible roll. I literally got a 1.
Yeah, mine's added to the tracker, so I don't know what happened before.
Still beat me by miles.
it's possible because you were already on the tracker and I hadn't cleared it yet that it didn't count it. I was like in the process of clearing it.
Oh, maybe I added it as you cleared it, and then you cleared mine by accident, because I think it was empty when I added it.
As he turns, you see that his features are much more refined than the creatures you've seen before. The pallor is the same. He's got the slightest growth of a nose over the holes now. And he's actually got an eye in the center. His face is not pulled back to the ear with a devilish grin. And as he sees you, he says, "What are you doing in my forge, little bloodlings?" And that's where initiative starts.
Okay. Combat music. Sorry about this,
Why
guys.
did you have to go and annoy
on.
the intelligent
best-
one of them all?
The best combat music is just going to be a bunch of carts rolling by.
Battle. Click, clop, click, clop, click, clop.
I'm
click,
sorry
clop.
that I've kind of just ended up like getting into battle straight away without actually doing like any sneaking up on this guy, but Dax is kind
Sorry,
of pissed
not
at this
sorry.
place. Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah,
not sorry.
not sorry. Oh man. Oh man. He's got like
All right.
interesting colors and stuff. We're doomed.
He looks like a predator.
I don't
And as
say
he
that.
goes into combat, his face slowly contorts as he twitches, and you see his smile grow out to his ear as the skin gets pulled back, and rows upon rows of needle-like fangs begin to extend downwards from the top and the bottom of his mouth.
Does he make the predator noise at all like the others did?
He does not.
Oh man.
And if he's doing it, it's imperceptible.
Is his eye an eye?
It's
That works?
definitely a functioning eye.
He doesn't need to click. He can see us. We're doomed.
You're done for. All right. One moment. He's got himself. There it is. Davi, what do you want to do?
I ain't waiting around for this shit. I'm like, Dax, you dummy. And I'm going to cast poison spray on this guy.
Okay. Go ahead and give me an attack roll.
Oh, I can't see the tracker. Where's it gone?
20.
It just disappeared.
Is
Yeah,
the
the
tracker's
tracker's
gone.
there we
There
go.
it is.
I brought it back. For some reason, it minimized when I was changing Asher's options.
Which one are you spraying? Because that's got
The-
20 feet.
Yeah, but I have double range, so my range is 4.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, he's got spell sniper, so he can go double range.
Is that a hit?
It is indeed. Sorry, I didn't know you rolled. As you wave your hands, the poison flashes out of the bottom of your cloak,
Nice.
and you deal...
Well, he
Wow.
gets to save.
Okay, so we'll give him a save real fast. He fails his save. He
Yay.
takes 12 poison damage as you go tss and spray kind of a poison miasma out of your sleeve. It engulfs him almost like fingers. It seems like it's almost attacking him, and he stumbles backwards, coughing slightly, but he's still up.
Get him, Dax.
Right.
Max, what's up?
He's big, right? He's like 6.5 foot.
He's pretty big, yeah.
He's the kind of man
minuscule by comparison to the sea giant, but he's big by all human accounts.
He's the kind of man that would fit into that house.
Ah! Ah!
I charge him with my rapier.
Oh, really?
Were you trying to think of something to say then? Just
No,
couldn't get it.
I don't think Dax doesn't want to say anything. He's just tried to vicious mockery and it didn't work. Yeah, so how do I use a rapier? My god, I didn't actually plan for this.
Attack with Dex is bonus proficiency. Unless you want to use strength, but I don't think you do.
22.
Ooh! You're pretty mad at this point, and charging forward, you duck slightly down to the left and give me a damage roll.
I'm going to use Fury of the Small on this guy.
Okay.
I'm going to add my level.
Bonus 2 damage.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a 1 though.
So I do 6.
Hold it.
You duck down, and as you come up with the feint, you slash the rapier across his chest. It doesn't seem to hurt much because he is wearing pretty solid armor, what looks like scale mail, but you see little droplets of blackish blood start to come down.
Okay, and then as a bonus action, I've used 25 feet of movement, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I've got anything I can use as a bonus action. So instead, I am going to... Oh, man. I can't use my last spell slot. I really want to, but I can't. I'm going to take disengage, and I'm going to step 5 feet back because I can move my bonus action.
Okay. Sounds good.
And as I step back, I go,
You're gonna fucking pay for that curry last night.
If your words mean anything to him, it doesn't seem to faze him. Like, this almost seems like, to him. Like, he doesn't really seem that concerned with the fact that you just entered, like, Mortal Kombat! So in his left hand, it's now his turn, correct? It is. He's lucky that Nasan didn't, Nasan flubbed this one around. Normally I'm used to Nasan being, like, the first one in.
I literally rolled the lowest initiative I could. Still at the moment.
In his right hand, he's got a warhammer, and in his left hand, he's just got, like, a chunk of metal that he's been working on. You recognize the metal of both of his weapons as the ones that the others are forged out of as well. He steps forward and attacking with his warhammer at Dax.
Goodbye, little man.
What's your armor class, amigo?
let me just check. 16.
Does a tie go to the defender or to the attacker?
The attacker wins the tie.
The attacker wins on the tie.
Attacker wins the tie then. So he's going to do... Let's see what's going on here.
If you die covered in shit, I promise I will omit that part from the story that we tell everyone at the end.
We will, however, refer to you as shit stain. Just a heads up.
God. All right.
What do we write on the tombstone? He died.
The way he lived. Full of shit.
Tired and shit.
Wow.
He met a shitty end.
For whatever reason, maybe he's just off his game, or perhaps he's just not as used to combat as you thought. The hammer slams into your side, but it only does 4 damage.
That's all you got.
And then with the piece of metal in his offhand, he stabs at you.
It's not all he's got.
No.
You shouldn't have asked. You learned that lesson the 1980s
I know
way.
he's dual wielding, but that's...
However,
nice
with the
no.
second chunk of metal,
Smash.
you manage to kind of hop backwards and out of the way, as it, like, the thrust is just shy of your stomach. It grazes your armor slightly, but you hop backwards and you don't catch it, which puts us
Better luck
on
next time.
Nasan's turn.
Get him, Nasan!
Well, I can't immediately see what's going on, but I can move fairly far. And what I can see in the corridor, and before I actually get out and see this guy, because obviously I'm going to be in motion. But seeing that there's fighting going on, and at the cursory glance, I can see that this guy seems to be a more developed version of the creatures. But the fact that there are creatures in various stages of preparedness. You mentioned some of them were moving. Is that right?
Yes. Some of them are writhing.
Well, I can move 30 feet, which should be honestly far enough to hit any of these three, at the very least. And any of those seeming like they're more or less fighting fit, but starting to move. Do any of them appear?
They are all squarely attached to the ground by the veiny protrusions.
Yeah, but do some of them seem like they're...
No, they're more like shuffling around like someone does in their sleep. But they are more lively than the other ones, which are laying completely and totally still.
Do they have little timers over them that are ticking down?
Well, given that, I mean, my...
Little kitchen timer. Tick, tick, tick,
Not
tick,
someone's
tick,
a little bit behind other people, so given on his reading of the situation, these are potential threats that are easier dealt with right now than later if they become awake. So I'm effectively going to do more or less effectively a coup de grace. I'm just going to run up and try and chop off their heads whilst they're incapable of dealing.
They're defenseless. You can do that if that's what you want to do. Which one do you want to chop the head off of?
Let's just say I start with the closest one.
I mean, this is just a rough representation. There are like dozens of these things in this room. This was just for...
I'm not even going to be paying that close attention to make sure I stab the head. I'm just going whooshunk, maybe even like moving my training to keep my momentum rolling. And I'm just slicing as I'm going through. What was that?
I'll give you a choice. If you want to be out of combat compared to everybody else, you can go to work just killing these things if that's what you want to do.
I'm going to remove them before they become a bigger threat, because there are dozens of them, and even if only half of them woke up, they were actually kind of dangerous before. So
okay, so you are out of combat right now for the terms of the track roller. Everybody else in the group, you see Noson take off and just start stomping out the mounds. Like he's going at it, like fighting these things at the ground. Like he's reacted to the situation without a word, just fluttering off with his rose behind him to wipe these things out. That puts us on Mormon's turn.
All right, I shout, "Watch out, Dax! You're gonna get yourself killed!" And I run up alongside him and take a swing with my sword at the guy.
Sounds good. Attack roll.
Roll for it.
17.
Okay, that is a hit.
Yay!
And it does 7.
Okay, so with 7 damage, you try to find the spot as you rush in for a thrust because you see that Dax has opened up a small hole in his armor. You stab for that, but it's slightly off, but it feels like it gets through and sinks an inch or so into his flesh. As you draw the blade out, you've noted that you've pushed some of the scales into the wound that's opened up, and he goes, "Ah!" He's still up, though.
Response.
The fact that he's still up worries me.
It's Asher's turn. I forgot Asher was on
that far away from death.
You hear Asher
Even the sea
roar.
giant's quicker than me.
Asher, you hear a thunderous just "Rah!" as he rushes towards the enemy. And brandishing his spear in both hands, he thrusts at him. The first thrust misses as the creature hops backwards and the spear goes in front of him.
Is there any advantage for an enemy being flanked by multiple allies of yours? Is there like a group combat advantage?
Not aside from attack, I don't think.
In the Dungeon Master's Manual, there's a rule that's often used, which is flanking, which is if there's two people on diametrically opposing sides, you get advantage because the person can't defend. It depends if you're using that. Most people do, but...
You're not on diametrically opposing sides anyway.
No,
so
but it'll be good to know for future.
Yeah.
Yeah, so technically he would be kind of facing this way right now, waving you all back with his weapons. The first spear thrust, he jumps backwards. The spear extends in between Mormond and the creature. You see a spear flash out in front of you, but that's not all he's got. Quick as a flash, he brings the spear back, and he goes for another thrust, although this time it hits the scale mail without penetrating, pushing the creature back slightly, but not wounding him anyway. It just kind of sets him back on his heel. It's now back to Adavi's turn, actually. Or no, it's Dax's turn. Dax or Adavi, you can sort it out. Who wants to go first?
Adavi can go first.
I'm going to shout out. What do I shout out? Die, you fool! I'm not creative today.
Well, he might be foolish.
I'm going to cast Poison Spray on him again.
And to be fair, I don't think somebody that grew up in a monastery without exposure to the latest and greatest in font.
Ooh! But does the Poison Spray
first
have an AoE, though?
No.
Oh, it doesn't,
yeah, it's targeted. It's like in Dark Heresy, Flame Breath. I thought it was an AoE. It's not. You can just target it. Like, it's just...
Yeah, I was sure that Poison Spray, when I took it as a cantrip for
This is a target-
Melfast was always treated like an AoE thing.
It says it targets up to 2 creatures within 5 feet of each other. So,
Go ahead and give me a damage roll.
This is crit, so he'll have double the number of dice, right? Yeah.
You will.
does he still get to do the DC save?
Yes. I
Okay.
think.
Yeah.
How does a
there's
save
no-
work with a spell if you crit?
There's no
interesting.
change. You still got to make the save.
Okay. He fails the save.
All right. 14 damage.
Okay, did you already factor in the crit?
How do you factor it in?
It has factors. It's rolled 2
Yeah.
dice.
Oh, yeah, it rolled for me. It rolled 2 dice.
Oh, it did it all on its own?
That's pretty
I
awesome.
like this
Oh,
automatic
cool.
system.
I didn't even expect it to do that. Like,
I know.
it knew. How did it know?
It's
All
too
right,
intuitive. You keep accidentally doing more than you need to.
Continuing, you still have the miasma that's creeping in on him in between your comrades who are fighting. You continue to add to it with swirling hand motions that it just keeps pumping out of your robes.
I'm
And
just
at this
looking
point-
at Dax, and I'm thinking about sending that wonderful stench into this guy.
Is he going to be the creature within 5 feet?
I'm like the material component needed for the spell. I'm wearing it.
You notice that his eye has started to eke out like a yellow fluid at this point. He's clearly hurt, and at this point it's less apparent whether or not he's fighting the people in front of him or whether he's fighting the gas. It seems like he's in the middle of a struggle right now. It's Dax's turn.
Okay. Well, in which case, I'm gonna move so that I am now here. Everyone's in opportunity attack range, right?
Yeah?
Now, if I wasn't so angry, I would always save my last spell slot for heal. I am angry.
You selfish little bastard.
I am very angry.
He says angry, but what he means is smelly.
Both. In Goblin, it's a very similar word. I look at him. I put my rapier away. No, I didn't put my rapier away.
You'd have to drop it if you wanted to.
No, you get 1/3 equipment thing a turn. The other one's
Oh, right, I
yeah.
see. Yeah.
I put my shield away. I've got a mic drop, right? I get my shield and I go like this. I look at him, and then I say into his mind with dissonant whispers, "You're nothing. You big folks are all about posturing. You just shit more than most people." And I cast dissonant whispers.
Okay.
On me.
This is going to go either really well or really badly.
Hey, sometimes you gotta gamble for the awesome.
So DC 14.
Okay.
It's a whiz save.
He fails.
He takes 8 points of psychic damage, and on
Yep.
he must immediately use his reaction to move as far away as his speed will allow away from you. This does
He grabs
provoke
his head.
opportunity attacks.
He grabs his head, and stumbling backwards, you hear him go, "Ah!" And just like that, that moment of weakness is all that you needed. Asher, Mormond, they both get hits. Mormond, go ahead and give me an attack as he stumbles
I do
backwards.
as well, don't I, with my reaction? And
Yeah, if you still got
they
your
would be
reaction left.
advantage because he's surrounded.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Rolled 15.
Okay.
Roll again just in case you crit. Because I want to see this guy die. I really want to see this guy die.
What, you mean me attack again?
Yeah, you've got advantage, so you roll twice to see.
Oh, right.
You pick the highest.
That time I got 18.
Okay.
I got 24. What did Asher get?
Just like that, give me damage rolls, both of you. Just
Okay.
like that, the moment of weakness, if you've ever seen a pack of dogs leap on
Oh,
another
you-
one that showed weakness
Oh,
for just a
13.
second, you're on him. Like the second he steps backwards, all three of you are just a hurricane of thrusts and stabs and slashes. And you see this guy get hacked to bits like instantaneously over the next turn with big, large chunks of himself flying off with every bit of the assault. And what's left is a very, very hacked up body. He is dead.
I
think you got him, guys.
pick up my shield and I
You
just
can
keep
stop hacking
smashing his
him
face
now.
with the shield as well.
I think you got him.
That's my
It's
go.
all right, Dax, he's dead. Dax, stop.
Are we still in combat time?
He's already dead.
Yeah, the combat
I move over to Dax and I reach out to like grab his shoulder, and then I remember and stop reaching out. Just like, he's dead, Dax.
I feel a lot better now.
You don't smell any better.
No. No, I do
What
not.
up, Adavi?
Asher has silently moved away and is now helping Nasan with the stabbing and the killing of the bodies. Although he has a puzzled look on his face. He's not quite sure what he's thinking. You hear him mumble something about stranger and stranger.
Okay.
I don't stop until every single one of them is clearly dead.
I go through the guy's loot.
Before he
Sure.
Before the murdering finishes, I say, wait, maybe we should leave one alive. Perhaps we can learn something from it.
And while Dax is looting the body, I'm kind of stepping aside of it and taking a look at the room behind.
Adavi, give me a perception check, please.
So bad at these. 9.
You see a room in front of you that's very obviously a large blacksmith's forge where a beehive-shaped work area has been cleaved from the wall and appears to have just been carved into the stone that's actually there. It's lit, throwing a red hellish hue over the rest of the room, and upon racks on the walls you can see the black metal weapons that you saw being wielded by all of the creatures.
Are they all using the same type of weird corrupted metal?
They are. Every single one of them is the strange black metal.
Does he have any of the raw ore in the room?
There is a little bit of the raw ore. It looks to be normal iron to you, although curiously, there is a bucket of what appears to be the black blood from the barrel in a bucket off to the side, and it looks like it's got slight scabbing or coagulation along the top, as though as part of the blacksmithing motion, he's been cooling it in there as he's been forging it.
I'm learning. I'm gonna go check out the bucket and just try to confirm that it's the same type of gooey substance that Dax was showering in.
It is. It is.
Oh, goody. All right,
Mormon, perception check.
Mormon, you've joined me.
Got a 9.
We're just the same.
Same thing.
gonna
You noticed
I guess.
everything that he noticed.
I'm gonna high five Mormon, tell him that we solved the case.
Like, I don't know how solved it is. I mean, was the necromancer for a start? But I go over to the racks of weapons and I take a look at them.
Okay.
See if
You
I
pick
can
any of them
discover
up?
anything interesting. I just gently tap one and see if that makes anything happen.
Nothing happens.
Well, don't provoke it, Mormon.
I don't think it'll do anything. It is still just a sword.
Right. Nothing ever does anything that is just a something.
I go for a
It's just an
slightly longer
outhouse.
poke.
It's goblins.
Okay, so this time laying your hand on one of the weapons, you're filled with the tremendously uneasy feeling that Nasan had described previously. Because you're a dwarf, you shake it off a little bit easier. You're a naturally stout and well-constituted people. But still, it's kind of an odd, sickly, about to get the flu feeling almost. It fills you with a sense of something is wrong here.
I quickly pull my hand away and go, oh, yes, there's something strange about this.
Oh, and I point him towards the bucket. I go, well, there's your answer.
Nasan, you hear a whisper in your head. Nasan.
Mid-hack, my sun wheel raised, I slow and look up. And I look around me to see if any of my companions are nearby, but it looks like... Are they all more or less not facing me, not looking at me? Does it look like any of them, like the sea giant specifically, I guess I'm thinking of?
Nope.
No?
You never got your name anyways.
I look down at the one I was about to hack. Does it appear to be... Like, how many are left? I imagine my robes from about the waist down are kind of caked in blood, where there's been arterial spray as I've just been moving through the bodies.
You would think, but honestly, some of the more desiccated ones that appear to be less fresh or less formed, they don't bleed quite at all when you cut them open. Between you and Asher, you've basically vanquished a large. He's moving through in a Spartan-esque way, just stepping between the bodies, slick, straight through the heart. Next one, slick, straight through the heart. You've pretty much completed your rounds of killing everything in the room. Asher is leaning on his spear in the middle, sort of just scratching the side of his face and surveying everything. The voice comes again. I've waited for one such as you.
I'm going to roll perception, see if I can play it. Do I have a sense of direction coming from this? Or does it seem like it's everywhere to me?
It's coming from the Forge, which Mormond and Adavi are investigating at the moment.
Okay, well, I'll roll perception anyway.
Sure.
20.
Better.
But my attention is now moving towards the Forge, and I'm almost in a daze, but I'm clearly aware of my surroundings, but more and more, it's like there's clearly a tunnel vision going on. At first, I'm carefully moving around and picking my path, but as I get closer to the Forge, my pace starts to move with more purpose, and I just start walking over them. At the beginning, I'm stepping over the bodies, but as I'm getting closer, I'm just starting to walk on them. My attention is now locked, and I'm moving with
that perception check, you notice that your companions all around you seem to be moving in slow motion, as though you're not really sure, but they're moving very, very slowly. But their gait is not the one of people actually trying to walk slowly. It's like they're doing their normal act.
They're moving
very, very slowly, yeah. Mormon is over there conferring with somebody in slow motion.
He has in his pockets.
Do you walk into the Forge?
Yeah. I look at them, and my eyes kind of follow them for a moment as if confirming, they seem to be moving slowly, but it's as if my mind is just locked on this curiosity, and I just move towards the Forge. I move straight
as you're
into
walking,
the Forge.
The voice returns. I know what you are. What you have been. I smell the salt and the blood on you. Exquisite. And as you round the corner, it's almost like light sources dim towards a fantastically crafted spear which is leaning against the wall. It doesn't look to be like all the other ones. This one has been forged from normal steel. In real life, it would look like a naginata. It's got an elongated scimitar-like blade at the end, essentially, on a long 5-foot haft with gold running all the way up it.
I have eyes for nothing. I'm not even looking around me right now. I'm just moving towards it.
Do we notice him acting weird?
Perception check.
I'm still looting.
Okay.
Do we have to roll our perception check in slow motion?
I would say with disadvantage, actually, because something strange is going on right now.
Actually, as he walks past, he's literally walks over the body of the guy I'm looting.
Yeah.
All right.
Does he walk
damn
right through the body? Like, not like banging into it and kicking it out of the way, but literally over the top of it.
Yeah, like,
I'm not paying any
that
attention.
seems a bit weird that he's not going around it. Can I insight on that? Like, he literally just walked over the body that I'm trying to do, and I'm like...
Insight, please.
Give a disadvantage, turning my 13 into a 4.
Yeah.
Yeah. My 9 became a 7. I feel you.
As Nasan steps over and on the body, you definitely think, that's strange. And looking up at his face, there's a sense of focus on it.
Arcana, can I see that he's been, like, charmed or possessed or something like that?
That would be included in the insight check.
Okay, cool. Do I suspect that might be what's going on?
You just see that he's got a focused look on his face, that's all.
Nasan, you saying something interesting? Nasan?
By the way, on his character, there's not really any valuables or anything like that. It's kind of strange. However, around his neck you find a medallion. It's made out of the same black iron, and you feel uncomfortable. You'd want to remove it.
I take out like like some spare cloth or something and pull it off with that.
Sure. Did you ever look at Goodwife's body or did you take off straight down the
I
hallway?
took off straight away.
Okay, so you don't know about the medallion. In your hand is a small, probably about the size of. It's a 2-inch diameter medallion.
And it's the same bad iron that we've seen before, and it looks bad and evil.
It's made out of that, absolutely.
Is that
and
the
in
only
the center
thing
of the
he's got on him?
medallion is a bony hand
Okay.
with 2 tentacles encircling it. Aside from that, his scale mail is the only thing on him that appears to not be made out of the filthy black
Ooh.
metal.
The scale mail, it won't fit me.
You think maybe with some alterations. I don't know, maybe you could reclaim the materials. Take it to
Okay.
a blacksmith and find out.
In which case, I'll pack the scale mail.
Sure.
But I'll
It's
pull
got a
the
large
amulet
hole
off.
in it anyways.
I'll pull the amulet off. And following Noson in, I go in and I just chuck it in the forge.
Okay. You throw it into the forge. It sits there amidst the coals. It doesn't appear to
Given that
melt
they
or be
appear to be
destroyed
moving
yet.
slowly, just to confirm, are they, from my perception, actually moving slowly? So,
Yeah,
for
like,
example,
is he moving super fast to us, or is he, like, thinking
No.
himself is moving slow as well?
He just
Just my
thinks he's
perception
moving
of the world
uber
is changing.
fast, and everybody else, yeah.
yeah, there's plenty of drugs that'll do that to you. Your
It's like a
perception of
distortion
things
type
around
deal.
you just change very drastically.
It says again, you want power.
Noson!
I
Noson!
want power.
Noson! Guys, Noson's being weird.
Yeah, he gets that way sometimes.
I stand in front of him and jump up and down, waving my hand in front of his face.
It releases your mind. The
You're
voice is
okay.
gone and the perception goes back to normal. You're standing in front of the spear right now. You could reach out and take it.
Out of curiosity, how did he get in front of me, considering I was working with speed and he doesn't move faster than I do?
I can run.
Yeah, I would
seen
rule
you
that you didn't
walking.
run. Well, I mean, if
Yeah.
you want to run, you can. I guess it's not my place to tell you what you did as a GM. So he sprinted around you as you were walking, I guess. Just like, ah!
Yeah, like, I don't need to sprint. I can just increase my movement by, like, a little bit, like a small jog for that little bit.
I literally, in the moment that he gets in front of me, I just bat him out of the way. He's too small to really... If he's in that close quarters and jumping up and down, he'd just be the size of a child.
Yeah, give me a
I
strength
wouldn't
roll.
need to see over... I wouldn't...
I guess I'll oppose with acrobatics. Can I do that?
Yeah, whichever you want. We're treating this as a push action in combat.
Okay.
No damage, just to move you out of the way.
Nope. He How
manages
are
to
you
weave out of the way.
proposing
You attempt
So
to
he
push
gets
him
out
to
of the way
side.
then.
Yeah, and he just kind
Can
of
I
ducks it. and
perceive
he's still
around
in
to
front
see
of
if, like,
you.
he's staring at anything in particular, or, like, what's going on?
I'm staring at you right now because you're in my way.
If he's looking at you,
Okay.
you can
You're
do an
okay.
insight to see and track what he was looking at previously if you want.
Okay, insight.
Although it will be a challenging check because you haven't been
Sure.
in the room yet. And there's a lot of stuff laying around.
14.
Not quite enough. You can't really tell what he was looking at because in that corner there's lots of weapons. There's a crate or two, a spear sitting up against the wall, but nothing seems to stand out more than any other.
Are you okay?
What do you want, you foul-smelling little... And I reach up to massage the side of my head and then start looking around myself.
Nothing. And I walk away.
You hurt his feelings. He's a sad goblin.
Like, I can't really put my hand on his shoulder as I walk away. I put my hand, like, on his hip as I walk away. Kind of like the goblin equivalent, since you're so short. And I make sure I use a slightly messier of my two hands.
I've been watching this with a little concern.
As I go to walk out the room just to finish off my looting and stuff, and I say to the guys that go out, I go, Nothing's being weird.
How much of this altercation did I see?
You just you caught the tail end of it. You all were looking at things in the room. You didn't notice that Nasan was being weird or anything like that. You think he's just being... If you want to do an insight check, you can, but it just sounds like a snippy exchange between two people who are tired of each other.
I'll try insight.
You can always get that crit 20.
I fail at insight.
Dex is kind of annoying, you think to yourself.
True. And I do
Yeah,
smell
I
of
can
shit
see where
right
he's
now.
coming from.
No, it's true, and I do smell of shit, so...
And also just try to search through the stuff. Dex is getting in his way. It's his own fault.
I'm gonna say aloud that I guess we found where the corrupted metals are being made, and we found where the creatures are being made, but where's the necromancer? Still no sign of him.
Oh, by the way, that guy had a amulet around his neck with like some tentacles around the skull, and it was made of black iron.
It's a bone hand, not a skull.
A bone hand, sorry.
A bone hand reaching upwards.
Um,
Here, I'll show you what it looked like. Here.
And like,
Was
I've
that
got
the
a
same
picture of it.
pattern as we saw on the medallion on what's her face? Good wife. Ooh.
There you go.
That's actually pretty cool.
oh.
That's what it would look like.
It looks like this and a minor illusion that in front of them.
Okay.
Can't you just
You know,
show
I've
this?
seen that.
You've literally got it in your hand.
No, I didn't.
No,
Don't.
he's
I chucked the amulet in the forge.
Oh, okay.
I've seen that. That was around the neck of Mrs. Goodwife.
Right, he had one too, and I chucked it in the forge.
Oh. I look in the forge. What's it looking like? Do I see it in there?
It's still in there. It hasn't had enough time to heat or anything along those lines. It hasn't begun to redden
How
either.
hot was the forge? You did say it was red hot, which means
Yeah, it's reasonably hot, but I figured he threw it in there like.
No,
15,
if it's
20
red
seconds
hot,
ago.
it's actually cooling.
Yeah, it's taking
It would
time.
Be a forge gets like white hot once it starts to get to a real heat. Though this is an enormous forge, so it might be very different. But
Maybe it's just the edge or something that I chucked it into.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Is you weren't really careful about where you threw it, so it was just like, just off to the side or whatever. It's still there. It's probably hot, but it's still there.
I cast Sacred Flame on it.
Sacred Flame on it.
Radiant damage.
Sure. Roll me damage.
Two.
It seems to interact. When the radiant light leaves your hand and strikes the medallion, it seems to pulsate for a moment, and all of a sudden you hear tss, and tink! It explodes in every direction, throwing hunks of metal and bits. Can everybody make me a dexterity save, please?
Oh no.
Uh-oh. Oh,
16.
fair enough.
Well
Okay.
rolled.
17.
I rolled the worst.
Good job, team.
I'm a dwarf.
Uh,
I'm used to forge explosions.
Hearing the tss noise, you all kind of duck down along the edge of the forge because it's upraised by several feet, 3 to 4 feet. It sits kind of high. He was a big dude. And ducking down quickly enough, the fragments bounce off the walls and tang and stick into the mud, but they don't get any of you. You're all fine.
Yeah, because I was still kind of looking around myself a little bit out, trying to walk back through my memories, because I'm here. I mean, I remember walking here, but I'm not. The same sort of focus isn't there anymore. I remember that I heard something murmuring something, but the memory's a little bit foggy. So I'm not quite aware that he's thrown that thing in there. Or the
Yeah,
the
you
spell
kind of
being cast.
second-naturedly like moved out of the way, almost like an instinct.
When I turn
almost.
around, like I hear the hissing, turn around, this thing explodes, and I just kind of weave to the side and clatter into the armor stand that the spear was on.
Sure.
Probably hard enough, because I didn't know what that was, and all of a sudden a hissing and an explosion. It's worth getting out of the way of. Probably hard enough to knock it over. What spills out
what-
of it?
What spills out of the rack?
Yeah.
The spear falls over to the front towards you, and several other bits and bobs, the random, like, crudely carved scimitars and short blades kind of fall over as you bump into it with a clattering noise. The spear is falling towards you right now.
Actually, oh, okay.
Yeah, it's-
I probably try to avoid that, to be fair, as well. I'm going to roll my dex save again, if that's all right.
Sure, go ahead. Yeah, that's fine. What were you trying to do with that save?
Trying to get out of its way. Is it just like literally just tipping over, and
It's-
I'm
you-
just
you
trying
step to the side,
avoid the
and it
clattering?
just you step to the side and it
As
just hits the
as it's
ground.
falling, I react the same way I reacted to other things.
Yeah.
And I step to get out of the way, and then almost without thought, as it's falling past me, my free hand just catches it.
The second it comes into contact with your hand, things feel okay. You're given a feeling of just, yeah,
Okay.
this is the right thing. This was definitely the right choice.
I'm going to imagine that given that he was so focused on getting to the spear before it, even though the direct pull is gone,
Sure.
there'd be lingering triggers in his mind to get to the spear. So as he was falling past, just without thinking, he snatched it rather than just let it fall down. So when you were saying that things felt okay, was Noson feeling particularly bad before?
No,
Other than a
but
bit
for some
unnerved
reason,
in this place.
Is it kind of that tranquil, like, that feels just things feel right now?
Yeah,
Okay.
like it's just, you weren't feeling particularly bad in the first place, but it's like when you're playing Tetris and you get that perfect line that blows up all of them just right. You're like, yeah.
Sense of satisfaction.
This is the spear of Tetris.
Yep. Just a sense of, not even satisfaction, just like, in your mind right now, this was the right thing to do.
Does it have runes
Spear
carved
of
into it?
Tetracles, master of
Like the
war.
runes
that?
are like little cubes, like attached to each other in different shapes.
They aren't runes. They're kind of like little, almost like vinework filigree running down it in silver and gold that end in like leaves and other like
And they
random,
don't like
you know, wind
fill a
blowing
line
little
or
clouds.
anything when you like align them up perfectly or something.
No. Disappointing.
Meanwhile, while Nozen's saying that, I'm going, well, looks like whatever metal this is reacts to the radiance of our grey lady. That might be useful.
It reacts to your god.
Yeah, apparently she, it doesn't really like being exposed to the, divine light of her radiance.
Interesting. Are you aware of materials that would normally have this kind of feature?
Am I? Is that some sort of arcana check or religion check? No, religion's basically history.
Give me an Arcana check, yeah. It's not going to be a particularly difficult one. I mean, this seems like an obvious conclusion to draw.
Yeah, but I got a 4.
That's true, you did get a 4. You're in the middle of a dark cave, evil
Yeah.
artifacts are exploding all around you, you just ducked it, and you're like, ah,
No, I assume...
weird.
I would draw the conclusion possibly that it's something to do with that evil blood, that if it's evil and if they're using that to make it, maybe it's reacting to that, but I don't know about any other metals.
While this conversation's going on, you said it was what weapon was this? What was the name you gave it?
Let's count it as, we're going to call it a, let me take a look at the list here, so if anybody else has anything they want to keep going on, I would count it as it's a two-handed spear, like a long naginata, kind of a Japanese-styled long spear, essentially.
Okay.
Or like
Right.
an ari, maybe, if that's the right word that I'm looking for.
So while
but
that
it's-
conversation's going on there, I just kind of plant the bottom of the spear on the ground, just almost like testing
Mhm.
the construction of it, how sturdy it is, how it the vibrations move up through it, and then almost talking over them, quite, I'm not really paying attention to what they're doing. I've only got a mind for what I'm doing right now, and I turn kind of to Mormon, but also addressing the others. Did that thing make all of these weapons? And I look across the other weapons in the room. Do I see anything that doesn't look like a crudely fashioned?
It looks as
metallic
though
thing.
there are a few weapons piled in the corner that are clearly of like human make. They look like they were not forged using
Right.
the metal down here, but it seems like they've been thrown over there for usage as just like scrap or something like that. They aren't arranged on the racks like this spear was.
Right. Okay.
I want to go have a look at that pile, see if they've got any daggers in there.
Sure.
I
Going
reply
through most of
to-
them are pretty notched and messed up, but a few are well maintained. You find 2 short swords in the grouping over there that are fairly well maintained and would be useful.
Okay.
I reply to Noson, I guess whoever that was had plenty of time to work on all this.
You see the spear in his hand, Mormon. Piece of craftsmanship like that wouldn't escape your gaze as a dwarf.
And do I notice that it's not made of the same metal as everything else and that it looks really nice?
Yeah, it's definitely just based on your background as a craftsman. You're like, oh, where did that come from, essentially? That doesn't belong
So,
here.
yeah, Oh, son, where'd you get that? That's not made of the same stuff as everything else.
No, it isn't. Maybe
Nasan,
it was.
You have a feeling that you really don't want to give it to him. Like, you're just having a normal conversation, but you really don't want to give him that spear.
Okay. My grip on the spear tightens, and I bang it on the ground again as if testing it, and I nod over towards the pile of weapons. It doesn't seem like the others know, but maybe it was taken from one of the dead.
I walk up and take a bit of a look at it. Look at the little runes and stuff on the side.
Give me
B.
Arcana check, I guess.
Give me B. I'm a big fan of Q myself.
12.
A 12.
I was really hoping for like a max roll, and I could just be like, "That's an evil spear, no!"
Looking at the spear, it appears to be of exquisite workmanship. Whoever made this spear knew what they were doing, almost to the extent that you might assume, perhaps, if it weren't for the filigree not matching up, dwarves would never use that kind of imagery. It's just not in the right style. And the style is foreign to you. You're not entirely sure who would make filigree like that. It's not like anything you've ever seen before, but one thing is apparent, that it takes a lot of skill to create something like that.
Take a look at it and go, "That's some impressive work. It's quite a good find there." And then I turn to look at the rest of the weapons arrayed around. The not evil ones.
As
the not
he
visibly
turns
evil ones.
to move away, roll an insight if I can ask you to do that, because I'll describe, and you can just know whether you pick up on it. But as he moves away, I relax.
Yeah,
You would definitely pick up that.
if we could make
as
it,
you
if we
turn
could,
away from
if he wants to make an insight, let's have him call it out,
Oh, okay,
rather
sorry
than
about
being
that.
out of character, goaded by other people. I'd like
No,
it to
that's
be
fine.
just the player's prerogative.
That's fine. Then
Can
what I
I-
would usually have said is, I would say this. I don't know whether he would notice it or not, but I relaxed when you turned away.
That's
Can
fine.
observing this interaction, firstly, since I know the mom is looking at the spear, can I kind of check the spear? And can I also observe the interaction between them and the insight, particularly from a distance, being like where Mormon's interested in spear, then moves away and stuff?
I figure during this time you're actually rifling through the stuff that's on the
Okay.
ground, so
Sure.
I would say no.
Okay.
Do I count that insight roll then, or are we saying wasn't a thing because I wouldn't have done it
Let's
otherwise?
wipe
could just
that
say
one.
that-
Let's wipe that one
Alright.
because I want it to be player's choice.
Yeah, so I take a look at the other not visibly evil weapons, if there's anything cool.
Now, everything else appears to be... Actually, give me a perception roll real fast. I'll tell you that while you're making the perception roll that all the weapons here seem to be fairly uniform, aside from the fact that they're all so poorly forged that they all vary in different ways. Like some are bent one way, some are bent another way, some
Some
appear to
are
have
more evil than others.
Yeah, some appear to have more workmanship put in than others, but they're all equally nasty and vile-looking weapons. With that perception check, though, you will note that a lot of the racks are like half empty. Like a lot of them, actually, now that you're looking around.
Looks like there was room for more weapons here. No, don't know whether he was going to make more or acquire more or what. Or if some were taken.
Well, how many of those little creatures do you think there are?
But I wonder how many more are still out there.
You could probably guess just by looking at how many weapons are missing from the walls.
I take a quick count.
Sure. It appears as though there's probably about 20 weapons missing, judging by the empty notches.
Would that stack up with the amount of bodies that I and the sea giant killed?
No, there are far, far, far more bodies than there are weapons missing.
Okay.
And we've
I'll
killed.
say, well, if he was using
4.
all these racks, then there's probably well over a dozen left. These things.
Well, there's one door we haven't been through yet.
Insight roll for me, Mormon.
Ten.
With the 10, the idea strikes you that or someone came and took the weapons and left and went somewhere.
I say, it could be that someone else took them. Maybe the necromancer. He definitely seems to have something to do with this place, even if we haven't seen him yet.
Were the skeletons earlier using these black weapons?
No. Those were weapons that they appear to have been buried with.
Okay.
What do necromancer need of weapons like this?
Yeah, apparently they've.
Well, if
the
he's raising,
skeletons-
it looks here like through some means or another, some small army was being raised. I guess this is to arm them with.
So,
Are you certain that there were weapons here, though? It could just simply be that he hadn't had time to fill the racks.
Anything is possible.
So, the things being grown from the mushy cave stuff, we've got to get a name for it. We're going to call it the Scourge. So, the Scourge is growing these critters, and then they're using the blood of the Scourge to forge weapons of evil to arm the critters with.
Sounds about right.
Don't like the Scourge.
I don't like any of this.
You look at some of the tentacles on the wall, and you get the feeling that it doesn't like you either. If you're gonna be mean about it.
Okay, I raise my voice then. I'm still kind of a little bit pissed off. I've calmed down. And looking at the tentacles on the wall, then looking at like the actual like real tentacles on the wall, as opposed to the depiction on the like the bracelets and stuff, necklaces. I go.
I've seen more impressive tentacles in some of those X-rated pamphlets they give out at some weird bars.
And I vicious mockery it.
Roll damage.
Fun.
It doesn't seem to notice.
Okay.
It's not a pointed enough critique.
Looking around the forge, do I actually see any ore? Loose ore?
Yeah. You see the crate that Adavi saw that's got what looks like just native raw iron inside of it.
Walking over to it, I hook my sun wheel just off my belt,
Mhm.
and then just lean in, and now with my free hand, I just lift up some of the ore, just moving around, just see if there's anything in there other than ore, anything that looks out of place.
Investigation, please.
Ooh.
Natural 20.
There's nothing inside it. You go through it with the eyes of an eagle, and it's just ore on top of ore on top of ore.
Can we get an eagle scream for that?
I just quickly pop out the room to go get the dwarvish tools that Mom was looking at earlier and bring them back. It'll take me a little bit, but
Okay. You
I
walk
take a
past
quick-
Asher, who's still sitting on the spear. And he's, are we to be on our way?
I think they're nearly done. I'm just gonna go get something.
Once Dax leaves, that smells better.
Oh boy, you are.
Um,
right,
as-
sir.
I actually turned to Adavi. Did you need to push him in there? I know he can be annoying sometimes, but he's much more annoying now. He smells like shit.
He'll clean up someday, and maybe he'll learn not to be such a little shit anymore.
Dax, as you walk down the hallway back the way you go, you see the silver ear on the wall that you didn't notice before.
can I arcana it?
Yeah?
By the way, we've been doing the poison spray cantrip wrong.
Have we?
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's the enemy makes Constitution saving throw versus your DC, not an attack roll. Also, this means it can't crit, because you can only crit with spells that have an attack roll, not a saving throw, because obviously you don't have a saving throw to get 20 on, an attack roll to get 20 on.
Okay.
Interesting. So why does it crit when you click on it?
Probably because it's been
It's
set
probably
up
just
to
an
be an
attack roll.
attack roll spell. It shouldn't be an attack roll spell. It should be like I've got for my saving throw spells.
All right, you'll have to show me after the show.
Yeah, effectively I will. I got
Looking
an
at the
8.
big silver ear, you have no idea why a large silver ear would be embedded in a wall, but it's definitely strange, and it definitely probably has a function. Like, why would somebody do this in the middle of, like, a dirt and stone wall unless it had a function? Other than that, you don't really know.
Okay, well then I look at the end and go, I don't think you're very eerie, and vicious mockery it.
Okay. Damage.
Okay. 4.
It doesn't so much react to the spell as it reacts to the words that you just said at it. There's a bright flash of light which comes from the ear canal upon it hearing what you just said. Go ahead and make me a wisdom save.
Oh God.
It's fired the ear cannon.
21.
Yay!
Ooh! It tries to flash, but you blink faster. And even though you've got little floaty purple things in your vision right now, you are unblinded. From this experience, go ahead and roll me an insight.
That was a great roll.
Yeah. I need it. 16.
You quickly derive that the flash was a reaction to the words that you said. And you think perhaps that if you knew the right words and or word, something good would happen.
I
We haven't seen any words down here written anywhere, have we?
Scribbling on
I
the walls.
start leaving.
With your insight roll, you quickly recall that a word has been said in here, although I won't tell you where it came from.
I already know what the word is.
Sarah.
Metagaming.
Yep. Metagaming.
Can I make a memory check?
Why did you
Make
do
an
that, Shen?
intelligence check to see if you remember.
I'm not doing it for his character to know it.
You sit there trying to recall the word that
No,
you heard a little while.
Literally cannot remember any words. I go on, I grab the tools.
The smell is so bad that you just can't focus your brain right now. You can't get the stink off of you, and you turn
In
on
fact,
your
we've
heat
already
and
started
walk
to
into
block
the
out
room.
everything to do with that episode, which is when you heard the name.
Pretty much,
true.
yeah. Like a mental wall.
I mean, the problem is now I'd already made the connection, and thus I was ruling that Nosson had made the connection since it was all there. But it was like,
Yeah, but you weren't there to get the connection with the...
I was there to I was just down the corridor. I'm assuming that everyone heard it, especially when Adabi was like saying, "Did you hear that?" Thing
Oh, no, you heard the
Actually-
word Sarah, but you don't know that the flashing and the whole... You need to
Oh
say
no,
something to it.
no!
Yeah, yeah.
No, I know.
But yeah, I go get the tools, and when I come back, I go, guys, I think there's an ear up there waiting to hear some sort of phrase or word or something.
The sea giant raises an eyebrow and walks towards the ear with a sense of purpose. Are the rest of you going to follow him?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but as we move,
Actually,
that's how do you work that out, Dex? I was going to suggest a moment that we start talking to it, but what do you mean? It waiting for a word?
I
Did
don't
you
know.
speak to it?
I insulted it, and it seemed to say that that wasn't the right passphrase, effectively, is what I was...
It spoke?
It tried to blind me. It's not the first time.
Okay.
And I walk up towards the ear of Asher.
Okay. You're all gathered around the ear right now. Asher is sitting, leaning on his spear, staring at it. He was not in the room, so he didn't hear anything when you opened the bag. What do you want to do?
I'm going to demonstrate what happens. So, firstly, I'm going to turn my...
Wait, did I hear the blinding bit but that he said
Yeah.
earlier?
everybody heard
I'm
it.
not. I didn't say I'm going to demonstrate what happens. I'm just saying, out of character, I'm going to demonstrate. I get my shield. I turn it over so that the concave part is over the ear.
Mm-hmm.
I hold it just off the side so they can see the edge of the wall around it. And then I go up to it and go, and I whisper, I hate you so much, I lobe you. And I step back.
Flash! It goes off, and you see a thin line of light hit all the walls in a kind of circle around the edges of the
Whoa.
shield.
Whoa.
That wasn't very nice.
Is that what happened before?
Yep.
Huh.
I want some sort of passphrase or something. We haven't heard anything down here for passphrase, have we?
No, we did. In the outhouse. Remember?
Do I remember?
Intelligence check again.
Did you take your member berries?
Your other failure was so bad that you got to roll again, man. I'm not just gonna let you have it.
14.
You do. You remember. It's not that hard of a thing to. How often do you have a talking bag?
Yeah. Sarah.
the ear rotates, and previously unseen joints, it like folds into itself until it's a flat pane of metal, rotates into the wall, and the whole thing slides to the side, and you are faced with a room.
Ooh.
I was afraid you were going to say, like, a dragon.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there might be a dragon.
The room contains a dragon.
A level 600 ogre.
Damn!
Seeing the door open up, I look inside.
Perception checks for everybody going into the room.
Definitely. I also cast guidance on myself.
11.
Sure.
Not a very good perception, that one.
18
Wow,
plus.
I got a
the
20.
natural crit, 21.
Okay. So Nusson,
My total is
and Adav.
21.
As you enter the room, you see a large purple rug with all kinds of intricate decorations and symbols on it, atop of which sits a chest, and a large mahogany desk, behind which is a chair. There are 2 torches on either side of the desk, which seem to burn with a kind of... The light is slightly off. It doesn't feel quite natural, but still. They seem to be torch-like enough. There's a skeleton shackled to the wall to your right, and a bed in the corner to your right as well. For Mormond and Dax, looking to the left-hand side of the room, you see everything that they've seen, except that on the left-hand side of the room, you see 2 large books sitting on top of a cabinet or a table. It's not a cabinet because that denotes you could open it and get stuff out of it. On top of the desk, you see a number of books, letters, missives, a chest with a large lock on the front of it. You see that the skeleton has been shackled to the right-hand side of the room, and there are striations, burn marks, kind of discolorations on the bones. There's also slight scalpel marks that only Mormond sees. With the bed and the rest of the room, there's a fine layer of dust over everything.
I gingerly step inside.
You step inside. Nothing happens.
Guys, it's
Seeing
safe.
nothing happen, I step inside.
Okay.
I'll walk in. I'll go towards the books on the left.
By the way, Mormond, you would know there's no traps in here. Unless it's on like a drawer or something like that that's on the desk on the opposite side. You couldn't see anything like lumps on the rug, or you got a critical success. You're pretty well aware of the room.
I don't show any like fear as I walk in that I'm gonna set anything off. I just stride over to the table and take a look at what's over
Since
here.
he's looking at the table, I guess I'll look at the chest.
Yeah. There's a large lock on the front of it. This one much better in make and quality than the lock that was on the jail cell. But the chest is quite large. It's probably
I go
5
to look
feet
at
long.
the
and-
Not some.
skeleton.
Oh, right. There's a chest here when you're done, and I go to look at the desk.
I wave my hand, showing that I acknowledge what he said as I peer in at the skeleton.
Sure. As you're looking at the skeleton, it looks as though someone has been doing kind of exploratory actions on it. Like, it doesn't seem like they want to destroy the skeleton. It just seems like it's here as a prop, or as an experimentation, or as an amusement, maybe.
Okay. Since I just did something, I'm not going to do another thing straight away. So
I look at the stuff on the desk.
Okay. Give me a investigation check, please.
I cast guidance.
Okay. Let's just assume if we're in story mode, you have guidance on you, just to speed things up. If you want to put it on somebody else, declare it, but I'm going to assume that you always have guidance on you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you investigate the hell out of that desk.
A total of 21.
You are
Yeah.
sure it is a desk?
You investigate the shit out of that desk. On the desk, there are a number of pieces of paper which are of interest. Sitting on the desk are several pieces of paper from someone named Colvo to someone named, let me take a look real fast and make sure that I'm getting this all correct, to someone named Valmar.
I announce
appear to
these findings as I find them to the group.
They appear to be announcing, well, there's a lot of scientific jargon and a lot of medical jargon in these ones. Can you give me a medicine check, please?
So that was from Colva to
Colvo,
Colvo.
Colvo, to Valmar.
I think this is Valmar's place. These letters are entitled to him.
And I do a medicine check.
Sure.
And I will guidance it, I guess. Natural 20.
Wow.
Natural 20. You are on right now. Having done a little bit of healing in your time, you're taking a look, and these are scientific. They're almost like these are inquisitive letters talking about the way that the creatures are formed and over time how they develop.
They were
Given
studying
what
the
you got
creatures.
right there, you know that these individuals are inherently involved in whatever's going on. They appear to be the source from which these creatures are being planted or awakened or something along those lines.
They're
Although you need to
planting
study
or
it
awakening
longer.
these creatures. And
You'll
they've
need
been
to study
studying
it
them.
more, though, if you wanted to get more information out, because this is thick like scholastic shit.
Cool, I'll take it. And every time we do a rest, I'll assume that, like, I'm going to read for, like, 2 hours on my break.
Sounds good. In addition, on the desk, you find a series of letters which are all between Valmar and other people.
Okay.
And I will let you read those now.
Actual letters.
What
This is
voice should I
amazing.
do for this as I read it to the group?
Oh my god.
I'm going to assume this guy is a gentleman Englishman.
I've got a letter here.
Averbeth. Inform Tourmaline that her efforts are especially appreciated, but she must accelerate her salesmanship. Make sure the people know exactly how bad the plague is.
Oh.
And how badly they need her. Competition can be snatched up if necessary. The cook shrine could always do a few more fat pigs for the draining.
Cook shrine draining? Are they talking about people?
As for you, my dearest friend, relieve yourself of drink for a few days and dry out. Words reach me that your drunkenness has led to loudmouth, and while you haven't spoken about anything of note, rest assured that I will let slip anything about our pretense. I will bleed you over fire and let the KHIZRATHI have their play with the result.
Are these the KHIZRATHI, maybe?
Sounds like it.
See to yourself, or I'll see to the consequences. Continue your work in the North Field and keep yourself from Cobb Stock.
The Northfield. I don't know anyone called Cobb, but that's where the Hound was.
You do know. Calder Cobb is the innkeeper.
Aldecop.
Oh, Calder Cobb. Oh yeah, see, I've got the wrong number of B's, and that totally threw me for some reason because I'm stupid.
And keep yourself from Cowed Stop.
Only a short time left. The KHIZRATHI have made it known that you've been late for deliveries.
Okay, so they're somewhat clever. They can tell people when they're late.
The teeth are not easy to get lost in,
That's the entrance, maybe?
so I must assume you are shirking your responsibilities. You've been warned. Drown deeply, Valmar.
And at the bottom, that is actually the sigil or the seal that has been stamped on it.
Okay, would you mind also...
Sounds-
This is a picture, right?
Yes.
Can you put that into the, what's it called, like the handouts bit in Roll20 and then push it to me so that I've got access to that at some later date?
Yeah, sure.
Cool. I'd like to have a look
Sounds
at
like
that.
a delightful fellow.
So these are the KHIZRATHI.
Well, now we have some names.
They've been born by the
Averbeth,
Scourge.
Tourmaline.
Averbeth, Tourmaline, Valmar, Colvo. This is titled to Averbeth and informed Tourmaline. Okay. And Averbeth is drunk in town. Did we see anyone particularly drunk in town?
You didn't. No more than anyone else imbibing.
Okay.
Interesting way to end a letter. Drown deeply.
What did the other
Tentacles
letters
and
say?
stuff. And I did hear water from the other thing.
Oh, the other letter. Is there another letter?
There's two more.
Oh.
Yeah.
Might have to zoom
Scroll up.
out a little bit, but
Scroll the map up.
Oh. Damn. Ziggurat. Deliveries will continue as normally planned. The arrival of the Sovereign and the Giants are of little concern at this point. The Sovereign. Was that like the ship name of our ship or something?
That was our ship, yes.
Okay. Of little concern at this point. It should matter very little in the greater scheme of things, but move cautiously. We've not yet gathered who was on board either ship, although contingencies are in place should mainlanders cause issue. Oh god, there's contingencies. Cease the taking of your neighbors in the countryside for now, as our supply of Everblood, that's where the farms came from, is sufficiently set up to orchestrate the awakening rituals. So they need Everblood, which is the blood that they make. Slowly KHIZRATHI gain strength, and by their promise, we will soon reap our just rewards. They gain strength. So the guy we fought from the Forge, he's like a full-strength KHIZRATHI.
You assume.
I'm assuming that,
much
yeah.
there.
Adborough and the Red Ferns continue to be our main concerns. Okay, so Addy.
Means that Adborough can be trusted, or at least has no direct connection to this plot.
They're overwhelmed with the current situation, and keeping them on their heels is, at this point, our greatest diversion. The fog has gathered nicely, or so I've been informed, but it could be some time before we are ready, so they made the fog. In the meantime, be wary of the Crawford Circle during your honored work. Ooh, so the Crawford Circle are against them. Do not provoke them, neither should you dedicate anyone to their expungement. That will come in time. Drown deep, Valmar. Okay, so Ziggurat.
They mentioned the Croftwood Circle. I assume they mean the Druids.
Indeed.
They're against the Druids and eventually want to wipe them out.
A huge head pokes down through the doorway of the sea giant. Anything useful?
You wouldn't believe it. So many things. We know exactly who's behind this stuff, or at least names, and who our allies are, and who are... Oh my god, this is like a treasure trove of information.
Halvar. Redfern has yet to fall ill, and so too does Adborough. We had hoped to force Redfern into a compromising position with Adborough. Who's Redfern?
He was the magistrate who was handing out bread on the docks.
Oh. But the present situation has left us with an open page with regards to that objective. Regardless of the fact, all preparations are nearing completion for the Awakening, and Woodley's fate is in hands of the KHIZRATHI now. I shall meet with you shortly at the Brazen Bull, as requested. I shall hasten to make my journey to the capital a short one, and leave matters here for the most bloody of the KHIZRATHI host. Depths claim all, Valmar. So these
The
are like
Brazen Bull.
death worshippers. In the capital, so that's the name of a pub in the capital.
Ah.
Because I shall hasten to make my journey to the capital a short one, so the Brazen Bull is like a place in the capital.
Drown deeply, depths claim all. Certain nautical theme to these things.
You know that
Indeed.
ladder we came past that we didn't go down?
Yes, I
I
remember.
could smell sea air down there. We're underground.
I literally turned to him. Whatever gives you the impression that we're underground, other than the fact that we were on the surface and we went down for a long, long way.
Forgive
and
my
covered by dirty...
pondering, but normally the sea is not underground.
Well, it might be on this island.
This island is
This island floats. Perhaps it is not attached at all. Perhaps the sea is below the ground.
A religion check to check if, like, the depths worshippers seem to be connected to any known religion.
Yeah.
This is where we need that nat 20.
I've got my 1d4.
Nat 20.
I'm not even bother adding my 1d4. I just
So
walk
close
straight,
to an 18, though.
I just
No,
walk straight
you
up to
don't.
Mormond, and I cast guidance on you and go, do you have any idea about these guys?
Mormond?
Maybe.
With your perception check, you see a small rune inscribed into the wall next to the torch on the left. Very, very small. Nobody else saw it but you got a critical success, so you see it.
I wander over and take a look.
Sure. Arcana for me. On the table, you also
You've
find...
got guidance up because I gave you guidance, so actually you can have a d4.
Yeah, add a d4 to that.
14.
It's definitely magical. It's definitely active, but you're not sure what the function is. There are several... Well, there's a drawer that is locked in the desk that you've noticed as well.
No, son,
On the
another
opposite
lock.
side.
Oh, was that he saw it on me?
Mormon saw it.
Okay, cool. Sorry.
Like, looking at the the mark, I say, take a look at this. I think it's doing something, maybe, or maintaining something.
Anybody else want to Arcana it?
Sure.
Yeah, definitely.
Instead of giving guidance to myself, I give it to a
Good
Davy.
rolls. Damn.
Okay.
10.
You got yourself a 10. You want to add guidance to that?
Oh, yeah.
$15.
Okay.
And Tadavi ends up with 11.
Okay. Dax, you recognize that sigil. It's a rune that's used for the incantation of spells that allow people to watch over places.
In which case,
It
I take a
attaches
step.
remotely.
I take a step back and I go, "We're being watched."
I turn around, see what he's gesturing at. Then I look to Adavi. The scroll. Use it now.
Sounds like a good plan. I'll pull out the
Wait,
dispel magic.
wait.
And...
I pick up like. Is there like any
Go
cloth
on.
or anything nearby? Any like drapes or like a tool chair?
I mean, it's written in charcoal, so you could technically just smudge it off.
I get some of the shit off of myself, and I wipe it over the rune and wipe the rune off with the moist feces.
The rune is gone. There's no need to use the scroll. He preceded you if you want.
And then I go, dispel magic.
I'm going to shake the scroll in Dax's direction with a big grin. And put it back in my robe.
Resourceful.
Dax, as you're looking at the letters, you notice that there are a series of geometrical notches, very, very small, along the bottom, the left, the right, and the top of each letter. Give me a... let me take a look here.
Investigation, Arcana?
Give me a...
It'd be intelligence to make connection or what, like that.
I mean,
Give me an investigation, I
yeah.
guess.
Okay, then I guidance this, I guess.
Okay.
18
Nice.
plus 2, 20.
As you're staring at it, you start to notice that some of the geometrical points, some of the sides of the shapes that have been, these are very, very small, like millimeter sized, etched all the way around the edges very carefully. And in your head, you see the different points and the different shapes aligning at different grids and spots along the page. You're not sure what's going on, but there's definitely some kind of cipher being used.
And this
There's
is
a
in
code there.
In the
These are intentional
in the letters or the journal?
on the letters.
Letters. There's some sort of cipher in these letters. There's marks and shapes down the side.
Are you able to decipher it?
Can I?
You can make an intelligence check, sure.
Would it be investigation
Well,
or
if he's
intelligence?
Intelligence flat to
Okay.
decipher a...
I guidance it.
There you go.
I'm an
17.
intelligent goblin tonight, man. That's a total of 18.
Not bad, but the cipher eludes you. It's a very, very good roll, and you start to make connections. You're sitting there, and there's a piece of string on the desk, and you take it, and you start connecting the points of the different shapes. And every time you think you're quite onto something,
As
you
soon
can't
as that
quite
starts
match it up
happening,
again.
I call over like Adavian Mormond. Adavian Mormond, you know anything about ciphers and stuff?
I don't think so. What have you found?
And I show them like the what I found, the things that I've managed to get like the lining up, but then sometimes it doesn't go quite right, etc.
Time check. This will be our last action right here. So if you guys want to roll an intelligence on it to help decipher it, this will be where we'll stop for the day.
All right, I'll pick up some of the papers and I'll start moving them around and see if I can find a way to put them all
You're
together.
at it, and then be like, nope, no
I put
idea.
guidance on Adavi.
What is guidance on? It's just +4?
1d4.
So you got 21 so far.
Okay.
24.
24.
24. Not
I'm just
bad at
moving all
all.
the papers around, trying to see if I can make use of that string. Or maybe the papers need to be folded first.
You see Dax, and while you've never worked on a cipher before, you see Dax taking the string and matching up points and moving it around. And you think, yeah, that could work, except that this right here, and you start bending it at 90-degree angles, and you're starting to see connections that like are really, really imperceptible. And as far as you can tell, it's pointing at certain letters in each note. And actually, as you sit them side by side, it seems like maybe they interact with one another too. With this mark over here and with this over here, you'll need more time. You're definitely onto something, but it'll need more study.
I hand the papers to Adavi as Adavi starts going to town. I'm like,
I make sure to scrape as much of the shit off of the papers.
oh, I'd
His
be
hands
very
are pretty
careful
clean
about
at
the
this
shit on the
point.
papers. Yeah.
It's been a little while. And with that, we appear to have the clues in our campaign that are moving in a direction. This dungeon is still not concluded. It took a little bit longer than I expected. However, you guys are doing a great job. I had a lot of fun with this session. I thought that it was
I had
really, really
a
awesome.
huge amount of fun. This was absolutely wonderful.
You know, I've been
Huge
waiting for
enjoyed it.
this session. This is the session that everything was based around up until this point. So all those slow periods and everything, like this is what we were getting towards. I thought you were going to be here in the first session, and I vastly, just as a GM, I misunderrepresented it. And so you guys have gotten to where things are going to start getting interesting. There's still a lot of stuff in the room you haven't investigated yet, so I'm looking forward to seeing how that goes in the next episode.
I just want to know what's in that giant chest and also the drawer and stuff. Like when Nosson gets
It's a
those
body.
lockpicks out, I'll
It's
be
a-
there like the whole back rub thing from like Dark Heresy when people were doing the gunnery, but with guidance. I'll be like, yeah, you got this. I don't have any inspiration left, so
You know what's inside? It's going to be a bag full of goblin skulls.
sometimes you gotta take one for the team. I'm not an intelligent goblin, by the way, and all my like last 4 or 5 intelligence checks have been really high.
That's what I like about D&D, though, is like by comparison with Dark Heresy or like Shadowrun, your chances of lucking into a success are very, very low with things that you're not good at. In D&D, you sometimes just get like these flashes of insight or these
Epiphany.
flashes of just an epiphany essentially. And I like that about D&D because it means that if you're in a conversation, you have a chance to like bluff your way through some bullshit just on accident. And it's better than most other games. Whereas like if you're not a face in Shadowrun, you're done for. Like there's no way you're gonna bluff past anybody if it's not your job. You know what I mean? And that's what makes D&D a little bit more fun, is that everybody can try to do everything at least to a moderate level until later in the game. I mean, but you guys have a lot to look at still. The next session should be very, very interesting.
I'm
You pick
so
up a little
glad
bit of treasure.
I happened to just walk past that ear. Just happened to walk past it and went, oh, I vicious mockery'd it and something happened.
Nossan's got himself a new friend.
Yeah, that's nice. That's going to go good places.
And then
Yes.
aside from
You
that,
should kill everyone.
all in all, that was a really,
Definitely.
really fun session. I'm glad that I finally got to give you guys a bit more information. And so let's go through our spiel here. Enter Elysium. Where can we find you?
You can find me at twitch.tv/Enter Elysium, where I stream on Saturday nights, but most of the time you can find me over at youtube.com/Enter Elysium, where I put up quite a few videos every day. I've got stuff like Stellaris going on at the moment, City Skylines, doing a Natural Disasters at Max run, which is going okay so far, but I do anticipate being killed by a tidal wave at some point, because that's the way it goes, and a few other things like that, including like Hearts of Iron, etc. And of course, the new expansion of Hearts of Iron comes out in less than a week, I think, so that will be getting quite some playthrough.
All right.
But what about my man Shen?
Shen, where can we find you?
Hi, I'm Shen. I'm playing Transport Fever a lot. And yes, Avac got to watch what that was about the other day. I'm stuck on the game. I can't help it. It's too much fun. It has trains and airplanes and boats and trucks and buses, and it goes from 1850 to like 2050 or some shit. It's fun. I like it. I like games like that. Anyway, you can find me at youtube.com/Shenrer2 and on twitch.tv/Shenrer. Definitely going to be playing some of the new Stellaris and some of the new Hearts of Iron, but I'm not sure what day. Anyway, my stream 8 hours a day, 9 a.m. Pacific to 5 p.m. Pacific. I'll see you there.
Benny, where can we find you at?
You can find me on YouTube at Mangleport Gaming, which is a second name that I also have for reasons. And on Twitter, I am at Bentham Plays, and usually I play Factorio, such as at the moment I'm playing the Master Series with Avak and friends, where we all argue about how to build our base and then get eaten by biters. And
Mostly Steve gets eaten by biters.
well, yeah, we everything he builds is destroyed, and he has to build it again. We don't help him. We probably should.
No.
I
happening with-
take offense to that. I've been out there building defenses loads. He just keeps building beyond them. It's like, I can only help so much.
I did that with a RimWorld series that I did with a bunch of people. And Elysium was in it.
Oh,
it was
yeah.
me, and it was Solar Gamer, and it was Blitz Kriegler. And it was just like sometimes you would come back because by the time you got the map, it had been like 2 hours of gameplay because it was round robin. You would pass the save off, and like you would spend some time building something, and you would get back in, and you'd be like, "What the fuck have they? What the fuck is this guy? What is this? What? What have you done?"
I may have been one of those guys, like, I deliberately built something, like, a little bit farther away than would be ideal, just as, like, I wonder what happens with this.
Yeah.
So
I spent
bad.
an entire episode trying to retrieve like random medical supplies that fell across the rest of the map, and people were like, "So what did you do with your episode?" I'm like, "Those medical supplies, man. We really, really, really needed morphine."
It got us through the day.
I tried to fix everyone else's screw-ups.
Yep.
I think everyone just passes off problems with that sort of thing.
Well, you can find me over on youtube.com/Avac, on twitch.tv/Avac, and on Twitter I'm at @Avac_. And at the moment I am streaming Mass Effect 2. That's also going up on YouTube after the fact. I'm also playing still Stardew Valley, just coming to the end of year 1 now in my second season, so we'll be moving on to spring year 2. And I'm also playing RimWorld and Civilization 6 and Mass Effect Factorio, as Bentham mentioned, and having a great deal of fun with all of them.
Who are you romancing in Mass Effect 2?
Tell me it's Penny. You got to get that Penny
It's
life.
Tali,
That's what it's
isn't
all
it?
about.
You're holding up for Tali.
Like, Splashy, like,
Emergency induction board.
Were you talking about Stardew Valley or Mass Effect? I think.
Oh, sorry. I thought we were talking about Stardew Valley. My bad.
I'm not romancing anyone in either of them yet. I'm
Yeah, I was
free
like a-
spirit, man.
When I played Mass Effect, I was like a whirlwind of dick. I was getting on everybody.
Oh my god.
Male, female, it doesn't matter. Get over here. Come on. That's right. Everybody wants to go to the captain's bedroom.
See, I liked
Sounds like
Liara.
Let's find out.
In-
Shep
It
Boy,
was like a
fucking
sequel
Martian.
to Sharknado.
Shep likes his crew keeping things tight on the ship. Likes everything ship in its right place, which is
Those-
apparently his bedroom.
Interpersonal relationships. He's very strong.
Yeah, he has a very, very
It's team building.
progressive approach to keeping morale high on the Normandy.
He's
Yeah,
a very
that's how you
large
do it.
personality.
He's a giver.
You dirty dog.
I can't help it. I am what I am. I was made as I was made. My family is full of prolific breeders. We can't help it. That's why we've survived this long. Thousands of years.
Secretly, you are
Just
one
splatter-
of the Krogans, prolific breeder.
Don't knock it till you try it. Sometimes you need that Krogan love.
So what about
You.
the Splatmaster?
Mm.
Yeah, what are you up to?
YouTube.com/SplatterCatGaming. You can come hang out right now. I'm playing The Dwarves, which is the most manly CRPG ever made. It's full of beer drinking, headbutting, jumping around, and stomping people out as dwarves. And the elves are the bad guys, as they should be. Aside from that, I just finished up Maze today, which was actually probably my sleeper hit of the year. Maze was fantastic. Sunless Seas of Mariner. This week I'm making really good progress towards beating the game. I think it'll probably be only another 20 or so episodes. But frankly, it's a really long-winded game, and it takes a while to accomplish anything in it. It's just designed to be that way. And then aside from that, I think we've got... Oh, God, what else am I doing? So I've got Maze. Slime Rancher. A little bit of some technical foul-ups with Slime Rancher. Like, oops, my bad. But we're getting back into it right now. Almost at the end of Slime Science. And then later this week, Deathwing single player! It's going to be amazing. I can't wait. Friday's
say
gonna be the
that.
best.
I hope it's polished because it did seem like it needed a little bit longer polish than I'm looking forward to it. No, don't get me wrong, but I kind of thought it could do with like another month or two polish.
Maybe
Well,
that
now
was
we-
like an old build from a couple months ago, and they're going to roll out a fat patch on Friday.
I mean, I can only hope.
That's
thought
the
it was
best
pretty
kind
awesome.
of maybe.
I just
Maybe a
wanna-
developer will fix everything that's wrong with this game.
Yeah. I just want to shoot the
Maybe
Spirit
not.
Caliban. That's all that I care about. That Spirit Caliban was the greatest invention
Yeah, so
ever.
when do we pick that up as loot?
I think it just fires chromatic orbs that are really, really high damage. Like, it's like chromatic orbs being casted at like level 7, basically. And so it's just a thump, 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 thump,
So
thump,
it's just like a two-handed giant wand.
Basically, yeah, except you can
Cool.
fire it multiple times per round. It's like a auto-fire one. But yeah, that's what you can find me doing. This session was a lot of fun. I had a ton of fun with this one. This one...
I had a huge amount of fun, yeah.
Yeah, this was one of those times, like, normally there's, like, little down parts where I start watching chat or I start, like, checking things real fast to make sure I'm running things properly. I was glued to the screen this time around, just like, what are they going to do next? What are they going to do next? So that was a really fun session for me. That was probably the funnest session we've done so far.
Well, the last session was like the discovery. This session is the information, and then the next session is how we apply the information and find the revelations out. So I'm looking forward to the next session now. We've got to wait a week.
Gotta wake up. But see, we're about to have like crazy shit happen in Dark Heresy too on Sunday.
Oh God!
So it's just like everything right now is at a fevered pitch on this channel.
I really
like every
worry about
campaign
that.
is at a high point.
Damn.
Yeah, I'm thinking about buying Melt-A-Blast just so I can like safeguard myself a little bit. Just in the hopes that like I can hit you for like 26 P10 and just be like, aha! I vaporize you from the universe. You don't exist anymore. Because right now, none of my stuff really does that much damage or has that much pen. I'm really
You
hoping
say
that
the one guy who walks around with Force Lightning up your sleeve.
Well, Force Lightning, my faith has been shaken in Force Lightning after the Ogren. I don't trust it anymore.
It was an
Who gets
Ogre.
an Ogrin?
Yeah.
How do
And
I
you
get a
rolled
triple
low.
cast and get a 1, a 1, and a 4? It's just like Force Lightning, you've betrayed me. I can never trust you again.
My trust, you loses it.
1 pen 4 is like, what? How do you deal that low of damage? Is it even lightning anymore? That was like a static discharge. It was like, bzz. It's like, what the shit?
Like when I did Dissonant Whispers today, I got 8 on 3d6. The average should be 10, but I don't care about Dissonant Whispers. I was just like, yeah, I don't care about the damage. I care about the fact
You
you're now
wanted to
running
step
away.
back.
Oh
and he
yeah.
got hacked to bits. He got taken out.
Excellent.
That was fun.
really good.
It was a risky play. If I hadn't got that success, he'd have probably hit me. I may have died. I didn't have a shield because I dropped it specifically for that, so I could do the attack.
Dude, Asher has like a +5 to attack, and he couldn't land shit today. He kept rolling like 3s and 4s and 5s, and I was like, this dude is actually ostensibly like a badass. And it's just like, nope, he's got nothing.
Wait,
Fuck
so
it.
this
Put him
giant
on
of a
murdering
man.
the sleeping things duty.
Yeah, this giant of a man who's like all muscle, so much bigger than us, just to watch the 2 shortest members of the party take down this badass in front of him.
Mm-hmm. He's just disappointed right now. He's just disappointed himself. That's why he's just sitting there just like stabbing bodies. just-
Retroactively, after we killed that
He's
guy,
gone soft being
like
a
me
cell
and
for too long.
me and Mormont go back to back and go like, just in front of him, just to, because you know.
We go back to back with the height difference.
Yeah. It
Also,
means
would
more
you
like
want to go
head
back to back
like
with,
lower back?
with Dax right now?
Probably not. I'd leave like a gap between us.
A healthy
Humor him.
gap. So there's some airflow.
Yeah.
Well, all right, everybody. We're going to go do an after show where you can hear about all the cool stuff that we're thinking about this session. If you wanted to get that after show bonus for yourself, you got to sign up on Patreon. That's how you get the after shows where we talk about characters. We give our thoughts about the session. We do level ups every now and again. And we appreciate your patronage. So please check it out. Patreon.com/Roll4It.
It also funds character art.
It does, which is
No.
coming right now. Which is coming.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty soon you will know in glorious detail what all of the party members look like.
And
Glorious.
if we get to a
I had a
certain
great one.
threshold, we will be cosplayed as them, and you can see exactly what Dax's armor looks like.
Worn on someone like twice as tall as
But
Dax.
now my cosplay, I need to get shit every episode and smear it over me. Can we
Please
not do
no.
cosplay, actually? Can we cancel that? Like, I've got...
I'll let you melt a Hershey bar because I am a merciful god.
Oh, I gotta put molten chocolate. Oh,
Not molten, just like slightly
No, it
warm.
has to be molten. It has to be molten chocolate.
Just
It's not passion if you're not feeling pain for it.
It's
You
true.
must bleed for your art.
All right, everybody. We will see you on Sunday at 12 o'clock Pacific time